NotebookLM full course. 5 hours for free, complete guide to Google's most powerful AI tool. Today, I'm going to give you the complete NotebookLM course that Google charges nothing for, but is worth thousands. This is the most powerful learning and content creation tool on the planet, and most people have no idea it exists. I'm talking about turning any document into interactive podcasts, creating mind maps that think for you, generating content in 50 languages, and building AI assistants trained on your exact business. This changes everything about how you research, learn, and create content. And it's completely free. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. And before we dive in, Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. Okay, so listen, what I'm about to show you is not normal. Google just handed us the most powerful AI tool for free, and most people are sleeping on it. I've been testing NotebookLM for months, and what it can do is absolutely insane. We're talking about replacing entire courses, automating content creation, and building custom AI experts that know your business better than you do. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below and let me know what you think about this. The new Notebook LM video update, which is completely free, is probably one of the most powerful marketing and AI automation tools you could use for your business, and it's completely free to access. Exactly how to use it step by step today, along with some very actionable and practical examples of exactly how you can use it, whether you want to automate things, learn things, market your business, etc. Now, if you want to see some examples of this actually working as a real use case, so for example, you can actually see me ranking on the first page of Google for this keyword using AI directly here, and you can easily generate this audio and then upload it to something like Sound completely for free and almost instantly using the process that I'm about to show you. All right, as we go through this, if you have any questions, feel free to ask if you're watching the live. If you're not watching the live and you want to join myself and others, join the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments and description, and we'll get straight into this. All right, so first thing that you could do is you can just sign up for free directly inside NotebookLM, and then from here you can click on create new, and now you can start uploading sources or using this however you want to. Okay, so for example, we can upload one of my latest YouTube videos and then use that to generate more content. So let's mute this site over here, and then we're going to grab this. So we'll take, for example, this video right here that we've just produced. We'll go into here and we're going to add the YouTube URL that we want to create content around, and then from here we can start generating an output. Now, if you're wondering, okay, how does this work? So it's so incredibly simple. Basically what you're doing is you're training this chat on all the information that you have. So it's creating a personalized chatbot, like a custom GPT that has a lot of context on exactly what you want to create content around, right? Like you can see over here. Now, in this section, you can now start saying, do you want longer or shorter responses? Do you want to generate custom responses? So for example, it could be, okay, respond right as Julian Goldie, something like that. We can hit save there. And then also, if you want to generate an audio version where two AIs talk to each other, you can click on audio overview over here. If you want to generate a video version, then you can click on video overview over here, right? Now there's a bunch of different use cases for this. We'll come back to these outputs in a second, but essentially you can use this to generate videos and custom train GPTs. Now, if you want to see an example of the actual video itself ranking on Google, so you can see an example here. If we type in SEO training Honiton, you can see this YouTube video is actually ranking. It's got hundreds of views. A very similar process where we essentially create a video using NotebookLM, then we publish it on YouTube, then it ranks for our keyword, we get customers and traffic to our funnel just using that process, and we're dominating the first 3 spots on the first page of Google for this keyword that people are trying to type into Google. So let's run through some of the cool use cases for this. Number one, you can turn a Google Doc into a YouTube ready video in one single click, right? So if we go over back to NotebookLM over here, and we'll wait for those, we'll come back to that later. So if we go back inside here, we're going to click create new, and then for example, let's say we have a document where we want to train our team, right? So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to train my team. In fact, I think I've already shown this example in the past, so I'm going to use something called our account manager playbook, right? This is something we actually use at our agency. Big long document, 37 pages of wonderful training that, you know, to be honest, it's going to take a long time for a normal account manager to actually start using. So we can grab that URL,
Then we're going to go back over to Google Docs, and then we're going to select an item. So I'm going to paste that in right here. We're going to take that account manager playbook, and then that's going to start generating the responses from our notebook, right? So basically what we're doing here is we're taking a Google Doc that I use for internal training, but you could use for whatever you want. We plug that URL into NotebookLM, and then from here, we are now creating the account manager's growth playbook. And then if you want to turn this into a video that's YouTube ready in one single click, all you do is just click video overview here, right? Boom, ready to go. You've got YouTube videos ready to go, and it's pretty simple and easy. Shot. Ghost Gun says, that's cool. How will this help me as Visual C code user? So that's a great question, right? So let's say, for example, and I'm just going to create one quickly on ChatGPT to show you, right? So let's say you are a Visual C code guide. We'll say create a Visual C code guide right here, right? And what we're going to do is just grab some information that we can later plug into NotebookLM to generate a guide based on the real world use case. And I want to show you this quickly because with a live comment from one of the watchers, we can show you a quick example, and it's a real life use case that someone is actually looking for help for, right? So we're waiting for that to load from ChatGPT 5 over here. The other way you could use this is if you go to create new, and then we just going to click on discover sources. We could do Visual C over here and then take all the sources from the web to create our content. And then once we've got all these, so for example, it's like Wikipedia and stuff, we can import that in. That's going to take all the top sources, the most credible sources on this topic. And then from here, you're like, how do I learn from this? So let me show you exactly how. Okay, so there's a few ways. Number one, you can ask it questions inside here. So you could say, okay, explain Visual C code to me stupid. All right, because I don't know what Visual Studio Code is, and the more simplified a definition I can get, the better. And then whilst you're waiting for that to generate, what you can do over here is you can get a podcast overview, you can get a video overview, you can get a mind map, and you can also get all this other stuff, right? So we could create a briefing doc, a study guide, FAQs, and a timeline if you thought that was necessary, right? If you were learning something about, say, history or something like that. From here, it's explained exactly what Visual C Code is. And it says Visual C Plus is a core part of Microsoft's Visual Studio software, which is a big toolbox for programmers. Okay, and then it just explains step by step exactly what it is, right? And then you can create follow-up questions. It actually suggests a bunch of follow-up questions to the bottom right here. And then in the meantime, we've got the audio view, the video view, the mind map, reports, and everything else generating, right? And it would literally take usually about 2 to 5 minutes to generate that response. But the main thing to note here is if you have a real-world use case, this is very powerful, and it's one of the ultimate ways to learn. I speak 5 languages, right? I speak Italian, Spanish, Chinese, English, obviously, and Thai, right? And so if I had something like this, everything would have been 10 times easier back in the day. Instead, I had to study, for example, Chinese every single day and practice a conversation every single day for an hour a day and live in Taiwan to learn Mandarin, right? Whereas now, you could even, for example, you can create audio overviews, right? Let me show you this. This is crazy. So if we go back over here, I'm going to take one from yesterday. So let's say you're trying to learn something. So if we've got this, for example, this audiobook over here, what we can actually do is we can play this back. So this is an audiobook based on my YouTube video over here, right? We can actually make this interactive, right? So let's say you were learning a language or learning a new skill. You can play the podcast.
Getting eyeballs on your content online, it's always a challenge, right?
Oh, absolutely.
You can play that podcast, that's the AI speaking between 2 different AIs, a male and a female. And then what we can actually do is join it and ask questions.
More crowded than ever.
Yeah, so could you tell me exactly what Perplexity AI SEO?
That is an excellent question and one we're absolutely going to unpack for you right now.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. Perplexity AI, think of it less like a traditional search engine.
Right, so you can actually join a live podcast and then ask questions as well. And like, how much would you pay for coaching? Normally, if I was paying a tutor, for example, to teach me a language or to teach me a new skill, minimum you're going to pay is $20 an hour. This tool is completely free. If you're learning something like marketing, if you're learning something like AI automation, maximum you might pay is like thousands of dollars per hour, right? And now you can automate it all using this process. It's all completely free and it's free for the world to access, which is absolutely amazing if you ask me. All right, so if we go back now to the account manager's growth playbook, we have that ready to go. If we go to the Visual Studio C guide, where did that go? Let's just refresh the page right here. I think it'll be this one over here. And so it's creating the outputs down here like we can see. And then also if we go back to that video we imported earlier, we now have the audio ready to go. And obviously the video is a bit more powerful, so that's going to take a bit more time, but we'll get the resources back soon, right? Robertson says, I used for some time, NotebookLM is awesome and the new update is even better. I would agree with you, sir. And that is two different ways, right? So we've talked about learning Visual C code, we've talked about learning languages actually, and we've talked about turning a Google Doc into a YouTube ready video. Let's talk about converting a YouTube video into a podcast episode. So that was really simple. We've done that right here. So we took the YouTube video, we pasted that in, and then we've got the podcast over here.
Okay, imagine this. A brand new AI
problem to giving a...
That is a 10-minute long podcast.
Okay, imagine this.
Pretty crazy. And then also, here's the thing to note, is that you can download this, right? So you can download that and then potentially you could use that as marketing material to embed on your blog, or you could embed that directly inside your website. You could, for example, upload it to YouTube with a screen share of what you're doing, etc., and get more views and customers that way if you're creating content. And then also you could actually just upload that to SoundCloud or send it out to your audience. You could even use it as a free lead magnet, right? So people have to opt in to get the podcast or to get the guide, and then when they do it, they get all the details. Now, the other thing here as well, you can share this with your team, or you can share this with the public. So you can create a note here and make it accessible. If you make this accessible, so you click on anyone with the link, then you're going to click save, and then anyone with the link now you can share all this information with. Pretty simple and easy, right? And so that's basically it. By the way, these flowcharts are super nice, aren't they, from ChatGPT-5? I love that. And then it's got the ideas of programs, how to use it, etc. GPT-5 is pretty good for stuff like this. It's not amazing for writing content. That's the biggest problem that I've found so far. So if you have any use cases that you want to see, let me know. Who have we got watching here? Santiago Conde Morales. Shout out to you. Says, hey Julian, thanks for streaming. Love the content. Appreciate you. Big says, where's the Gemini 3.0 video? Just wanted to rewatch it. We're going to republish that with more information later today. So don't worry about that. That's coming within the next 24 hours, I would say. Something like that. All right. So let's get back to this. Summarize a huge PDF in a 2-minute video. So we've actually done that with the Account Manager Playbook. That was 37 pages. If you want to see another example of that, so if we go back over here, then we're going to go down to the Advanced Sales Operating Procedure. If you go to our Sales SOP, and you can see this is an 88-page document that I actually uploaded into NotebookLM, and then we've got videos and audio versions over here. So for example, if we click on play, this is a video overview of the 88-page document that we've uploaded directly into NotebookLM.
So today, we're going to do something a little different. A belief system that everyone on the team has to live and breathe every single day.
All right, so you can see an example right there. Let's go full screen on this bad boy. I'll show you what I mean. So basically, this is an automated video that's better than any other AI video generated software, to be honest, I've used, apart from HeyGen and stuff like that. And you can see an example of the output.
It's basically a website's authority score. So when a client sees their rival is not just beating them, but crushing them with 10 times the traffic, that gap, that pain, it suddenly becomes very real. Okay, so after they've amped up the pain and presented their service as the only cure, they hit them with this killer question. On a scale of 1 to 10, where are you at?
So basically what it's doing here is it's talking through temperature checks, which is a sales strategy that we use sometimes on the course just to see if clients are happy with us, right? Jamaica Good Life says, watch you all the time, good show, all from Jamaica. Shout out to Jamaica. Love a bit of Bob Marley. And then Santiago Conde says, I have the game idea with the cards, but I don't know how to make it code the game for me. NotebookLM generate the video. Yeah. All right. So if you want to learn how to like code stuff, go inside the AI Profit Boardroom, type in, and inside the AI Profit Boardroom, you'll see all these different trainings on Gemini, right? So if you're struggling to build anything, you can basically learn everything you need to know about Gemini directly inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description. And then for the videos, yeah. So this was fully generated automatically in one single click using NotebookLM. Pretty amazing stuff. Johnny says, I'm a complete novice. All this is overwhelming. Why do I start? I really want to learn. Yeah, so one of the best things that you can do is inside the AI Profit Boardroom, if you go over here and then you go to the classroom, inside the classroom we have a 6-week AI automation masterclass, right? And basically what this is doing step by step is guiding you through with homework exactly what AI is, how, what are the best tools to use, etc., the basics. We even have a section inside there where it shows you exactly how to focus, right? So how to cut all the information, all the craziness, and just focus on what's going to get you results. Because every single day is information overload, isn't it? There's too much information that you can digest when it comes to AI and AI updates. So our Profit Boardroom is by far the best place to start if you want to learn all this stuff and you want coaching as well. So we have 5 weekly coaching calls where you can just learn this stuff and ask questions and that sort of thing. Robertson says NotebookLM is completely different to use regular LLMs, docs. Yeah, I would 100% agree. It's one of the top 5s. And then Eason says, can you connect GPT-5? No, so this actually runs on Gemini 2.5. That's what it's using. Eason says, where's an example of the video? You can see an example right here. And yeah, that's it. If you want to download this, you can. So if we click on download over here, we'll wait for that to download. That's running in the top right. That downloaded instantly. And now we've got this ready to go, right? And the only thing to note here is like you are going to see the watermark on the video. So you can see there's a watermark right here.
So today we're going to do something a little different. Huge piece.
Right, and you see how there's a watermark in the bottom right down there as well. So just bear that in mind. But like you get the full video is 7 minutes, right? 7 minutes. You know how long it used to take me to record a 7-minute video back in the day when I first started on YouTube? It used to take me literally about, I would say, set up all the equipment and everything like that. I'll probably say about maybe 3 hours when I was first getting started, and the videos were trash, right? If you watch my old videos on YouTube, terrible. Whereas you can generate a video in 1 click, custom train on exactly what you need to. The pronunciation is perfect, the presentation is perfect, the audio is perfect, no messing around, right? And that's the world that we live in right now. So let's go back to this now, and we'll keep going through. Santiago says, thanks for answering my questions, happy to help. Our Hub News says Gemini 3. And yeah, so as we keep going through this, let's keep running now. One of the other ways that you can use this, we go back to the NotebookLM mod. All right, what we're going to do next, we're going to create a multilingual version of our content. Now, how do you do that? So what you can do over here is if you go to settings and then output language, right, you can choose between all these different languages that you can generate outputs in, right? So for example, let's say that I'm branching off into the Chinese market, right? And I've got this language right here. So we're going to click on save over here. I'm going to X off that. Go back to the studio, and then if we click on video overview, that's going to generate, I think it will generate a video overview in Chinese as far as I'm aware, and the audio overview too. Yep. And then even in the chat now, you can see we've got Chinese language outputs right here, which is really cool because let's say, for example, you're trying to translate something. Let's say, for example, you want to test your own skills here. Let's say, for example, you are trying to train a team member in a different language, right? This is all possible now, and it wouldn't have been possible a year ago, something like that. So that's one of the other best things here. And then it's so easy to change the output language, right? You literally just go to settings, output language, boom shakalaka, you're off to the races, my friend. Now, what you can also do is you can build a personal AI trained on your business. So like with this advanced operating procedure, we actually use something like this to train our team because when they first come on, first day, first couple of days, they're all asking the same things, right? They're all asking the same questions. And so if you can just have FAQs chatbot that's trained on your internal data, right? You upload that, it's private to you and your team. You're not sharing it with the world, you're only sharing it with your team. And then from there, you can train your team and you just save a lot of time training, right? Because you don't want to be sat around, if you're running a business, if you're a CEO, you don't want to be sat around answering the same questions over and over again. The team member probably feels a bit awkward asking silly questions that they have to know, but they don't know because it's their first day. And so you can easily solve those problems. All right, this is awesome. All right, so let me show you an example right here. So if we go over to Reddit, we'll go over to the AI SEO Insider subreddit. This is a Reddit where we repurpose content from my YouTube channel, post it onto Reddit. We get a crazy amount of views, like 22,000 views this month. If we have a look over the past 12 months, this is increasing every month as well. First month, we only started at 800 views, and then it's just gradually increasing over time to the point where last month we got 25,000 views by repurposing our content, right? And this also ranks on Google directly as well, which is great. What we're doing essentially here is we're using the content from our channel, posting it over to Reddit, and you can use NotebookLM to guide you with this, right? So for example, if we go back to NotebookLM over here, and we'll take that YouTube video that we custom trained before, we've got the video plugged in over here, that's the source. I'm just going to go back over here, change the output language back to English, back to default, all right? And then from here, we can say, okay, create an SEO optimized blog for the keyword. And then if you want to find a keyword without paying for an expensive SEO tool, you can just do something like this, right? So you could put like NotebookLM update 2025. That's what people are typing into Google. So then we'll put create an SEO optimized blog for the keyword NotebookLM update 2025. All right. And now based on whatever source you've plugged in here, you can use that to start generating content. All right, obviously the video is about something totally different, so you wouldn't use this one. In fact, if you want to create content around GLM 4.5, which is what the video is about, let me show you how to do that. All right, so let's say, for example, you want to take GLM 4.5 free API, right? That's the keyword that you want to rank for. So we can go inside here and we can say, okay, create an SEO optimized article for the keyword, and then we'll put GLM 4.5 free API. That should work. If not, we need to mix things up, but we'll come back to that in a sec. Realm says blah, 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 yap. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeti says, who do you think will achieve AGI first? Honestly, I think it's going to be Google. I think Google are leading the world, right? And this is a Google product. And if you look at Gemini 3.0, you look at NotebookLM, etc., these tools are just ultra powerful. United says, I'm new here and I feel like he should be a game changer for me. I'd like to know more about what you do. Yeah, just check out the AI Profit Boardroom or book in a free AI automation session, link in the comments description. So we've got this guide right here. This is the content ready to go. And then you can plug that into, it could be Reddit, it could be LinkedIn, it could be your website, whatever. Obviously, if you're creating content that's customer facing in your business, you want to quality control it before you publish it, but this is really good. This is looking good to go. All right, and how simple and easy was that? So we've talked about 6 different ways to do this. You could also grab a webinar and then you could upload a recorded webinar, create a video summary, a podcast, a blog post, social media snippets, etc. Right, so the way that you do that, let's say this was a webinar, you would just say, okay, create 5 different social media posts, one for Reddit, Twitter, we'll put school on there, Facebook group, Facebook profile, right? Maybe a YouTube community post, for example, about this topic. And that will repurpose it. But in the meantime, you've actually got 7 pieces of repurposed content because you've got 5 coming out here in the chat. And then you've also got the audio version and the video over here as well. And then if you really wanted to, you could create a briefing doc and you could use that as a lead magnet as well to generate more leads. So we're good to go here. Yeti says, don't be mean. Don't be mean. Yeah, no negativity on this channel, my friends. And then that's basically how you can do this, right? We've talked about the interactive trainer. So that's the sales recipe playbook. And then discover sources automatically for deeper content. Yeah, so this is a really powerful thing as well. So if we go back over here and we're like, I need more information about GLM 4.5 before we publish the content. So if we go to discover and then we'll type in GLM 4.5, this is an easy way you can just go deeper on the topic to train your NotebookLM on more content so that it gives you more sources and it gives you more information. It's better trained, right? So over here, we're discovering all the sources. We're plugging that in right here, and then we should be good to go on that as well. By the way, which countries have we got watching? I know we've got people from Jamaica. Who else we got watching and from which country? It's always interesting to see. Shivam says, wow, good to see you here. And then we're just going to click on import and take those 10 sources. Right? So we're taking those 10 sources. Now, I am not a legal expert, and you just need to be careful in what you publish and what you use and what content, etc. you use when you're generating, especially like video or audio outputs or anything that you're going to monetize, right? So always give credit where credit's due. If you're not sure, check with an expert. I'm not an expert on the legal stuff, but you can easily import and use sources inside NotebookLM. It's just for anything customer facing or front facing for your business. You want to be careful in terms of who you credit, what information you use, etc. Now, the other thing here to note as well, you see how it's using CTAs based on that video. It says, don't forget all the video notes, templates, blah, 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 are inside the AI free group. And then it's using the information from my video to create the outputs inside this chat as well. So that's basically it. And then creating educational micro lessons. So this is really cool. Santiago says he's from Mexico, Toluca. Good to see you. I actually used to live in Playa del Carmen for about 3 months. Beautiful place. Some of the best beaches in the world, some of the best food in the world as well. And then Shivam says, I'm from India. I'm following you since a long time. Your content is really good. Appreciate it. Thank you. And then AI XMath says, Julian, once you've generated a landing page or this, you post it automatically on your web, maybe for monetizing news. Yeah, so that's one of the interesting things, right? I'll give you an example, right? So this is cheat code. I'm only going to show you on this video, and if you're watching all the way to the end, you're an absolute legend. And so, like, I will share this with you, right? And so what I'm going to share with you now is something that works really well on LinkedIn, all right? So we're going to go to newsletters over here. You can create a newsletter really fast So you can see we've got the AI automation newsletter, and we actually have 7,000 subscribers, which is bigger than most people's email list. I think most people on average, if you're running a decent sized business, probably about 5,000, something like that. And we get 3,000 to 4,000 views a day on our newsletter, right? 26,000 article views per month. And this is all AI news, right? So if we go over here and we go to the AI Automation Insider and we see what we've published recently. So for example, like this one, we actually use a similar process to what I'm showing you today to create content like this, and then 7,000 people or 4,000 people will read it a day, right? You can see we've got 7,300 subscribers for the AI Automation newsletter, right? And so you can create something beautifully formatted like this, super useful. You can create the latest news headlines using NotebookLM, then you can publish it to LinkedIn, and then you can grow a newsletter and reach a lot of people. And the other cool thing about newsletters on LinkedIn is that not only does it reach a lot of people, but it also goes to their email inbox, right? So you can get inside their email inbox daily, and then you can funnel traffic to your funnels, right? So for example, inside the newsletter, what we actually do with the latest news articles is we link to all our funnels and we funnel traffic to our free SEO strategy session or our AI profit boardroom, etc. And so we create these awesome articles. They read really nicely, they direct traffic to our funnels, and it's completely free for you to do because you can have a free account on LinkedIn, create a newsletter, you can have a free account on Notebook and generate the content, and boom shakalaka, you're ready to go. All right. AMS says, we are OGs till the end. That's what I appreciate you for. Appreciate you watching. And then Yeti says, do you think Grok is good? Because I think it's all right, but people on it keep saying it's good. From what I've seen, honestly, I tested it last week with a quick task. I was like, let's give it a shot because I might switch. And then I tested it out. It was not that great. Honestly, I prefer ChatGPT just because it has so much information on me. And then AIMS says, but you only publish there and no more ads on the side, all automated, and what you do with the 30K. Yeah, so we talk a lot about this inside the AI Profit Boardroom, but the goal here is to funnel traffic to your funnels, right? So whatever pages you make money to, right? So if I had to put this inside a diagram for you, essentially what you're doing is you're using AI to create content, all right? So, whether that's NotebookLM, whether that's G5, etc. That's stage number one. Stage number two is you're going to capture people's attention, right? So, for example, that could be a YouTube video. That could be, for example, Twitter. It could be posting on Reddit, like I've shown you. It could be posting on LinkedIn, etc. Right? So we create the content with AI. We grab people's attention. And then from here, once we've got their attention, we can funnel that traffic to our landing pages, which is going to make us money, right? And so we use AI to save dozens of hours because it's going to take a long time to create 6 pieces of content normally, but we can automate it with AI. Then we're going to grab people's attention and capture it, and then we're going to funnel that attention to our landing pages, which make us money, right? And if you want to learn how to make your landing pages convert, etc., we actually have loads of good templates inside the AI Profit Boardroom that you can steal from us. And also we have loads of trainings on basically how I automate all this stuff, whether that's emails, Twitter, shorts on YouTube, whether that's AI avatar videos, whether that's, for example, scraping live web pages, whether that's automating SPs to train my team. Everything is inside the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description. All right. So that's basically how we do this. And AI says 10 out of 10. You are the boss. Really quality content. Appreciate you. Shivam says, do you think GPT-5 is better than GPT-4o? And what do you think about GPT-5 being less emotional? I 100% agree with that on GPT-5, right? I think it is less emotional because when you create content with it, I just don't think the content is as good as GPT-4o was previously, right? When I'm generating responses with GPT-5, it lacks that emotion that Sonnet now has. I honestly think that Claude 4 Sonnet is better for writing. I still use GPT-5 just because all my information is plugged in there. But yeah, I think Claude is the best when it comes to writing content now. GPT-4o was better previously. I don't know if you can change the models inside your settings. You might be able to change the settings here so that you can use a different model. I've not messed around with this for ages. Otherwise, you could use the APIs, right? So you could use, for example, GPT-4o's API instead of using ChatGPT-5. There might be a way to switch back the model, but yeah, if not, what you can do is just use, if you're really keen on using ChatGPT and the old models, you can just go inside here, type in ChatGPT, and then you can get access to GPT-4o still, right? So if you still want to create outputs with GPT, you can. But yeah, I think Claude Sonnet is better for creating content, but GPT-5 is really good for logical stuff, right? It's still really good. And it says you can change the model back to GPT-4o, and let's click on settings. And then show legacy models. Thanks, Shivam, by the way, for chipping in there. So if we go to settings, general, show legacy models, and then look at that. Yeah, so we can switch back to GPT-4o there, and then you can use that for creating content. So if you are stuck and you don't want to pay extra, you can use GPT-4o directly right there. And Codename Zulu says Abacus AI still has GPT-4o as well. Great tips right there. Great stuff. All right. Appreciate everyone watching it. Isan says Claude is the best writer. I would agree with you. Isan says, was that article Perplexity an article you created or a source? That was an article. Sorry, it was a YouTube video that we created the content with. We got people from Bulgaria and shout out to everyone. All right. So if you want to connect with me personally, I literally get asked every day, like, how can I connect with you personally? How can I ask you some questions, etc. Just join the AI Profit Boardroom. It's literally the only place that I connect with people personally, that I answer questions, etc. You can jump on 5 weekly calls like this, including the NA10 Automation Masterclass. You can also get training with Dr. Jeff, who's a PhD scientist on AI automation, absolute legend. And then also you can learn on the Friday masterclasses, and you also get access to all of my best trainings, like you can see inside the classroom here, including, for example, the 6-week AI automation masterclass. That is great for beginners if you don't know where to start. We have all of the social media, email, content automations, tons of NA10 templates and workflows, agency course step-by-step for growing your agency and getting clients with AI automation, and then also finally YouTube AI roadmap as well, along with all this other stuff. But yeah, that's the highlights. And then inside the community, it's very active, so you can actually request automations. We've got 220 automations that were built for people, as you can see, and we get back to everyone, right? So if you have an automation request, you're like, I want to see this, or I don't know how to do this, etc., we show you exactly how to build pretty much everything inside this list, like you can see, right? Everything gets answered. We help people as much as we can. Very active community. If you want to join the gang, join the AI Profit Boardroom. Prices are going up, so right now we only have 21 spots at the current price, so make sure you sign up now because the price never drops, it always goes up. And then also, if you want us to just do everything for you, then feel free to book in an AI automation session right here. If you're like, Julian, I want to become a client, maybe you've got a budget of $2,000 or $3,000 a month to spend on AI automation as a client, maybe you're an enterprise, etc., then feel free to book in a automation session. On that call, we're going to look at where you're spending your time, right? So what takes the most time? Then we're going to figure out, okay, what system builds do you need to automate with AI? And then finally, we'll go off and implement it for you as well. All right. Appreciate you. Codename Zulu says, Julian, you've helped me a lot with your content. Appreciate you. AI says, you're a legend. I will go in. I'll see you inside the AI Profit Boardroom, my friends. And you can also DM me, so you can direct message me as well, and I get back to you pretty quickly. All right. Cheers for watching. See you on the next one, and have a good day. Cheers. Bye-bye.
New Google NotebookLM video update is insane. Today, I'm going to show you how Google just dropped a game changer. This update is so big, it's going to change how you learn. And it's totally free. We're talking about turning your boring documents into actual videos. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. And before we dive in, Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. Okay, so here's what just happened. Google dropped this massive update to NotebookLM. And when I say massive, I mean it's going to blow your mind. They just added video overviews. And this is not just another boring feature. This is a complete game changer. They rolled this out just a few days ago, and I'm going to show you exactly how to use it to save hours of your time. Let me tell you what happened to me yesterday. I had this technical PDF about 3D manufacturing workflows, 39 pages of complex engineering documentation, detailed diagrams showing model-based definition processes, charts explaining how manufacturing is shifting from 2D drawings to 3D models, the kind of thing that would take me hours to digest. But instead of reading through all that, I uploaded it to NotebookLM, and in less than 5 minutes, it turned the whole thing into a video, with narration explaining how PDF technology is revolutionizing manufacturing, with visuals showing the evolution from traditional drawings to interactive 3D workflows, with everything I needed to understand the key concepts. And the best part, it pulled the exact technical diagrams from the document, explained the complex engineering processes, and turned dense manufacturing jargon into simple explanations. This is not some basic AI tool, this is next level stuff.
All right, let's get into it. We all think we know the PDF, right? It's just digital paper, the thing we use for resumes, for reports, for, well, everything. It's become the digital thread.
But wait, there's more, and this is where it gets really interesting. They didn't just add videos, they completely redesigned the whole studio panel. And this changes everything about how you can use NotebookLM. Before this update, you could only make one audio overview per notebook, one mind map, one study guide. That was it. Now, you can make as many as you want, different versions for different people, different topics. Think about this. You're a business owner. You have a big strategy document, Before, you could make one audio summary. Now you can make one for your sales team, one for your marketing team, one for your executives, all from the same document. Or let's say you're a student, you have course notes, you can make different video overviews for each chapter, different mind maps for each topic, all organized in one place. This is huge, but here's what nobody's talking about. The real power is in how these work together. The new Studio panel lets you do multiple things at once. You can listen to an audio overview while looking at a mind map, or watch a video while reading a study guide. This is not just about saving time, this is about learning faster, understanding better, getting more done. And I haven't even told you the best part yet. These video overviews are not just slideshows. The AI actually creates new visuals. It pulls images from your documents, it grabs charts and graphs, it takes quotes and numbers, and it turns all of that into a proper educational video with narration that actually makes sense. You can tell it exactly what you want. You can say, I'm new to product management. Help me understand how AI is changing road mapping approaches based on the 2025 product management report. Or you can say, I'm evaluating remote work policies, focus on the productivity data and workforce diversity benefits from this University of Chicago study. Or I'm in manufacturing. Explain how 3D PDF workflows are replacing traditional 2D technical drawings. You can tell it who the audience is, students, business executives, your team, whatever. And then it creates a custom video. Just for that, this is personalized AI at its best. But wait, I need to tell you about something else, because this is where most people are going to mess this up. The key is not just using these features, it's using them together. It's about creating a system. Here's what I mean. Let's say you're doing research for a big project. You upload all your documents. You create audio overviews for when you're driving, video overviews for when you need to see the data, mind maps for when you need to understand connections, study guides for when you need specific facts, all from the same sources, all customized for different situations. And if you want to take this even further, you need to join the AI Success Lab, because we have the complete SOP and process for using NotebookLM in your business. Plus, over 100 use cases that most people never think of. I'll put the link in the comments and description. Now, let me tell you about the technical stuff, because this matters. These video overviews are rolling out right now. Started a few days ago, should be available to everyone by this week. It's in English first, more languages coming soon. And it works with all the same sources NotebookLM already supports: PDF documents, slides, websites, YouTube videos, all of it. But here's what's really cool. The AI doesn't just read your document and make a video. It actually understands the content. It knows what's important. It knows how to explain things visually. For example, when the University of Chicago remote work study shows how productivity increased by 10% after shifting to remote work, the AI doesn't just show the data, it explains what this trend means for workforce policies. Why quieter home environments led to more efficient calls, how the remote model boosted workforce diversity with more women, married people, and non-urban workers joining and succeeding. If you have complex manufacturing documentation showing the evolution from 2D drawings to 3D PDF workflows, the AI will walk through the model-based definition process. Explain how engineers can now embed all product information directly in 3D models. Make it actually useful for understanding technical transformation. This is not just automation, this is intelligent automation. And the Studio redesign makes this even more powerful, because now you can create multiple versions of everything, different video overviews for different audiences, audio overviews in different languages, mind maps focused on different aspects, all organized in one place, all easy to find and use. But here's the thing most people don't understand. This is not just about consuming information. It's about sharing information. Think about this. You're a consultant, you analyze market research for clients. Before, you had to create presentations manually, write executive summaries, explain complex findings yourself. Now, upload that UK health and fitness market report and turn it into tailored presentations for gym operators, equipment manufacturers, or investors. Use the product management report to create targeted insights for tech startups, enterprise software companies, or product leadership teams. Take the University of Chicago remote work study and create compelling business cases for companies considering hybrid policies, complete with productivity data and diversity benefits. Use the manufacturing PDF to help engineering firms understand 3D workflow transformations, or leverage the Goldman Sachs creator economy analysis for clients in digital media and advertising. Audio overviews they can listen to while commuting, mind maps they can reference during strategy sessions. You just turned one piece of research into multiple client deliverables with almost no extra work. This is why I'm so excited about this update. It's not just a new feature, it's a new way of working with information. But the real power is in the system, in using all these features together, in creating workflows that amplify your productivity. Now let me tell you about something else that's important. The quality of these video overviews. I teased this with different types of content. The University of Chicago remote work study with operational data showing 10% productivity increases. A technical PDF about 3D manufacturing workflows with complex engineering diagrams. The UK Health and Fitness Market Report 2025 with comprehensive industry data and operator trends. the 2025 State of Product Management Report with insights on AI influence and cross-team alignment, the Goldman Sachs Creator Economy Report with financial projections and market analysis, business strategy documents, marketing research, and the quality is impressive every time. The narration sounds natural, the visuals are relevant, the explanations make sense. But here's the key, the better your source material, the better the output. When I uploaded the product management report with detailed insights on AI integration and road mapping trends, it created an insightful overview of how technology is transforming product development processes. When I used the UK fitness industry report, it perfectly explained market dynamics, operator strategies, and consumer behavior patterns. The remote work research paper turned into compelling presentations about productivity gains, workforce diversity benefits, and the importance of hybrid onboarding approaches. If you upload a mess of random notes, you get okay results. This is where preparation matters. But even with basic preparation, the results are way better than trying to do this manually. And remember, all of this is free. You don't need to pay for NotebookLM. You don't need special software, just your Google account and your documents. Although if you're a business or school, there are paid versions with extra features. But for most people, the free version is perfect. Now, here's something important. This update is rolling out gradually. So if you don't see video overviews yet, check back in a few days. But when you do get access, here's what I recommend. Start with something simple, a document you know well, create a video overview, see how it works, then try the customization options. Tell it to focus on specific topics, change the audience, see how that changes the output. Then start combining features. Create an audio overview and a video overview of the same content, compare them. See which works better for different situations. This is how you learn to use these tools effectively. But here's what I really want you to understand. This NotebookLM update is not just about NotebookLM, it's about where AI is going, it's about what's possible when AI actually understands your content. Whether that's a University of Chicago academic study on remote work productivity, technical manufacturing documentation on 3D workflows, UK fitness industry market research, product management insights on AI integration, or Goldman Sachs financial analysis. When it can create multiple formats from the same source, when it can customize output for different needs. This is the future of how we work with information, and it's happening right now. Most people are going to ignore this. They're going to stick with old ways of doing things, reading documents manually, creating presentations from scratch, explaining things over and over. But smart people are going to embrace this. They're going to build systems. They're going to multiply their productivity. Which group do you want to be in? And if you want to go deeper, if you want to see the complete playbook, join us in the AI Profit Boardroom, where we're building the future of business with AI. Currently have 1,000 members who are already seeing results. Or if you need help with SEO specifically, book a free SEO strategy session. Link is in the comments and description, and check out the AI Success Lab for the complete SOP and process, plus 100 plus use cases. All the links are in the comments and description. This NotebookLM update is huge, but it's just one piece of the puzzle. The real power is in understanding how all these AI tools work together, how to build systems that amplify your productivity, how to stay ahead while everyone else is trying to catch up. That's the opportunity, that's what's possible, and it starts with taking action, with experimenting, with building. So go do that and let me know in the comments how it goes. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you share your experience, ask questions, tell us what you're building, because this is just the beginning and the best is yet to come. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
The new NotebookLM video update is absolutely insane. And what you can essentially do now is you can generate videos in one single click from any resource, any training material, any idea even that you have, and it's incredibly easy, plus it's free, and I'll show you exactly how to do it today. So if we pull up, for example, this video that I've generated, what I actually did was I plugged in the sales recipe that we use to train our team, but you could do this with YouTube videos, blog posts, social media posts, whatever resources you want to train NotebookLM on. And then once you've done this completely for free, you can then generate a video like you can see right here. This is 5 minutes long, and I generated it in one single click for free, and I'll show you exactly how to do this, plus why it's useful for your business today. Let's get straight into it. So essentially, NotebookLM is a free tool that you could previously use to generate, for example, like podcasts and all sorts of things like that, right? Really powerful tool. And the way that works is what you're going to do is you're going to go over to NotebookLM to sign up for a free account over here, and then you can click on create new, and then you can upload your sources, right? So for example, it could be a doc, it could be a training material, it could be, for example, even a presentation, right? So you can actually upload Google Slides over here. You can add a website link, YouTube video, video, etc. And you can see here, you can actually add 300 sources. That is insane, all right? And then you can also, for example, copy and paste text. So what you could even do is you could go on to, say, your Twitter profile, whatever you're posting with, and then let's say, for example, we wanted to create a video about this, right? And instead of me or my avatar going off and creating content, we could take this idea like so, then we can go back to our new notebook, we can paste in the text over here, we can add some information about it, and we just create a new notebook about that, right? New notebook example, right? And then from here, we can actually create an audio overview or a video overview, or even both if we wanted to. Really simple and easy to do, and it's insane how powerful it is, right? Yusha says, I love NotebookLM, it is amazing, I love the video feature. Me too, and apparently most of the world as well, because at this point, from what I saw, number one, this has just been rolled out, so literally it just came out a few days ago, right? That it's been rolled out 100% to the rest of the world. But also on top of that, if we have a look here, they've actually generated on NotebookLM 1.1 million video overviews. Bearing in mind, this only just came out. This is a brand new feature, and 1.1 million videos, which is enough to flood YouTube. More videos than most people, anyone could ever watch in their life, right? 1.1 million, and it's all been generated pretty quickly using this process, all right? So let me show you an example of how we can do this from scratch. I'm gonna go to create new over here. Then we're gonna get some YouTube videos about something that I want to create, right? So let's go over here. I'm gonna just mute this. Then I'm gonna say, right, okay, let's take this video over here. We're going to go over to NotebookLM. I'm going to use that as a source for generating our podcasts and our video for free in one single click. We can also change the name of this. We can have multiple sources if you want to create something that's a bit more well researched. So for example, like ChatGPT 5. And then from here, what we can do is we can start adding sources on the left hand side if we need to have more. We can also discover sources. So what we can actually do here is we can describe what we are looking for and then add that as a source to the content that we're going to create, right? So if you're a bit shallow on the content you've created, or you're not a content creator, no problem, mate. You can still create videos, you can still create podcasts. This would be absolutely amazing for learning languages and that sort of thing as well, right? So from here, what we're going to do is we're going to say, okay, give me some more ideas on Perplexity, ASEO. It's probably just going to find mostly my videos on this topic, but let's see what it's got. We'll see what the sources are, right? And so essentially what we can do is just find more sources to load up our notebook so that we can generate better results in the end, right? So you can, for example, add all of these, import them if you wanted to, or you can delete them as well. So you can actually just delete these sources later. And then once you've done, as you can see, for example, it's pulled in my YouTube video over here. Once you've done this, you can then click on audio overview or video overview, right? So I'm just gonna untick all these other sources because I actually just want to use mine, to be honest. No disrespect to any of these geezers. All right, so we're just going to use my source for creating this video. And then what I'm going to do is click on audio overview. So that's going to generate a podcast between two different AI voices that are talking to each other about my specific video. Now, why would we want to do that? Because then we can repurpose our content. We can publish it across multiple platforms. We can reach more people with the same amount of content, and it doesn't require any extra work because we're doing it for free using NotebookLM and this really fast feature, right? So we're generating the audio overview, but whilst we're doing that, we might as well generate a video overview, mate, all right? Now, what you can also do is you can actually customize this in between, right? So you can say, okay, this is for a specific show structure, etc. So for example, we can say, turn this into an AI SEO tutorial, right? And then what we can also do is we can say, upsell the free AI SEO strategy session with Julian Goldie's SEO agency. We could say, okay, insert some subtle upsells, CTAs to Julian Goldie's SEO Elite Circle, right? So you see how you can monetize this content. You're not just creating it for fun. You obviously want to make money from it, or you want to monetize it in some way and get some sort of customers, right? Get some sort of leads, right? So as we're doing this, we're just filling in the information over here. So I turn this into an AI SEO tutorial. We could say, okay, let's keep it third grade level language so anyone in the world can understand it, basically, and then also make it very actionable and add some homework. All right, and then we're going to click on generate over here, and that's going to start generating the video overview. Now the video overview is going to take a little bit longer than the actual audio overview, but it's all good because this is all saved inside NotebookLM and we can just come back and log in later. So for example, if we go back to this video, this is one that we've created earlier. We can download that if we want to, so let's download that bad boy right now. And then I can imagine that some people are probably using this to generate and create new YouTube video channels, right? So as an example of this, if we go onto Google here and we put something like SEO training button, which is something some people are typing into Google here. It's not just like a made up keyword. People are actually typing it into Google, right? Now, if you want to rank with that, let's plug that in. Let's have a look here where let's find this example. So if we wanted to rank with this keyword, SEO training Honiton, you can see that a video I actually generated with Notebook is ranking on the first page of Google. It's actually ranking number 2 below my own website for that keyword. Right? And so by creating and multi-purposing different content across podcasts, YouTube, etc., publishing it across multiple different platforms as well, you can then rank multiple times on the first page of Google for that specific keyword using NotebookLM. Super easy to do. If we have a look at this video as well, it's not just like one nobody will watch. You got 300 views, right? 300 views, which probably puts it in like top, I don't know, most channels don't get any views, to be honest. And also, this is a commercial video, right? So it's typing that keyword and then it's promoting our free SEO strategy session in between, right? It was all automated with NotebookLM. So pretty easy and fast to do. If we have a look over here, it still generates, so it's going to take a little while. And then if you want to see an example of the video that we created, let's pull this up full screen. So this was generated off the advanced sales standard operating procedure that I plugged in. So I literally just uploaded a Google Doc over here and then we're good to go. Charles says SEO is fairly new term for me, so yes, I'm finding this helpful. Yeah, if you want to learn more stuff about this, Charles, or anyone watching, check out the SEO Elite Circle. It comes with all of my best trainings on how to rank #1 with SEO. Also, if you're running an agency and you want clients, or if you want to grow a YouTube channel with SEO, then you can get all of my best trainings inside here, as you can see. And additionally, this also comes with a 6-week mastermind plus weekly coaching with me, and you can post inside the community. It's an active community, like you can see loads of people posting recently over here. All right, lots of good stuff going on there. So let's get back to this bad boy.
What's the real difference between a salesperson who's just good and one who's truly an elite closer? It's not magic. It's not some born talent. It's a recipe.
Right? Now, this is interesting because it's taken from a huge playbook, right? We have a huge playbook for our sales training when we train our reps and stuff like that. It's an 88-page document, which is ridiculous, right? And what we've done is we've actually turned that into a video, and not just that, we've turned it into an actual, like, quite interesting video that, you know, has animations, it has videos, it has voiceover, and we did it all in one click. So let's keep playing this now.
Proven step-by-step formula that has generated some serious revenue. And hey, when I say proven, I mean it. The standard operating procedure, the SOP, that we're about to walk through has pulled in over $10 million in revenue. So this isn't about guesswork, right? It's about executing a system that just flat out works again and again. So here are the 4 key ingredients we're going to cover.
So you see how it's broken down, the whole playbook, the 88-page book, into 4 simple steps, right? So it's simplified everything, it's animated everything, designed the whole presentation, talked us through the presentation, and it's also, let's be honest, like most people are not comfortable with their own voice on recording. Like most people cringe when they listen back to it. Whereas if you create something like this, you've got a full-blown presentation, ready to go, simplified, and it's completely free, right? Most of these other things you would have to pay quite a lot of money for. So, you know, if you were generating this with tools like Descript, like Opus Clips, if you were using HeyGen, etc., like these are all paid tools, right? You got to pay for this stuff. Whereas NotebookLM, they're just giving it out for free. So that's an example. You can also play this back on like multiple speeds. You can refresh and rewind and that sort of thing. But the other cool thing here is that you can actually share this with people, right? So for example, if I give someone the link and I copy this link over here, then I can share that video with other people, right? And I think you have to be logged into Google to actually view it, so I'm not going to view it on incognito. But if we go over here, we can see and share the video that we created, right, using that shareable link. So pretty simple and easy. And then the other cool thing here, using NotebookLM, is if we go over to the chat, we can actually ask it questions. So not only can you create that video or that podcast or that sort of thing, but you can also go inside here and you can say, okay, give me some ideas about what I should do on my first day of training, right? Let's say you got a new sales rep, you're trying to train them up. Instead of you answering all the same questions over and over again, you can just use this process as well. Let's wait for that to load. Yeah. And then it says, right, here's what you're going to do first day, right? Get the technical setup locked down, get the email calendar lined up, right? Dive deep into the playbook, read and internalize it, watch the sales crash course, etc. And so these are all the questions that you would normally get asked by your team or whatever, and you can now generate that directly. Now, it would also be really cool, for example, learning a language. So, for example, if you went into the audio overview, let me find an audio overview that we've done previously. I think this is one. Let's have a look. So this is a podcast. This is not the video version. Over here, let's play that.
You ever feel like you're just drowning in information, trying to stay well informed all the time? It's a lot.
It really is.
Exactly. What
All
if
right.
you could just
So what you've got here is two different AIs talking to each other. Now, you might think that's pretty cool, but it feels a little bit stale or whatever. So what you can actually do when you're playing this is you can join and then you can ask questions to the podcast hosts, right? So let me show you an example.
get to crucial fast?
That's pretty much the whole. Oh, hey, I think our listeners got something to say.
Hey, mate, I was just wondering, on our first day of sales training, what do you recommend doing?
Oh, that's a fantastic question. Starting strong on day one is key.
Absolutely. The sales training sales SOP document we're diving into actually has a whole section on this.
Yeah, it's called New Rep Onboarding Checklist and New Sales Rep Roadmap.
For your very first day.
So basically what we've done is ask it a question, and then the AI talks back to me, trained on that SOP, and then gives me the answers directly, right? Now, if you want to learn or see some examples of this, you can check out the AI Profit Boardroom. Inside here, we've got links to everything. We've got a full step-by-step process on how to use this. And also there's loads of training inside here on NotebookLM. If you just type in NotebookLM at the top, you can see all these different NotebookLM trainings we've got, right? So all the updates, how to create videos, how to use it with Gemini 2.5 Flash, etc. So really cool stuff there. And then the other thing you can do here is you can actually upload this to like SoundCloud and rank with that, right? So for example, let's have a look. What I've actually done here is you can see I've got an AI generated audio file that ranks on the first page of Google for how to do SoundCloud SEO, right? I've also got videos about this too. But essentially, if we go over here and we click on this,
musicians and content creators seeking to enhance their visibility.
This is a AI generated audio clip that ranks on the first page of Google using a similar process to NotebookLM, right? And so you can easily rack up a lot of potential leads, a lot of potential customers, etc. for your business using this process. This one audiobook has had 200 views and I wasn't even marketing it. I wasn't even trying. It's just one of those things where you can reach a lot of people by publishing across multiple different platforms. So really cool stuff right there. Very easy to do. Lucata says, is this in other languages besides English? Yes, it is. So you can actually, I don't think the video overviews are, but you can get outputs, especially in audio overviews, in different languages. So I'll come on to that in a second. I'll show you some example notebooks that we've created previously in different languages. So don't worry about that. And by the way, if you're watching the replay of this and you want to connect with me personally, or you want to jump on live calls like this, then you can just go inside the AI Profit Boardroom and jump on one of the 5 weekly calls that we have inside here, right? So if you jump on these calls, we have 10 automation masterclasses, we have weekly Q&A, we have training sessions with a PhD level scientist, Dr. Jeff, who can help you with AI. So all sorts of crazy stuff in there if you want to learn about this and you want to be right at the leading edge and get your questions answered. So let's go over here, let's see what we got. Yeah, so here's a Spanish one that I actually created, and you can see the source over here. So this is English video turned into Spanish, and then if we go on here, this will be in Spanish, right? This automation. So let's play this. Actually, that's not Spanish. I think that might be Afrikaans.
3.
Yeah.
Now, I have no idea what they're saying, but I know they're talking about Quen 3, and yeah, you can easily change the output. I think if you go to settings in the top right over here, then you're going to go to output language. You can select between all the different languages, right? And it's got pretty much every single language you could ever imagine inside there. All the main ones anyway. You know, a bit of Sino in there. Shout out to Philippines. What else we got here? We got some Chinese, Afrikaans, whatever you need, mate. It's all in there. And then also interestingly, what they actually have is these featured notebooks. So these are like featured notebooks you can watch about, for example, like William Shakespeare, parenting advice, all sorts of crazy stuff there as well. So it is absolutely amazing what you can do. The other cool thing here as well is this is your ultimate content machine, right? Because you can create a notebook that's trained on you, your business, etc. And then you can use that to create content. So let me show you an example of that, right? So we're going to go over here, we're going to create new, and then we can just add a website link. So I'm going to just add a bunch of URLs over here about me, my business, etc. I think we can stick with that, to be honest. For now, let's find the about me page on my website. There we go. All right. So we'll paste that in as well. So what we're trying to do here is just gather different URLs that we can use to start generating more personalized outputs to me and my business. That's the whole point. It's like, you don't want to create AI spam here. You're trying to create something that's personalized to you, your business, etc. So what this is doing is it's now feeding in the sources of what we talked about previously. So it's got the About Me page, case studies, my main homepage, etc. And now we've got a custom trained GPT based on me and my business, right? So now if we say, okay, create a SEO blog about, I don't know, let's go back to that example before, SEO training Honiton as Julian Goldie with CTAs to his funnels in the style of Alex Hormozy, right? Make it super personalized. So now inside the chat, this is trained on all of my website links, and it's using that to generate a personalized blog about me, but for the keyword that we want to rank for, right? Okay, so it's like, my agency, Goldie Agency, has helped 70 experts, blah, 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 ready to start publishing and praying. Here's a free SEO strategy session, and then we've got the links over there. Right? You can also refresh that. You can actually change the conversational style, so you can say, okay, analyst guide or custom, so you can put custom instructions right there, and then also define your response length. So do you want it longer, do you want it shorter, etc. And then you can create a video and an audio overview about whatever your brand is. Pretty simple and easy. Now, if we go back over here, the video generated has been created over here. And if we go back, have a look here. Yeah, so the video overview and the audio overview are now ready for Perplexity AI SEO that we talked about earlier. And Lucata says, can you upload PowerPoint files or only Google Slides? I think you could actually add a PowerPoint file. Let's have a look. You just upload it to Google Drive and then insert it, I think. The other thing you could do is just convert it into a Google slide, or you could paste all the text and then paste it down here. So you could paste the text down there as well. Or you could actually just upload the file directly here. And it supports PDF, text, markdown. So you could save your presentation as a PDF and then upload it directly there. All right, so let's pull up this video that we've got.
All right,
So just to clarify here, this is trained on that YouTube video that gave. So it's 6 minutes 45 long, right? Which is pretty long, really.
Right into it. Today, I am going to show you a secret AI SEO method. One site used it to get an absolutely massive flood of traffic, and I promise you, it's something almost nobody is talking about yet. So, here's the big question. How do you get 87,000 website visitors and fast? Going from basically zero to a number like that in just a few days, it sounds like a fantasy, right? It's not. It's all about jumping on a brand new opportunity before the rest of the world catches on. The secret is a new feature that's part of an AI tool, and it's hiding in plain sight. Most people just don't even know it's there. So today, we're gonna pull back that curtain and show you exactly what it is, and more importantly, how you can use it. Okay, so the tool is called Perplexity Pages. Now,
Alright, so you can see it's not just like static presentation, it's not really boring to watch, etc. It's got a cool voiceover, and then, you know, you could probably download that and then post it to YouTube. I bet a lot of people are doing that, honestly. So it's a potential money-making opportunity because you can actually monetize your YouTube channel as well, and also does it process images within PDF files? I'm not sure on that 100%, to be honest with you. I don't want to be SEO and tell you, yeah, it can or it can't, etc. But yeah, pretty cool. Really cool stuff. And then we've also got the podcast over here.
You know, getting eyeballs on your content online is it's always a challenge, right?
Oh, absolutely.
But what if I told you about the site feature? I saw the stat. 0 to like 87,000 in just a few days.
Wow.
All from a feature most people probably haven't even heard of.
Okay, you got my attention.
So today, yeah, we're doing a deep dive. We're looking into Perplexity AI, specifically this Pages feature, and we want to unpack the secrets to why some stuff gets massive traffic there and other content just vanishes.
And we've got some really interesting material to work with today. It's from a new YouTube source, actually. It unpacks this leaked info from a researcher.
And then if we pull this up, let's have a look. Now, some people, Lucata is saying it'd be nice if you could remove the watermark here. To be honest, yeah, I don't know how that works in terms of commercial licensing and that sort of thing. I'm not a legal expert at all. But yeah, you can see there is a slight watermark in the bottom right there. But I don't think it's not that noticeable for most people. Maybe it would, I don't know whether maybe on YouTube in the future they'll penalize videos created with NotebookLM. That would be interesting to know as well. But yeah, there you go. And then Yeti says, how do you add screenshots to the source in NotebookLM? Let's have a look here. So if we add source, you probably want to upload it as a PDF, the image file. Potentially, let's have a look here. No, I don't think you can. Can we add? Yeah, oh, you probably want to add it as a PDF, but I don't think you can really add images to the source as far as I'm aware. It doesn't seem to use your images, if that makes sense. And Black Mouse says, I've been using this podcast for my website a few months now. It's pretty great. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, it's pretty wild what you can do with this and how you can create it and that sort of thing. So, thanks so much for watching. That is how to use NotebookLM, how to generate videos with it. Again, you can use it for free. It has been rolled out to the whole world recently. If you want to get the full step-by-step process on exactly how to do this, check out the AI Profit Boardroom. It comes with all of my best trainings, step-by-step tutorials, masterclasses, etc. You also get 5 weekly calls in here, so you can actually jump on the Q&A calls, the NA10 automation masterclasses, the weekly masterclasses as well. We have a 6-week roadmap as well, so if you're like not sure how to use AI or you're starting from scratch, you can just follow this process, and week by week we show you exactly how to start learning how to build AI agents, like even how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes, how to build AI automations, more advanced stuff as well. And this is a 6-week masterclass with homework, so that you literally, if you're starting from zero, you can learn everything you need. And if you're more advanced, you can check out the crash course. We have tons of great NA10 templates. On top of that, we have an agency course if you want to learn how to scale and get clients with AI automation. And on top of that, we have a YouTube roadmap, which is a 6-week roadmap, plus all my best AI SEO directly there. Top of that, inside here, you can post inside the community, get your questions answered. So for example here, Yasin posted, we got back to him straight away. And then additionally, the prices are going up soon. So make sure you sign up now before you miss out. There's only 24 spots left at the current price. So if you sign up now, you can lock in your lifetime deal. If you sign up later, then it's going to cost you more money and you'll pay an extra price. And we never reduce the price, we always increase it, because we want to just keep the quality high, and we can only let so many people in. So feel free to get that link in the comments and description. If you like, Julian, I just want you to do everything for me. I want to become a client. I want to pay you monthly to build AI automations, etc. Then feel free to book in an AI automation session. On that call, what we're going to do is we are going to audit your time, then we're going to figure out what systems you need to build, and then we're going to go off and build it for you as you become our client. All right, so feel free to book that in. Appreciate you watching, and I will see you on the next one. Yeti says Gemini 3 is more powerful than GPT-5. We will see. And Lucata says, do you know any news about Gemini 3? I think it's coming out soon. Usually they release everything about the same time. So I would expect DeepSeek R2 to come out pretty soon. And I would expect Gemini 3 to come out pretty soon as well. Yeah, and again, if you want to personally connect with me, a lot of people say, how can I have a conversation with you? How can I reach out to you, etc. The only place in the world that I respond to DMs is the AI Profit Boardroom. So hope to see you in there, and I will see you on the next one. Cheers, bye.
Google just dropped something huge for NotebookLM, and it's going to change how you learn forever. I'm talking about video overviews. This is big, this is revolutionary, and it's going to save you hours every single week. Today I'm going to show you exactly how this new feature works and why every business owner, student, and content creator needs to know about this right now. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Let me tell you something. I've been using NotebookLM since it came out, and when I saw Google's official announcement on Twitter, I literally stopped everything I was doing. Google posted, today we're introducing video overviews in NotebookLM, a visual alternative to audio overviews. Dive deeper with short, engaging slide summaries using images, diagrams, quotes, and data from your sources, narrated by your AI host. This changes everything. You know how NotebookLM became famous for those crazy good podcast conversations, where you upload your documents and 2 AI hosts have this amazing discussion about your content? Well, forget everything you think you know, because Google just made it visual. And here's the thing, most people don't understand yet. This isn't just about making videos. This is about changing how your brain processes information. Google literally just announced this on Twitter with, oh, you thought that was it? In addition to our new look, we've got some new tricks too. Video overviews are starting rollout today. English plus desktop only to start. Create visually engaging slide summaries of your notebook content. We can't wait to see what you make. This is rolling out right now as I'm making this video. See, Google has been working on this since their I/O conference in May, but they just rolled it out to everyone. And I mean everyone. You don't need to pay anything extra. You don't need special access. If you have NotebookLM, you have this feature right now. And here's what makes this different from every other AI tool out there. NotebookLM only uses your documents. It doesn't hallucinate. It doesn't make stuff up. It only works with what you give it. So when it creates these videos, everything is based on your content. Now let me show you exactly what video overviews do. You upload your document, could be a PDF, could be a research paper, could be your business plan, could be meeting notes, doesn't matter. Then you click video overview, and here's where the magic happens. And here's exactly what you get. These aren't just slideshows. These are professional-looking videos with standard video controls. You can pause, rewind, skip forward. You can adjust the playback speed. The videos have titles like the Explainer series. They look polished, they look professional, and they're created from your content in minutes. The AI creates a narrator, a professional host, and this host doesn't just read your document. They create new visuals. They pull in your images. They highlight your quotes. They show your data. and they explain everything in a way that actually makes sense. But here's the crazy part. You can tell it exactly what you want. You can say, I'm an expert in marketing, but I know nothing about finance. Focus on the financial parts. Or you can say, make this for my team who are beginners. Or, I need this explained to college students. The level of customization is incredible. You're not just getting generic videos, you're getting exactly what you need for your specific situation. Now, let me show you exactly what this looks like in practice, because I've been testing this with real documents, and the results are insane. I uploaded a comprehensive SEO research paper from 2025, 50 pages of technical SEO strategies, algorithm updates, and optimization techniques. Complex stuff that would take hours to read and understand. I created a video overview and got a clear visual explanation of the key strategies in under 10 minutes. The AI pulled out the most important ranking factors, explained the algorithm changes, and showed me exactly what I need to focus on for 2025.
So, you're trying to get your stuff seen online, and you've probably noticed that something just feels off, right? All the old tricks, the old rules of SEO, they just don't seem to be working anymore. Well, today, we're going to dig into exactly what changed, why it changed, and what the new rules are for winning on this much, much smarter web of 2025.
Then I tested it with a business plan document, 40 pages of financial projections, market analysis, competitive research, again, dense information that's hard to digest. The video overview turned it into a clear presentation showing the key business opportunities, financial highlights, and strategic recommendations. Perfect for presenting to investors or team members who don't have time to read the full plan.
All right, welcome to the Explainer. Today we are diving into something really interesting, a look at business plans that pulls together some ideas you might not expect to see side by side. You know, before you jump into any big project, what's the first step? It's not action, it's taking a pause.
I even tried it with a UN document about mental health in the workplace, technical health research, statistics, policy recommendations. The video overview made complex health concepts easy to understand, highlighted the key statistics, and explained the practical applications for business leaders.
All right, today we're jumping into a totally different way to think about mental health, a way that really moves past the simple labels we're all so used to hearing. So let me ask you something right off the bat. When you think about mental health, do you see it as a simple on-off switch? You know, you're either sick or you're fine.
Then I tested it with an artificial intelligence research paper, dense academic content about AI fundamentals, machine learning concepts, and technical implementations. The video overview broke down complex AI terminology into simple explanations, showed the relationships between different AI concepts, and made cutting-edge research accessible to anyone.
All right, let's dive right in. Today, we are talking about artificial intelligence. You hear the term AI pretty much everywhere, right? It's in your phone, it's in your car. But what does it actually mean? Well, it all kicks off with one big question. What if a machine could actually think?
And here's where it gets really interesting. I uploaded one of my own YouTube scripts about GPT-5. The AI analyzed my content structure, pulled out the key points, and created a visual summary showing how I organize information for maximum impact. This is like having an AI analyze your own content strategy and show you what works.
All right, today we are jumping headfirst into a really fascinating source document. It's packed with a ton of unconfirmed leaks, but they are super compelling about what could be the next huge leap in AI, GPT-5.
The variety is incredible. Research papers, business documents, technical reports, policy papers, even your own content. Whatever you upload, NotebookLM turns it into clear visual explanations that actually make sense. Now, here's what most people are missing. This isn't just about learning faster. This is about teaching faster. Think about this. You have a complex process in your business. Instead of writing a 20-page manual that nobody reads, you upload it to NotebookLM, you get a video that explains everything perfectly. Your team actually watches it. They actually understand it. Your onboarding time goes from weeks to days. You have a research paper for your industry. Instead of hoping people read it, you create a video overview. You share that video. People actually consume your content. They actually understand what you're trying to say. This is how you scale knowledge. This is how you scale understanding. This is how you scale your business. Now, here's something that's going to help you take this even further, because NotebookLM is amazing, but it's just one tool. If you want to really scale your business with AI, you need to know about all the tools. You need to know the strategies. You need to know the systems. That's why I created the AI Success Lab. Inside, you get access to over 100 different AI tutorials. You get step-by-step processes for everything. You get the exact SOPs we use in our agency. And right now, there are over 14,000 members inside learning these strategies every single day. Here's what you get. Complete video training on every major AI tool, not just NotebookLM, but ChatGPT, Claude, Midjourney, everything. You get the templates, you get the prompts, you get the workflows, and you get new tutorials every single week. But here's the thing, you don't just get the training, you get the community, 14,000 people sharing what's working, sharing new tools, sharing results. When you join something with 14,000 members, you're not just getting training, you're getting access to a movement. And every day inside the school feed, I share new tutorials, new case studies, new strategies, stuff you won't find anywhere else. The link is in the comments and description. But let me get back to NotebookLM because there's more you need to know. Google also made some huge upgrades to the Studio panel. Google just posted on Twitter saying, introducing our brand new Studio UI, rolling out today. You can create multiple outputs from the same sources, including audio overviews in different languages, listen to audio overviews while using other features like chat and FAQ, select sources when creating outputs. This is massive. Before this update, you could only create one audio overview per notebook, one mind map, one study guide. That was it. If you wanted different versions, you had to create new notebooks. It was messy. It was confusing. Now, you can create unlimited outputs in one notebook. Want 5 different audio overviews? Done. Want 3 video overviews for different audiences? Done. Want multiple mind maps focusing on different chapters? Done. Everything lives in one place. Everything is organized. And here's the best part. You can multitask. You can listen to an audio overview while looking at a mind map. You can watch a video while reading a study guide. And they made it so simple. 4 big tiles at the top. Audio overview, video overview, mind map, report, one click, and you're creating content. Now, here's something Google announced that nobody's talking about. They're just getting started with video formats. Right now, it's narrated slides, but they're working on more formats, more ways to turn your documents into visual content. And Google knows this is blowing up. They literally tweeted, seeing all the articles and blog posts about the new video overviews launch, but don't have the time to read them all. We got you. They're seeing the massive response to this feature. Everyone is talking about it. Everyone is writing about it. This is the moment to jump on this trend. Right now, this video overview feature is rolling out in English only, desktop only to start, but Google says more languages and mobile support are coming soon. The fact that they started with English and desktop means they're being strategic about this rollout. They want to get it right. And you can control this process. In the customization options, you can tell it to focus on specific sections. You can tell it your learning goals. You can describe your audience. The more specific you are, the better the output becomes. You can download these videos as MP4 files. You can share them with public links. You can use this for client presentations. Now, here's what I want you to do. After you watch this video, I want you to go to NotebookLM. I want you to upload a document, something important to your business, and I want you to create both an audio overview and a video overview. Compare them, see how the visual elements help you understand the content differently, see how the narrator explains concepts, see how it pulls out the key insights, then think about how you can use this in your business, because that's where the real value is. Not just in the cool technology, but in how you apply it to get results. And speaking of results, let me tell you about our AI Profit Boardroom. This is where business owners come to learn how to scale with AI. We have over 1,000 members inside, and every single one of them is focused on one thing, using AI to get more customers and save hundreds of hours with automation. Inside the boardroom, you get direct access to our team, you get case studies from real businesses, you get the exact systems we use to scale our agency, and you get a community of people who are actually implementing this stuff and getting results. If you're serious about using AI to grow your business, this is where you need to be. The link is in the comments and description, but whether you join the boardroom or not, you need to start using NotebookLM today. Because this video feature is just the beginning. Google is going to keep adding more formats, more capabilities, more ways to turn information into understanding. The businesses that figure this out first are going to have a massive advantage. They're going to be able to learn faster, teach faster, scale faster. Don't wait for everyone else to catch up. Start now. And if you want help with your overall SEO and digital marketing strategy, we're offering free strategy sessions. These are 30-minute calls where we analyze your current situation and show you exactly what you need to do to get more leads and customers. No pitch, no pressure, just value. The link to book is in the comments and description. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. Let me know if you've tried the new video feature. Let me know what you think. Let me know how you're planning to use it in your business. And if this video helped you understand how to use NotebookLM's new video feature, hit that like button, subscribe for more AI updates, and share this with anyone who needs to know about this tool. Because the future belongs to people who can turn information into understanding, and tools like NotebookLM are making that possible for everyone. The question is, are you going to use them? Hey, today I'm going to show you Google's newest update that's about to change everything. They just dropped video overviews, and it's insane. You can now turn your documents into actual videos with AI voices talking about your content. This is huge for content creators and businesses. It's rolling out today, and I'm going to show you exactly how to use it. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. So Google just announced something that blew my mind. NotebookLM now has video overviews. And let me tell you, this is not just another small update. This is massive. You know how NotebookLM already had those audio overviews where two AI hosts would have a conversation about your uploaded documents? Well, now they're doing the same thing, but with video. Actual video content with AI avatars discussing your materials. Here's what's crazy. You upload your documents, your research, your notes, whatever you have. And NotebookLM creates a video overview where AI hosts talk about your content, they discuss the key points, they ask questions, they make it engaging. But wait, there's more. And I know that sounds like an infomercial, but stick with me because this gets better. The video overviews are starting to roll out today. Right now it's English and desktop only to start. But Google says they're expanding this fast. More languages, mobile support, all of that is coming. Now here's where this gets really interesting for businesses and content creators. Think about what you can do with this. You have a research paper, turn it into a video. You have meeting notes, video overview. You have a business plan, boom, video discussion about it. The applications are endless, and I'm going to tell you exactly how to use this in ways that most people won't even think of. First, let's talk about what makes this different from just regular AI video creation. NotebookLM doesn't just create generic content, it's analyzing your specific documents, your specific information, your specific data. So when these AI hosts are talking, they're talking about your stuff, they're referencing your sources, they're discussing your ideas. It's personalized in a way that's never been possible before. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below and let me know what you think about this update. Now, here's something most people are missing. This isn't just about creating videos. This is about understanding your content better. When you listen to these AI hosts discuss your documents, you're getting insights you might have missed. They're connecting dots between different parts of your content. They're asking questions that make you think deeper. They're highlighting important points in a conversational way that's easy to understand. But let's get practical. How are you actually going to use this? Because that's what matters. For students, this is game-changing. Upload your textbook chapters, your lecture notes, your research papers. Get video overviews that help you study. Instead of reading through hundreds of pages, you get a conversation that covers the key points. For businesses, think about this. You have quarterly reports, market research, competitive analysis. Upload it to NotebookLM and get video summaries that you can share with your team. Your employees can watch a video instead of reading through dense documents. For content creators, this opens up new possibilities. You can take your research and turn it into video content. You can repurpose existing materials in ways you never could before. Now, Google also teased some other updates coming to NotebookLM. There's a new UI rolling out, and from what I can see, it looks cleaner and more intuitive. The current interface works fine, but interfaces matter. When tools are easier to use, people use them more, and when people use them more, they get better results. But back to the video overviews. Let me tell you what I think is really happening here. NotebookLM has evolved beyond just research. It now offers powerful content creation capabilities. Think about it. You start with documents and research. NotebookLM helps you understand and analyze that information. Then it creates audio overviews, now video overviews. What's next? Probably full presentations, maybe even courses. This is Google's play in the AI content creation space, and they're doing it in a smart way. Instead of starting from scratch, they're building on top of information you already have. Here's what you need to understand about video overviews specifically. Video overviews create narrated slideshow presentations with visuals pulled from your documents. If you want to get the most out of AI tools like this and 100 other AI use cases, you need to check out the AI Success Lab. I'll put the link in the comments and description. It has over 14,000 members, and we're constantly sharing the latest AI tools and strategies. The quality of these video overviews is impressive. The voices sound natural, the conversation flows well, it doesn't feel robotic or forced.
You know, for over 400 years, one play has pretty much defined the very idea of tragedy. All right, so picture this. We're on the freezing, windswept battlements of Elsinore Castle in Denmark.
And that's important because if it felt fake, people wouldn't watch. But here's where this gets really interesting for SEO and content marketing. You can use these video overviews as starting points for your own content. Upload your research, get the video overview, then use that as inspiration for your own videos or articles. The AI might bring up points you hadn't considered. It might frame your information in ways that are more engaging. You can take those insights and create better content. Now let's talk about the technical side for a minute. Google hasn't released all the details about how this works behind the scenes, but based on what we know about their other AI tools, it's probably using their Gemini models. The fact that they can create coherent conversations between AI hosts shows how far natural language processing has come. Just a year ago, this would have been much harder to do well. And the timing is perfect. Video content is still the most engaging format online. People would rather watch a video than read a document. So turning documents into videos makes perfect sense. But here's what I think most people will miss. The real value isn't just in watching these videos yourself, it's in sharing them with others. You can take complex information and make it accessible to people who wouldn't read the original documents. Think about that for your business. You have industry reports that your customers should know about, but they're dense and technical. Upload them to NotebookLM, get a video overview, then share that with your audience. You're providing value while saving them time. For educators, this is huge. You can take academic papers and turn them into videos that students actually want to watch. Complex topics become more approachable when they're presented as conversations. And for researchers, you can use this to get different perspectives on your work. Sometimes hearing your research discussed by AI hosts helps you see gaps or opportunities you missed. Now let's talk about what's coming next. Google says video overviews are just the beginning. They're working on more languages and mobile support, but I think there's more coming that they haven't announced yet. Based on patterns with other Google AI tools, I expect we'll see customization options. Maybe you can choose different types of hosts, maybe you can adjust the conversation style, maybe you can specify what aspects to focus on. I also think we'll see integration with other Google tools. Imagine uploading documents to Google Drive and automatically getting video overviews, or having these overviews automatically created for Google Docs as you work on them. The possibilities are endless, and that's what makes this exciting. We're not just getting a new feature, we're getting a glimpse of how AI will change how we consume and create content. Here's my prediction. Within 6 months, video overviews will be available in dozens of languages. Within a year, they'll be integrated across Google's ecosystem. And within 2 years, this type of AI-generated video content will be everywhere. But right now, today, you have an opportunity to be early. You can start experimenting with this while most people don't even know it exists. You can figure out the best use cases for your specific situation. And that's always been my approach with AI tools. Get in early, experiment, find what works, then scale it up. The people who do this consistently are the ones who stay ahead. For my agency, we're already thinking about how to use this for client reports. Instead of sending dense documents, we could provide video overviews that explain our strategies and results. It's more engaging and easier to understand. For content creators, think about using this for research summaries. Upload industry reports, get video overviews, then create your own content based on those insights. You're adding value while saving research time. The key is to think beyond the obvious use cases. Yes, you can use this to summarize documents, but what else can you do? How can you use this to create something new? How can you use it to serve your audience better? And remember, this is just the beginning. Google is clearly investing heavily in NotebookLM. They see the potential in AI-powered research and content creation tools, so whatever they're releasing now is probably just a fraction of what's coming. My advice, start using NotebookLM now if you're not already. Get familiar with how it works, understand its strengths and limitations. Then when new features like video overviews roll out, you'll be ready to take full advantage. Because here's what I've learned after years of working with AI tools. The people who succeed are the ones who adapt quickly. They don't wait for perfect tools. They use what's available and find ways to get value from it. NotebookLM's video overviews represent something bigger than just a new feature. They represent the future of how we'll interact with information. Instead of reading through documents, we'll have AI create engaging summaries for us. This changes everything for education, for business, for content creation. And if you're not paying attention to these developments, you're going to be left behind. So here's what I want you to do. Try NotebookLM if you haven't already. Upload some documents, play with the audio overviews, and when video overviews become available to you, experiment with those too. Don't just use it once and forget about it. Make it part of your workflow, find ways to integrate it into how you work and create content, because the people who do that are going to have massive advantages. The future is here. AI is changing how we create and consume content, and tools like NotebookLM are just the beginning. The question is, are you going to embrace this change or get left behind? If you want to stay ahead of all these AI developments and learn how to use them to grow your business, you need to join my AI Profit Boardroom. It's the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds with AI automation. We currently have 1,000 members who are all leveraging AI to grow their businesses. And if you want personalized help with your SEO strategy, I'm offering free SEO strategy sessions. The link is in the comments and description below. My team and I will analyze your website and show you exactly how to get more traffic and customers. Remember, inside the AI Success Lab, we have SOPs and processes for everything we've discussed today, plus over 100 use cases for AI tools. You can see how we have a checklist of 100 different tutorials that we give away as freebies every day inside the school feed. You can get all the video notes from there and access all our trainings. With over 14,000 members, you'll be part of something bigger, and you won't want to miss out on what everyone else is learning. The links are in the comments and description. Don't wait. Start leveraging AI today and get ahead of the competition. Today, I'm going to blow your mind with Google's newest NotebookLM update that nobody's talking about. They just dropped something called Featured Notebooks, and it's absolutely insane. We're talking about instant access to expert content from The Economist, The Atlantic, and best-selling authors. For free, this changes everything about how you research and learn, and I'm about to show you exactly how to use it to get smarter faster than ever before. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Look, I've been using NotebookLM, and this update is different. This isn't just another AI tool getting a small feature. This is Google turning NotebookLM into something that could replace how you consume information forever. Google just partnered with some of the biggest names in publishing: The Economist, The Atlantic, best-selling authors like Eric Topol and Arthur Brooks, and they created something called Featured Notebooks. These aren't just random documents, these are curated collections of expert knowledge that you can interact with in ways that have never been possible before. Here's what makes this insane. You don't just read this content, you talk to it, you ask it questions, you get answers with citations, and the AI creates podcasts from it automatically. I'm talking about longevity advice from Eric Topol, the guy who wrote Super Ages, expert predictions for 2025 from The Economist's annual World Ahead report, life advice from Arthur Brooks, how to build a life columns in The Atlantic. But here's where it gets crazy. They also included the complete works of William Shakespeare, a science guide to Yellowstone National Park, parenting advice based on actual psychology research. And this is just the beginning. Google says they're adding more featured notebooks every month with additional collections from The Economist and The Atlantic. Let me explain why this is such a big deal. Before this update, you had to find your own sources, you had to upload your own documents, you had to curate your own content. Now Google has done all the heavy lifting for you. They've partnered with world-class experts and publications to create ready-to-use notebooks filled with high-quality information. Want to learn about longevity from one of the world's leading experts? It's already there. Want to understand what's coming in 2025 from The Economist's best analysts? Ready to go. Want life advice from Arthur Brooks, who writes for The Atlantic? Available instantly. Each featured notebook comes with pre-generated audio overviews. These sound like podcasts where two AI hosts discuss the content, but you can also ask questions, explore specific topics, and get answers with citations pointing back to the original sources. You can use the Mind Maps feature to see how ideas connect visually. You can create study guides, briefing documents, and FAQs, all based on expert content that would normally cost you hundreds or thousands of dollars to access. And here's the crazy part, it's all completely free. Here's exactly what you can do with these featured notebooks. Go to notebooklm.google.com and click on the Featured Notebooks tab. You'll see collections from The Economist, The Atlantic, and other expert partners. Click on any notebook that interests you. Let's say you pick The Economist's 2025 predictions. You can read the original articles from their World Ahead report, but here's where it gets interesting. You can ask the AI specific questions about the content. What does The Economist think will happen to AI regulation in 2025? How will the economy change next year? The AI gives you detailed answers with citations. You can generate an audio overview that turns the content into a podcast discussion. Two AI hosts will talk about the key points like they're on a talk show, and you can listen to this while walking, driving, or working out. But here's the part that blew my mind. You can join these podcast conversations. While the AI hosts are talking, you can interrupt and ask questions. It's like having a personal conversation with experts who have read everything about the topic. You can also create mind maps that show how different ideas connect visually. The AI breaks down complex topics into visual networks that help you understand relationships between concepts. Let me show you what's available right now. The World Ahead 2025 with 70 sources. This is The Economist's comprehensive analysis of what's coming next year. Economics, politics, technology, global trends, everything you need to know about 2025. Secrets of the Super Ages with 17 sources. This contains expert insights on healthy aging and living longer from leading longevity researchers. Q1 earnings reports for top 50 corporations with 91 sources. This is massive. Financial data and analysis from the biggest companies in the world. Perfect for investors and business strategists. Parenting advice for the digital age with 21 sources. Psychology-based guidance for raising kids in our technology-driven world. How to build a life from The Atlantic with 46 sources. This is Arthur Brooks' life advice columns focused on well-being, happiness, and building a meaningful life. William Shakespeare. The complete plays with 44 sources. Every play the bard ever wrote. Ready for AI-powered exploration and analysis. The Science Fan's Guide to Visiting Yellowstone with 17 sources. Geological explanations. Biodiversity insights, and everything you need to understand this natural wonder. Trends in health, wealth, and happiness, long-term data, and analysis on human well-being from leading research institutions, and they're adding more every month. Google confirmed they'll continue expanding the collection with additional content from The Economist, The Atlantic, and new partners. This changes how we consume expert knowledge forever. Instead of buying books, courses, or expensive reports, you get direct access to expert insights through an AI interface that can answer your specific questions. Instead of reading hundreds of pages to find what you need, you can ask targeted questions and get immediate answers with citations. Instead of struggling to understand complex topics, you can listen to AI-generated podcasts that break everything down in simple terms. And instead of forgetting what you learned, you can create personalized study materials, quizzes, and visual maps that help you retain the information. This is like having personal access to the world's top experts, available 24/7, completely free. Now, if you want to take your AI game to the next level, you need to check out my AI Success Lab. I've got over 100 use cases showing you exactly how to use tools like NotebookLM to grow your business. There's SOPs, processes, and video tutorials for everything. We've got 14,000 members already, and they're getting results fast. Link is in the comments and description. Now, featured notebooks are just the beginning. Most people don't realize that NotebookLM has been this powerful all along. You can create your own notebooks with any content you want. Let me show you what else you can do with NotebookLM that most people have no idea about. You can upload YouTube videos, Google Docs, PDFs, audio files, web pages, whatever you want. The AI processes all of this content and lets you interact with it in the same way as the featured notebooks. Here's something that will blow your mind. You can create audio overviews from any content you upload. The AI generates podcast-style discussions between two hosts about your documents. But here's the crazy part. You can interrupt these conversations and ask questions. While the AI hosts are discussing your content, you can jump in and say, "Wait, can you explain that part about sales objections?" And they'll respond directly to you. You can share any notebook you create with your team or make it completely public. Over 140,000 public notebooks have been created since this feature launched. I create training notebooks for new hires. I generate audio overviews they can listen to, like podcasts. I share the links with my team so they can access everything from anywhere. You can also customize everything, change the response style from conversational to analyst to PhD level, adjust response length, create custom personas for specific use cases. And you can generate everything in 35 different languages. Need training materials in Spanish? No problem. Want a French version of your research? Done. The Mind Maps feature works with any content you upload, not just featured notebooks. Upload your business documents and the AI creates visual maps showing how different concepts connect. I uploaded our entire sales process, and the AI created a mind map showing how discovery, objection handling, closing, and follow-up all connect. My team can see the big picture instead of just individual steps. Think about market research. Instead of spending days reading reports, you upload them to NotebookLM and have conversations about what they mean for your business. Think about competitor analysis, upload your competitors' content, and ask the AI to identify their strategies and weaknesses. Think about training your team, create notebooks with your company knowledge. Generate audio overviews they can listen to like podcasts. Let new hires ask questions to get up to speed faster. Think about customer support. Create notebooks with your product documentation and FAQs. Your support team can get instant answers with citations. You can even create quizzes and study materials from your training content. The AI automatically generates test questions based on what you upload. Your team can quiz themselves to make sure they actually learned the material. Now, if you're a power user or running a business, there is NotebookLM Plus. This gives you 5 times more audio overviews, notebooks, and sources per notebook. You can customize the style and tone of everything the AI creates. You can create shared notebooks for your team with usage analytics, and you get enterprise-level security and support. But even the free version is incredibly powerful. You get 20 sources per notebook and 100 audio overviews per month, which is more than most people will ever need. Google isn't slowing down. Video overviews are rolling out soon. Instead of just audio, the AI will create visual presentations from your documents. Think of it like having the AI turn your research into a TED talk. They also launched mobile apps for Android and iOS. Now you can access all these features from your phone. You can listen to audio overviews offline and add sources by sharing web pages directly to NotebookLM. This is Google's play to own the research and learning space. And they're winning. This notebook update with featured notebooks is a game changer. You get instant access to expert knowledge from The Economist, The Atlantic, and best-selling authors for free. But the real power comes when you combine featured notebooks with your own content. Upload your business documents, competitor research, and industry reports. Create custom learning experiences for your team. If you're not using this, you're falling behind. Your competitors, who figure this out first, will have a massive advantage. The featured notebooks show you what's possible, but the full NotebookLM platform lets you apply these capabilities to your own information and business. If you want to stay ahead of these changes, you need to be in my AI Profit Boardroom. That's where I share the latest AI updates and strategies before anyone else. We've got 1,000 members scaling their businesses with AI automation. It's the best place to network with other entrepreneurs who are serious about using AI to grow. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. and let me know what you think about this NotebookLM update. And if you want to take your SEO to the next level, book a free SEO strategy session. Link is in the comments and description. We'll show you exactly how to get more leads and customers from search. The future of information is here, and it's free. Go try NotebookLM right now and see what I'm talking about. This is just the beginning. The companies and people who embrace these tools first will dominate their industries. Don't get left behind. Today I'm going to show you the biggest NotebookLM update ever. This is massive. Google just changed everything about how you research. You can now talk to AI hosts like they're real people. You can see your notes as mind maps that think for you. And it's all free. This will save you hours every single day. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency, Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Listen, Google just dropped something that's going to change how you work forever. And most people don't even know it exists yet. I've been testing this for weeks. And what I'm about to show you is not normal. This is the kind of update that makes your old way of doing research look like using a typewriter when everyone else has computers. NotebookLM just got the biggest update in its history. And I mean big, we're talking interactive mind maps, we're talking about having conversations with AI hosts, we're talking about features that didn't exist last month. But here's what nobody's telling you. This isn't just another AI tool update. This is Google saying we're done playing around. They want to own how you research, how you learn, how you process information. And they might just succeed, because what they built is scary good. Before I show you exactly what changed, make sure you grab the free NotebookLM training with step-by-step processes and over 100 AI use cases. Link is in the comments and description to the AI Success Lab. Let me show you exactly what changed, and more importantly, how to use these new features to get results most people will never figure out. First, let's talk about the mind maps. This just rolled out in March, and it's insane. You upload your documents, your PDFs, your research, whatever, and NotebookLM doesn't just read it anymore. It thinks about it, it connects the dots, then it shows you a visual map of every single idea and how they all link together. Think about this. You're working on a project, you have 10 different sources, 20 pages each. That's 200 pages of information your brain has to process and connect. Before this update, you'd spend hours trying to figure out how everything fits together. Now, NotebookLM does it in seconds. It creates a mind map that shows you the big picture instantly. I tested this with a sales training project for my team. I uploaded our complete sales recipe, our process documents, training materials, all the systems we use to close deals, all different formats from our internal documents. NotebookLM created a mind map that connected everything. It broke down our sales process into sections like useful knowledge, our service explained, sales manifesto, how to book meetings, follow-ups, and even our core values. It organized our entire sales system in a way that made perfect sense. And here's the crazy part. You can click on any part of the mind map and it takes you deeper, like clicking on search engine optimization might expand to show technical SEO, content optimization, and link building. Then each of those expands further. It's like having a research assistant who not only read everything, but also organized it in the exact way your brain needed to see it. But the mind maps are just the beginning. Wait until you hear about the interactive audio feature. Remember those audio overviews NotebookLM created? The AI hosts that would discuss your documents like a podcast? Well, now you can join the conversation, that's right. You can literally interrupt the AI hosts and ask them questions. They'll answer you directly using only the information from your sources. I was listening to an audio overview about my AI super agent showdown video. The AI hosts were discussing Agent Zero, Manus, GenSpark, and Perplexity Labs. I had a specific question about how to use these tools for my business, so I hit the join button and asked them directly, what's the best way to use Agent Zero for an SEO agency? They stopped their conversation, addressed my question perfectly, told me Agent Zero could automate content creation, generate visuals for blog posts, and research specific topics because it can browse the web autonomously. Then they continued their discussion. It's like having two expert consultants who know everything about your specific project, and you can interrupt them anytime to get clarification. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. But here's where it gets really interesting. Google also launched NotebookLM Plus. This is the premium version, and the features are next level. NotebookLM Plus gives you 5 times more audio overviews, 5 times more notebooks, 5 times more sources per notebook, plus you get advanced customization options and team collaboration features. But here's what I really love about NotebookLM Plus. You get shared notebooks with usage analytics, so if you're working with a team, you can see exactly how everyone is using the research, what questions they're asking, what sources they're focusing on. For agencies like mine, this is huge. We can have entire teams collaborating on client research in real time. Everyone can see what everyone else is discovering. No more duplicate work, no more missed insights. The new interface is also completely redesigned. They split everything into 3 panels. Sources panel where you manage all your documents, chat panel where you talk with the AI, Studio panel where you create study guides, briefing docs, and audio overviews. It's so much cleaner, so much more intuitive. You're not jumping between different sections anymore. Everything flows together. And speaking of sources, they added something called Discover Sources. This is brilliant. You tell NotebookLM what topic you're researching, and it finds related sources from the web automatically. Then you can add these sources directly to your notebook. So instead of spending hours searching for relevant information, NotebookLM does the heavy lifting. It finds sources you might have missed, sources that are directly relevant to your research. I tested this with content for my AI Profit Boardroom community. I uploaded one of my NotebookLM tutorial videos. Then I asked it to give me 15 use cases of NotebookLM for my AI Profit Boardroom school community for marketing. NotebookLM discovered ideas I hadn't thought of: marketing, copy creation, promotional AI podcasts, community demos, automated FAQ generation for prospects, creating quizzes for community members based on the training content. It basically expanded my marketing strategy automatically, found opportunities I didn't even know existed. But here's something most people are missing. They also improved PDF processing. NotebookLM can now understand images and graphs inside PDFs, not just text anymore. This means you can upload infographics, charts, diagrams, research reports with visuals, and NotebookLM understands all of it. It includes the visual information in its mind maps and audio overviews. For someone like me who works with a lot of data visualization and SEO reports, this is game-changing. All those charts showing traffic trends and ranking data, NotebookLM gets it now. They also added featured notebooks. These are curated notebooks created by experts, authors, researchers, publications. You can explore these notebooks to learn from experts in different fields. They have notebooks from The Economist with predictions for the year, longevity advice from best-selling authors, expert analysis on various topics. It's like having access to expert-level research on demand. And here's something exciting. At Google I/O, they announced video overviews are coming. That means NotebookLM will soon create video presentations from your sources, not just audio podcasts, actual videos with visuals. Imagine uploading your research and getting back a professional video presentation that explains everything visually. That's what's coming. They also launched mobile apps for iOS and Android. Now you can access NotebookLM anywhere. Create notebooks on your phone, listen to audio overviews during your commute, add sources from websites directly through the share button. The mobile apps support background playback, so you can listen to your research while doing other things, plus offline support so you can access your notebooks without internet. But let me tell you what I think is really happening here. Google isn't just improving a research tool, they're building the future of how we process information. Think about it. We're moving from a world where you have to read everything and make connections manually to a world where AI does the heavy lifting, where you can have conversations with your research, where information organizes itself visually. This is the beginning of AI-powered thinking, not AI replacing thinking, AI enhancing how we think. And NotebookLM is leading this charge. They're not just adding features, they're reimagining what research looks like. And the beautiful thing is, you don't need to be technical to use this. You don't need to understand how AI works. You just need to upload your sources and let NotebookLM do what it does best. The interface is intuitive, the features are powerful but simple to use. Anyone can benefit from this immediately. So whether you're a student doing research for papers, a professional analyzing market data, a consultant working on client projects, or an entrepreneur trying to understand your industry better, these tools will make you more effective. They'll help you see the big picture faster, connect ideas more efficiently, ask better questions, get deeper insights. And in today's competitive environment, those advantages add up to real results. Better grades, faster project completion, more insightful analysis, competitive advantages that translate to success. The tools are here. They're available now. The question is whether you're going to use them or watch other people get ahead while you stick with old methods. I know what I'm doing. I'm diving deep into every feature, testing everything, finding new ways to use these tools to get better results for my clients and my business. Because I've learned that in this industry, you're either moving forward or moving backward. There's no standing still. And tools like NotebookLM with these new features, they're not just moving forward, they're leaping forward. They're creating possibilities that didn't exist before. So get in there. Start experimenting, start discovering what's possible when you have AI helping you think better instead of just doing simple tasks. The future of research and analysis is here, and it's more powerful and accessible than most people realize. Don't wait for everyone else to figure it out. Start now, start today. Your future self will thank you for getting ahead of this curve while you still can. And remember what I always say, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. The same applies to learning these AI tools. The best time would have been when they first launched. The second best time is right now. So go make it happen. Your research will never be the same. Before you go, I want to tell you about 3 ways I can help you scale your business with AI. First, if you want to join over 1,000 business owners who are using AI to get more customers and save hundreds of hours with automation, check out my AI Profit Boardroom. This is where we dive deep into the latest AI tools and strategies. that actually move the needle for your business. Second, if you need help with your SEO strategy, I'm offering free SEO strategy sessions where we'll analyze your current situation and show you exactly how to get more organic traffic. The link is in the comments and description below. And third, if you want step-by-step processes and over 100 AI use cases that you can implement immediately, check out the AI Success Lab. We have 14,000 members sharing what's working right now. You'll get all the video notes from this channel, plus detailed tutorials on every major AI tool. Plus, I give away freebies every single day inside the school feed. Link is in the comments and description. These resources will help you go from just knowing about AI to actually using it to grow your business and save time on the work that matters most. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Breaking news, NotebookLM have a brand new update that allows you to share links with anyone directly publicly. So anything that you create inside NotebookLM, as you can see inside this video, you can now share it completely for free using the Notebook Access settings right here, and then you can create documents, create notebooks, etc., and then share them with your team. Now, if you aren't aware what NotebookLM is, basically this is like a powerful learning tool that uses Gemini, and then you can plug in, for example, YouTube videos, you can plug in Google Docs, whatever you want, you can plug in directly into NotebookLM, and then it will create, for example, different like study guides, briefing docs. You can even create podcasts out of this using the NotebookLM platform, right? And it's also completely free to access. So let me show you some examples. One of the most powerful ways to learn, but also to train up your team as well. And I'll be running through exactly how to do that in a second. So for example, if we go to NotebookLM here, all you're gonna do is click on try NotebookLM, and then you can see all these different examples that I've built out with Notebook. So for example here, we've got the AI Super Agent Showdown, and then if we click this, we can create a study guide, briefing doc, FAQ, and timeline, and even generate an audio overview, which is kind of like a podcast version of your source that discusses what they're talking about, right? So for example, if we click on generate here, that will start generating the output, and you can even do this in multiple languages. So for example, you can generate outputs in, I think it's 24 different languages now inside NotebookLM. And all you need to do to change the language here is you click on output language, select your language from the list, and then you can create a podcast based on the sources you upload directly here, right? So if you want to see an example of that, let's have a look at some examples right here. So this is actually a NotebookLM where I created a podcast based on the results from a SOP, right? So I took like a process from my team for selling, then uploaded that into a GPT like this, and then my team can ask it any questions. But also, if we click on load here, we've also pre-loaded a podcast version of that sales SOP where two different AIs are talking to each other about the document, if that makes sense. And then it's a really good way to learn, and you can actually interact inside that podcast as well and ask any questions that you have as well. So let's have a look at this, and I'll show you exactly how it works step by step. So for example, if we click on play here.
You ever feel like you're just drowning in information, trying to stay well informed all the time? It's a lot.
It really is.
Exactly. What if you could just get the crucial bits fast?
That's pretty much the whole idea behind the deep dive, isn't it? You give us the material.
And we dig through it for you. Pull out the nuggets.
Precisely.
So you see how these are not real people, these are just like two AIs talking to each other about the documents and the sources that we've uploaded over here. And then we can go inside the chat here as well, and we can ask it questions. So for example, if I say, okay, how to handle sales objections, something like that. What this essentially will do is based on the sales SOP that I've uploaded here, and again, you can use like YouTube videos, you can use whatever you want, but essentially it will give you a bunch of ideas based on the playbook, right? So it says, here's our playbook for dominating objections, go the agency style, always ask a commitment question, get them to a 10 if they're not at it already, tackling like objections like I need to think about this, etc., right? And my team can now really quickly skip to the exact part of the process that they need to learn without having to have me there. So it saves me a lot of time, right? Really powerful tool. Now, if we go back here, this is really easy to do, so we can actually create new sources. And then what we can also do is we can share the overview. So with this new public access feature, we can now copy the share link, and if we open this up on a new incognito, it should work. Might need to sign into Google to test it out, but if we go over here, this is the podcast that we've just generated. Now we can actually play it, People can download it, change the playback speed as well, so we can listen to that in double time if we want to as well.
Try to stay informed all the time.
Right? And then also what we can do over here is we can generate the podcast in multiple languages. So for example, you could generate it in Afrikaans or Cebuano, whatever language you want to use directly from the drop down here. So it's a pretty powerful tool. And then you can ask inside here. You can also, for example, create like a study guide, FAQs, that sort of thing. So if we click on these 4 things here, we can create a study guide, briefing doc, FAQ, or timeline. And then additionally, this is the new feature, so share publicly. If we click on share over here, then we're going to scroll down to restricted and we'll change that to anyone with a link. We can save that and then that should be viewable to anyone now that we share the link. So people can actually view the NotebookLM link that we create, which is awesome. Now, if you want to change that back, you can actually just click on restricted. You can also switch between whether people can access the full notebook or just the chat as well. And then if we hit save, we can restrict that too. You can also see here, for example, it's actually got references to the different parts of the document as well. So it sources the information, gives you answers, but also tells you where it sourced that information from, right? So for example, in discovery mode, do not skip this process. I repeat, do not skip this process. That's from the actual document that we've uploaded over here. Now, you could use this for training material, bringing people on board. If you've got colleagues that you want to share stuff with, learn from, etc., this is just absolutely amazing as a tool. So let's go back to the AI super agent example. So you can see here I've actually pulled in a YouTube video, which I created yesterday. It's pulled in the transcript, as you can see, and then it's given us the key topics inside here. So if I go inside the chat here and I'm like, what is Agent Zero? Then it's going to give us a breakdown of what it is, how it works, etc., using the sources that were uploaded. Talks about what it does. I could say, okay, give me 15 use cases for this. And whilst waiting for that to load, we can also play the
Welcome
audio
to the deep
version.
dive. Today we're jumping into something pretty specific. It's a YouTube video transcript, basically a head-to-head look at some of these big AI super agents. We've got Agent Zero, Manus, GenSpark, and Perplexity Labs.
Right. And the goal here isn't just another AI chat comparison. We're digging into how they actually do things, tasks where they need to use the web.
Now, what we can also do from here is we can click on interactive mode and actually interact with the 2 hosts on the podcast, right? So if we play this audio now, what we can actually do in between is just ask it certain questions. So let's try that.
Welcome to the deep dive. Today we're jumping into something.
Our listeners got something to share. Let's hear it.
I was going to ask, what's the best way to use Agent Zero for a SEO agency?
Oh, that's a really interesting question.
Yeah, great timing. We were just about to get into
The
it.
source we're looking at today doesn't dive specifically into SEO agency use cases for Agent Zero.
It does give us some clues based on its strengths.
Right. Remember how it excelled at that first task?
The image generation using a specific website.
Exactly. That shows its ability to follow precise instructions and use external tools,
So for an SEO agency, you could potentially use it for tasks.
like automating content creation on specific platforms.
Or maybe even generating visuals for blog posts or social media.
And the fact that it can browse the web autonomously is also key.
You could potentially task it with researching specific topics.
So you see how it basically answers the question that I gave it. The 2 AIs go back and forth and they try and problem solve for you, right? So this is super useful as well because you've basically got like a virtual manager that can coach your team even when you're not there. So for example, if my team are not sure how to handle certain parts of this, well, they can jump on the podcast, listen back to that. They can ask any questions inside here. They can create study guides, and also they can join the podcast and ask questions in real time and just get stuff answered really quickly. And it's a really powerful training tool if you use it in the right way. So for example, if we click on the FAQs and the study notes and everything else, we can see a timeline of the main events. So what happened here? We can also go back to the studio and it's created like a quiz. So you can basically test yourself based on the study materials. Then it gives you a bunch of questions that you could ask your team to quiz them or to ask yourself if you're trying to learn this material. And you've got the answers underneath as well. So it's super powerful. It is free as well to use. You can refresh the sources as well. And you can also add multiple sources, right? So for example, let's say I have another video that I want to upload here. I can just go back to my channel. We could take another one like this, then we could go back to NotebookLM, add that in, upload the source, we'll plug in the YouTube URL, insert that. Now we've got two different sources. So if I go back to the chat now, we'll refresh the chat, and then we're going to say, how does this compare versus GenSpark and Manus? So now it's given us a bunch of ideas in terms of how it performs, and it says GenSpark is generally considered the best. Agent Zero is highlighted as a great, free, fast, and autonomous alternative, and Manus and Perplexity often fall short due to their speed. And then it actually compares for tasks how it performs. So it breaks down all the information from the video in a way that, to be honest, like normally I couldn't. You could do this even for like NotebookLM stuff. So if we try and find a video of mine from YouTube, for example, like this one, we'll grab that. Then we're going to go back to NotebookLM, create a new source. We'll plug in the YouTube URL. You don't have to use YouTube, but I do think it's typically like some of the best information you'll find. And then we can say inside here, okay, give me 15 use cases of NotebookLM for my AI Profit boardroom school community. And we can say for marketing. So now, basically what we can do is take that knowledge and then go, how do I apply that to my business? Or how do I personalize this to my situation? And then it will actually give you like interesting perspectives that you probably never thought about before. So for example, like marketing copy, creating promotional AI podcasts, developing community demos, right? Automate FAQ generation for prospects as well. So you've got all this stuff that you can create. You could even create quizzes for your community based on the information that you're creating inside NotebookLM, right? So if we go to study guide over here, we can start generating that out. Now, inside the settings as well, you can switch between the responses. So you can say, okay, I want the conversational style to be analyst or guide. You can even change it to custom, so PhD level, or pretend to be a role-playing game host. And then in the response times here, you can change. So you can say, okay, I want shorter responses or longer ones, or just default, that sort of thing. So you get a lot of customization over what you can do. And again, you can share this with your community. Hit save, boom. That's ready to share with everyone now. And that was never available before. You can also add a welcome note here. So you say, hey, welcome to the notebook I've created. All right. And then if we save that, we're going to go back to share, click on copy link. So you can see here how I can access the notebook that I created on a different email address using this, right? So pretty cool. Very shareable, and you've basically got like a free custom GPT that you can share with people. The cool thing that you can do here is you can generate mind maps, right? So if we click on mind map down here, basically what that's going to do is it's going to generate a mind map based on the sources and the references that we put inside NotebookLM. So we'll just wait for that to load, and then we're good to go from there. So if we click on the mind map here, we can open that up. And we can see some examples of the mind map that we generated. So you see here how it's taken the sales SOP and then it's broken it down into like different sections. So for example, useful knowledge, our service explained, useful resources, the sales manifesto, etc. How to book a meeting from a meeting, follow-ups, like all the key parts of the SOP are inside here. Even like our core values, you know, why you should listen more than you talk as a sales rep, etc. Right? All of the systems that were built, we can now break down into a really nice mind map and then get the responses right here. Now, if you want to get all the video links from today, feel free to get that inside the AI Success Lab. This is a free community with 9,200 members. It comes with all the video notes from today. I've also created a cheat sheet, so it runs you through exactly what NotebookLM is, how to quickly get started on it, pro tips for content creators, how much time you could potentially save, what are the key use cases, and also some FAQs right there as well. So if you want to learn more about using NotebookLM, I've got a free cheat sheet inside the AI Success Lab, along with links to everything from today. And I've also created 100 different use cases for AI using NotebookLM, right? So if you want to see all the use cases, the cheat sheet, the video notes, etc., feel free to get that inside the AI Success Lab. It also has loads of training on how to use AI and scale your business with it. And also it has a community of 9,200 members, and we're giving away free trainings every single day, like you can see right here. Additionally, if you want to get help, support, if you want to join a community that's just focused on growing and learning how to use this stuff and leverage it in their business, feel free to get the AI Profit Boardroom. This is a community focused on just sharing all the knowledge that I have and all the knowledge we have together, so that we can learn as a community. I know a lot of business owners feel like AI is a threat, and to me, I created this community because I want to create a network of people who can share what we learn, make sure that we adapt, and make sure that we take advantage and see AI as an opportunity, not a threat for our business, right? So you can post inside the community here. I'm happy to get back to you as soon as possible. So for example, like we were all sharing our wins this week, which was awesome. We also have 3 coaching calls per week. And also, if you post questions, and here's an example, we actually get back to you like ASAP, right? So as soon as Richard posted, I actually got back to him within an hour, just with like my top use cases for AI and that sort of thing. On top of that, inside the classroom, you get all of these different courses, NA10 agents, crash courses, SOPs, and Q&A call recordings in case you can't join them and want to watch them back. And yeah, 3 coaching calls per week. Pretty crazy. And if there's enough demand, we'll probably increase that to 5 coaching calls per week, to be honest. So feel free to join that, link in the comments and description. And if you just like, do you know what, Julian, mate, I just want you to implement everything for us because I don't have time and we're a business, maybe you're making 7 or 8 figures per year, then feel free to book in a free AI strategy session. On this call, we can figure out, okay, what do you need to automate? How can we help you do that? And then what are the next steps for that? So feel free to book it in, link in the comments and description to book in a free AI strategy session. Google just dropped a massive update to NotebookLM that changes everything. They've upgraded to Gemini 2.5 Flash completely free, giving you better, deeper responses that are more precise for complex answers. Now I'm about to show you how to create AI podcasts in any language, generate interactive study materials, build custom trained AI experts, and even use it to train your own team with your own SOPs. This is a game changer for learning faster and working smarter. Let me walk you through exactly how to use it step by step with every new feature. Big announcement for NotebookLM. They had a few updates this week. One of the biggest was that they've actually now started powering NotebookLM with Gemini 2.5 Flash. Now, this is a free tool that you can use using the 2.5 models with Gemini 2.5 Flash. You can now get like better answers, particularly for complex terms, right? So for example, if we go back to NotebookLM right here, they've also added a bunch of new updates, which I'll run you through today, this week. And essentially inside here, all your answers when you're creating new updates, etc., are powered by 2.5 Flash, which means the outputs are just, number 1, more in depth, number 2, more carefully thought out, and number 3, you can even generate responses in different languages. So let me show you exactly how this tool works step by step, how to use it, etc. And we're going to get straight into this. All right, so first of all, when you're using Notebook, it's a really powerful learning tool, right? So for example, let's say I want to learn about MCPs. I'm going to just go on to my YouTube channel, and what I can do is add sources about MCPs, especially the latest updates, inside Notebook. Let me show you how. So for example, if we copy this video, and then we're going to go over to NotebookLM, create new, and then inside here, we're going to add a new link. So for example, if we update the notes with YouTube URLs like this one, we'll click insert, and then that's going to load into NotebookLM as a source for training the AI, right? So you're basically creating like a custom GPT based on the outputs you want. Now, inside the output language section here, you can change the output language, right? Which is pretty cool because then you can generate responses, not just inside the chat, but also audio responses. So you can create like a podcast version of the resource in any language that you want. Let me show you an example. So if we click on generate over here, that should generate an AI podcast in Afrikaans based on this video over here. So let's generate that and see what we get back in a second. And whilst we're waiting, we can also click these options, which will give us responses for a study guide, FAQs, briefing doc, and even a timeline. We can also turn this into a mind map, so we can create all these different study materials for helping us learn and break down particular projects, which is awesome. By the way, I can't speak Afrikaans, but I'm just showing you this as an example so you understand the new updates that have come out this week from NotebookLM. All right, and also all the responses here are being generated with Gemini 2.5 Flash. So if we pull these up, we've now got the study guide and everything else, right? Now I'm going to open up a new tab and also generate responses in English too. I'll just wait for this to load. But if we go back to NotebookLM over here, and then we're going to go inside Plus, and I'll show you some examples previously. Here's an example of a generation in Spanish that we did previously, and you can see we have this output over here. So if we click on this, I think this is actually in Afrikaans. So we created, yeah, let's just play this back. So you see here how it's basically created like an AI version of our source using NotebookLM. So it's really cool. You can generate responses in different languages, you can create study guides, etc. If we go on to an example in English, let me show you an example right here. And what we can also do is you see how every single conversation here is being loaded in the output language. I'm just going to change that back to English now. Refresh the page. There we go. So now it's back to English, right? So if you just want to switch between output languages, you can using that process. And then you can see we've got this model trained on our video over here. So if we now click on load the conversation, we can now load that conversation. Basically, this is an AI podcast talking about the information and the topic over here. So let's click on play.
So you're trying to like stay ahead of the curve, right? Trying to figure out what really matters in the AI world, drowning it all in little jargon. What we're doing here today, we're going to think a lot.
So basically what it's doing is it's creating like a podcast between two different people about the topic that we've loaded in. Now we can actually add multiple sources, so we don't just have to stick to one. We can also download this if we want to. We can change the playback speed as well. So you can play that in 2x speed, which is what I normally do. And then also here's the interesting thing is we can go into interactive mode. So if we go inside here,
available for free, that changes things.
I'm going to go into interactive mode, and this is basically like me joining the radio show. So if we click on play now.
We're sure you're about.
Yes. So could you tell me a bit more about Gemini Experimental and the benefits of it?
It's a bit more for you.
Sounds like you want to know this whole Gemini experimental.
Exactly. Big AI model. Google. Free to use.
That's a major there. High performing AI that doesn't cost you anything.
We're need to have Julian Goldie SEO and that thing.
It's really put it through the paces looking at benchmarks
and what's fascinating is how well it's done. Yes.
Models like GPT-4 and Claude 4.5. In some areas, it's actually leading.
Yeah, on the LM Arena leaderboard, which is like a
so basically what it's doing is it's taking all the information from the source that I've loaded in here, creating a podcast, but making it interactive so that I can join in with my voice, join the kind of radio show or the podcast live and ask any questions I have, which is absolutely mind-blowing. And you can generate these podcasts, not just in English now, but also in foreign languages too, because it's using this new process. Absolutely wild stuff. If you haven't tried this out yet, definitely check it out. It is unbelievably good and it's completely free to use as well. Right? Now, if we go back inside here, we're going to pull up this example. And then if you click on discover, you can actually find new sources, right? So if we type in the topic of whatever we're trying to learn about, let me show you an example. So we'll put in MCP's update on integrations that just came out this week. Hit submit. And then it's pulled in all these other sources, right? So if we click on import here, we can select which ones we want to import. If you don't like some of them, you don't have to pull them in. So let's have a look through the list, see if there's anything we don't want to include. It all looks good to me, to be fair. So then we're going to click on import, and that's importing all the news sources into this AI agent that we can then ask questions about, right? So I'm now going to say, okay, tell me about the new integrations for Claude MCPs. And the good thing about this is one of the worst things about AI is that quite often it doesn't have context, right? So it's asking from a very generic point of view. Whereas if you can train it up to be like a specialist expert, like you can see inside this model, then you're going to get better outputs and you can learn faster, or you can cut to the chase, you can save time. And you can see here now it's broken down using all the sources right here. And it's even linked to the sources as well, to give us like a kind of real-time expert on everything we want to learn. Now, we can also save that as a note. So you can see if we click on Save Note, then it will pull that up right here. We can also delete the note if we need to. And additionally, what you'll see is like the responses in Afrikaans that we pulled up before, they're over here. So we can save any notes in different languages as well if you don't want to lose all the stuff that you did in foreign languages previously. So if we now say, okay, based on the sources you have, create some awesome prompts for me. What it's doing now is it's coming up with a bunch of sources that we can use and prompts for using Claude MCPs. All right, so you see all these prompts here. It's using the Zapier integration connected to WordPress, draft and post a short blog post on the topic of AI agents. And then it's given us those prompts. Now that's specifically from the knowledge inside that video we loaded earlier, which is really good. If you do want to delete a source, you can remove it, or if you want to rename it, if you want to change it to like a video reference, you can do that pretty easily right here. There's so many different use cases for this. To recap, you've got number one, you've got better responses from Gemini 2.5. Number two, you can create podcasts with this. Number three, you can actually go into interactive mode. And with interactive mode, you can get better responses. Number four, you've got, for example, the study notes, mind maps, everything else. And also you have a custom trained GPT that's like an expert that can do and answer anything that you want. And the good thing about this as well is like there's quite often there's things you want to skip to in a YouTube video that would be really difficult to do if you were just sliding through or skipping through the video. But if you learn, for example, using the process I'm showing you, then you get better results, right? So for example, I could load in all my recent videos about AI from my YouTube channel. I could load all of these videos and then say, just give me a roundup of the week for AI news. So let me show you an example of how that works, right? I'm going to paste in this, then we're going to take in the next video, and we'll just add in all the sources from the latest videos that we've done. And then what I can do is I can say, okay, create a quick news roundup of all the latest AI updates from the sources. And then it will pull it in. Now, you might be wondering, okay, does NotebookLM or these other tools, do they have an API key that you can use as well? So let me show you an example of how you can get that. If you go to aistudio.google.com, then you're going to click in the Learn section over here. So you go to aistudio.google.com, then you go to the Run settings. Inside the Run settings, you can see all these models. So for example, like Gemini 2.5 Pro, Flash Preview, Gemini 1.5, Gemma, etc. And you can actually use Learn, right? Learn LM 2.0 Flash Experimental. And that's kind of like the old API for using this. So you can go inside the chat here, directly use it. Also, you can grab an API key directly from AI Studio. So if you click on Get API Key here, this is completely free to use. And then you can create an API key like so, and just use that Learn LM API key right there, right? So look if it's available on, so if you type in Learn LM into OpenRouter as well, you can use the Learn LM API key here. So it's an older model of Google. It's 1.5 Pro Experimental, but that's another way that you can use the API key as well. But honestly, if you're going to use APIs from Google, just use Gemini 2.5 Flash. Like that is the best by far. Gemini 2.5 Pro, that's the best. But otherwise, if you want to use like one of the older LM APIs, then you can use this free one, Learn LM 1.5 Pro Experimental. So if we come back to the chat here, it's got all our information with the latest updates and roundups from our sources, right? So it says, here's a quick roundup of the latest AI updates based on the sources. So you got Claude, for example, you have DeepSeek, Grok, and this is taken directly from the sources that we've brought in over here. So it's taking this information from my latest videos and it's focused purely on those. So Quen and NotebookLM, these are all from the videos on the left-hand side. And then if we click on over here, like FAQ or study guide, briefing guide, timeline, etc., you can just build out whatever you want. Also, the cool thing here is you can actually share this with other people, right? Let's say, for example, you wanted to create like a training program for your team. Let me show you how that would work. So you can create a shareable version of this, right? See here, it's like viewers have access to the full notebook. or you can just give them access to the chat. And then you can train this AI on all your training materials. And anytime they have any questions, they can post it inside this chat to learn. So for example, what you could do is inside the add section here, you could load up your sales recipe. And then you could use that as a training material. It's not just for learning, right? It could be useful for like training a team and that sort of thing. Let me show you an example. So what I've done in the background is I've downloaded our team sales recipe. Then I'm going to load that inside here. 1 second. All right, so you can see I've loaded the sales training recipe inside NotebookLM here. It takes it directly from Google Docs, which is awesome. And now it's using that as a chatbot that we can share with our team, and it's trained on everything that we have about the recipe, right? So, for example, I can say in here, okay, tell me about the sales manifesto, which is something I wrote for my sales team just to train them and get them in the right mindset, right? Based on how I close so many clients. So if we open that up now, and now you can see it says, based on the sources provided, the sales manifesto is a list of behaviors that the founder, Julian Goldie, the writer, believes led him to a 44% close rate, blah, blah, blah. And then it's got some key principles here, and it's taken all of this information from the SOP. And so if we click on generate over here, we can actually generate a podcast plus a study guide, FAQ, timeline, and briefing doc so that we can train new sales reps much quicker on our processes, right? Because it's fully trained up on our sales training. Now, additionally, what we can do from here is I can take this link, so I can copy this link, then I can go over to, I don't know, my company Discord or something like that. And inside the company Discord here, I can go, for example, inside the sales chat here, and I can be like, right, just trained up this AI chatbot on our SOP. If you ever have some questions or need to find something quickly, all right? And then, like, for example, if you've got a big SOP or a big training document, etc., and your team is struggling to skip through to the most important parts, they can just use that chatbot, ask any questions that they have, and it's just really on them to make sure they're actually using it. All right, so just some absolutely awesome stuff there. I want to see this audio overview as well. Also, you can change the settings on the left here. So you can switch between conversational chat styles and chats, right? So for example, you could have a longer version. You could then change your conversational style. So we could change that to custom and just say you're inside here, you're a sales trainer for Goldie Agency. This is to guide, train, and train our sales reps. Then we can hit save like that. Okay? Then if we open up this podcast right here.
You ever feel like you're just drowning in information, trying to stay well-informed?
It really is. Like, you need a short.
All right, so then if we click through to this.
Feedback quickly.
You're reviewing recording. Good calls to work.
So continuous improvement into the culture. It's not just about getting numbers, but getting better constantly.
So this is talking about like our culture at the company, all the information inside the SOP, etc. I could go inside here as well and say, okay, what are our core values as a company? And it should use that conversational style that we were talking about before, basically being like a trainer, right? So it says, yeah, so it's actually using that style now. So if we go inside the settings here, we've said you're a sales trainer for Goldie Agency. This is to help guide and train our sales reps. And then said, all right, team, let's talk about what really drives us here at Goldie Agency. It's important, blah, blah, blah. What does this mean for us? It means speed. Speed is everything. Raise your standards. It's pulled in all the core values here. So it's really cool. You could also say, for example, okay, give me 5 questions to ask during the discovery process. And then inside the chat here, it should pull in the information, right? So you can see inside the chat, it's pulling in the information on exactly how to use stuff, right? So for example, it's okay, what are 5 questions that you can ask? What are your top 5 goals for SEO for the next 5 months? What's your biggest challenge right now? Have you worked with any other link building agencies? Why now? Why not 6 months ago or 6 months from now, blah, 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 right? Or have you considered what your SEO budget is? And basically what it's doing here is it's taking all the information from the SOP and just skipping to that precise part that people have questions about, right? Now, if you have a 60-page playbook like we do, it's basically a book and it's quite hard to skip through to the most important information. Whereas inside here, you can easily use that to start generating better results, right? Now, also inside the interactive mode, if you were, say, training a team member, we can click on play here.
You ever feel like you're just...
Hey, well,
So could you tell me a bit more about how to use Ahrefs on a sales call with a client?
Oh, yeah. They really emphasize using RS during that discovery phase.
it's mentioned quite a few times. The key tool.
From what I gather, the first step is client what keywords they're trying to rank.
Right. That sets the stage. Press deep.
You'd actually use Ahrefs Keyword Explorer, share your free.
Make sure the country setting and area match the target. Important.
So basically what it's doing here is it's just pulling that really technical bit from the SOP and just getting straight to the information. So the stuff that you can do in here is absolutely amazing. Again, you could train a team in a different language using the output language process as well. It's amazing for SOPs, for training teams, for onboarding people quickly, for saving time, for learning yourself, and also just for getting the latest updates, right? Like I showed you before, you could pull in all the latest details. And again, with Gemini 2.5 Flash, you can basically get better responses now because of that new update that's come literally a few hours ago, as you can see. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get all of the video notes, a full SOP, lots of training on Notebook, feel free to get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. This is basically all of my best training collated in one single place, and it's focused on making you more money and saving time with AI. Top of that, inside the community here, you can ask any questions you have if you ever get stuck, and you can see all of the active community members. So people are posting all the time, asking lots of questions, which I love. And it's one of the biggest drivers for me to really learn more about AI and to share more stuff out into the world. Additionally, inside the calendar here, we do weekly Q&A calls. So if you ever want like live help on a call with a human being, not an AI, then feel free to jump on those weekly Q&A calls. And if you ever get stuck, just ask, just watch back the Q&A call recordings here as well. You can also DM us if you need any support or help as well. So all our best training is in there. Feel free to get it. Link in the comments description. And if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session, link in the comments description. Basically, we'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 business a month and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot. On this free link building acceleration session, you're going to get a free SEO strategy session. We build out a custom game plan, and you can basically learn how to grow your business with SEO and get more free leads, more profits from your website. Best thing about this is like we work with so many clients doing SEO that we know what's working right now. We've battle tested everything. We've got a team of experts ready to help you, and you can just get a free one-to-one tailored game plan right on that call. So feel free to get it. Link in the comments and the description. NotebookLM have a brand new audio overviews feature that's now available in 50 languages. Now this basically allows you to translate NotebookLM into multiple languages. There's tons of other stuff you can do with this, but it is a super powerful way to create and automate and even learn in different languages. Now, if you want to set this up, you just go to settings, output language, and then select your favorite language like this. So you can now use NotebookLM in multiple languages. We'll run through exactly how to use it because it's a very powerful tool. This literally just came out a few hours ago. So if you want to learn how to do this stuff, you can check it out on Google and their update right here, but I'll be running you through it today as well. So if you want to get access, this is free to use, and it is a really powerful tool. It's powered by Gemini 2.0, which is an older model, but it's still super powerful. And essentially what you can do is you can use this for learning and uploading like your own resources, so PDFs, websites, YouTube videos, audio files, Google Docs, etc. You can also get like instant insights, and you can see the source, not just the answer. But the other cool thing here is you can create new audio overviews, right? So you can deep dive into subjects, and then you can actually get an AI to talk through what you're trying to learn about, right? And it simplifies it. So it's one of the most powerful learning opportunities right now, and it's completely free. So if you want to get access to this, you can get access at notebooklm.com. And then inside here, we can start using NotebookLM. Now use the foreign language option. Just go to your settings in the top right. Then you're going to click on output language. And then from here, you can select your default language, right? So for example, we could put this in Spanish, and then start using Spanish as our main language for outputs. So if we go to create new, we can now upload a source, and you can choose between like Google Docs, Google Slides, website, YouTube, or you can just copy and paste text, right? And you can see here, you can actually load in 300 different sources, which is absolutely insane. If you're trying to learn anything, then this is one of the best ways to do it, all right? So let's keep going now. And essentially, the way that you can upload a file, let's say, for example, I want to learn something about, I don't know, Qwen 3. I'll take an example YouTube video for myself yesterday that we can use for doing this. So let's go over to the Qwen 3 video right here. We'll copy that URL. And then if we go back into NotebookLM over here, we can then load that inside the YouTube section. So we just paste in the YouTube URL. If we insert that, what that's going to do is then load up the new source. And the beautiful thing about this being built by Google is that it's plugged into YouTube. It can fetch data really easily. And then you can use this as an easy way to learn stuff, right? This is your own sort of personalized learning dashboard. Now, you can see here with the new feature, with the new update, we've got the output language in Spanish over here. We can change that if we want to as well. So we can go back to the output language section over here and then switch that back to like default, hit save. And then if we go back here, create new again, plug in the source, that should switch back to English, hopefully. Let's see. There we go, right? Now, one of the most powerful ways I think to use NotebookLM is to actually generate a deep dive conversation. So what this is going to do is it's going to create a conversation between two different AIs that discuss the topic you're actually learning about, right? So for example, you can have two hosts break down the topic that you're trying to learn about, or all the different sources for the topic, and then use that to start learning stuff. So for example, if we wanted to learn about Qwen 3, we could take all the videos from Qwen 3. If we just go into YouTube here and then type in Qwen 3, we can take all the sources, like you can see from the list here, and then plug that into NotebookLM. So from here, we can then click on Customize, and we can actually edit the things for the host to focus on before we generate the response, right? So I can say, for example, okay, focus on, and I see this all the time inside the YouTube comments, so I'm just trying to focus this on something that'll be useful for you. But we can say, for example, focus on actionable use cases for Qwen, right? And you could be, let's say you're an SEO agency, right? SEO link building agency. So come up with practical ways to use this, plus break this down at a third grade reading level, right? Just to simplify the topics and that sort of thing. So we can then hit generate, and that's going to generate an audio overview between the two hosts inside NotebookLM. And this is completely free to use, right? I am on the Plus plan, but you can use this for free as well. And it's a really powerful tool. I would say it's one of the best tools out there, but also one of the most underrated. Now, what you can also do here is inside this section, you'll see a breakdown of your video, and you can actually train this chatbot on the stuff that you're trying to learn about. So for example, if I go inside the chat here and I'm like, okay, how does Qwen 3 compare to other models? And it's basically a chatbot that's custom trained on the transcript from this YouTube video. Now, why is that important? You can use something like ChatGPT, but it doesn't have the context that something like this does, right? This is an actual learning tool that can look through your data and then figure stuff out for you. So let's see what it comes back with. And now you can see it's actually given us an answer, and it's really in-depth and comprehensive. That is super deep. Look at all the sources, look at all the information, etc. As you can see right here, it's reference to sources inside the text, and it's based on the sources provided. Here's a comparison of Qwen 3 to other models. Blah, blah, blah. It breaks it down, Chinese model, here's the context, here's the tokens, etc. Now let's look at other models. And it shows the benchmarks. Then it also compares it versus DeepSeek, Qwen 2.5, capabilities, and also it points out the unique features about this. So for example, like Qwen 3, it can do image generation, it can do video generation, it's got agentic capabilities with MCPs. You can see here as well, I know this is taken directly from my video because I remember saying this. So you can see it's broken down the UI design section here, and it said, in coding tasks, the source found the UI produced by Qwen to be typically trash or very basic compared to other models, particularly Claude, right? So it's basically taken the key unique parts from my video, broken that down into steps, and then gone, right, here's the differences between these, right? You could use this to train new starters in a company to understand technical language as part of a learning curve. Absolutely. So let's try that. Let's try that live right now. So for example, if we go to create new over here, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to YouTube, take a video, and I'm going to go inside the SEO Elite Circle, right? And I'm just going to grab a video from the SEO Elite Circle and use that to train the AI. So for example, if we go down the list here, and I'm like, okay, here's how to figure out how many backlinks you need. So I'm going to edit that. We're going to copy that video. This is something that I train my sales reps on, how to figure out how to use Ahrefs and stuff like that. I'm going to paste that inside the section here. We're going to insert that as a source. And let's just have a look here. We're going to take one that's probably more publicly available. So I'm just going to go inside YouTube and type in, I don't know, Julian Goldie link building, right? Something like that. And then we'll grab an example video like so. We'll use that as a source. I think this is because it's listed as unlisted, so I'm going to remove that source. That's probably why I didn't feed it in. We'll add a different source here. We'll plug in the YouTube video, and any sort of SOPs or training videos or even training documents that you have, you could use this to generate a training AI that people can learn from. So for example, if I go inside the start typing section here, I'll say, okay, what's the best way to build backlinks? And it should use the sources from the video to figure that out. So let's see what it comes back with now. You've also got this discover section here. Now this helps you discover new sources that you could use inside training the AI, which means that you get more varied sources instead of everything just being from one place, right? And so you can see here, based on what we talked about, and this was a conversation between myself, Carl Hudson, and James Dooley inside this video, it's figured out, okay, right, here's the core strategies and approaches. It's best to use a various mix of link building. So for example, niche edits, link inserts, digital PR, etc. Sometimes you're going to do reciprocal PR link building. Sometimes you're going to do reverse engineering competitors or just building relationships. Great way to build backlinks. And so it's taking all the information from that video and then use that to train the AI, which then in turn, you can automate for the training of your team and your sales reps and everything else, right? And it becomes super, super powerful because it's all based on customized information to you. Now, if we go back here to our homepage, what you can see is all the previous conversations we've had. So for example, that one in Spanish, or even for example, this one in Quen 3. Now, if we go inside here, we can generate and play this right here. And we can also use the interactive mode to engage with the AI when we're getting responses. So for example, if we play this out now.
Hey there, and welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today, we've got some pretty exciting news. There's this brand new AI model out.
Oh yeah, what's the scoop?
It's from Alibaba called Quen 3. And get this, it's free to use. Could be a real game changer for how you work.
Interesting.
So you can see here how the podcasts are going back and forth. The two AI hosts just figures out everything to talk about. You can see this is 14 minutes long. So it's broken down all the core concepts from the podcast and then turn that into something that's more condensed and more useful, right? Now, the other thing here as well is you can now go to interactive mode. So if we go to interactive mode over here, what we can actually do is we can interact with the hosts and we can join the conversation. So if we hit play now.
Hey there, and welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today.
Oh wait, someone wants to join.
See,
go for it.
So I want to ask you, like, what's the best way to use Quen 3?
That's a fantastic question.
It really gets to the heart of why we're talking.
Okay, let's unpack this. Based on what we've seen, there isn't one single best way.
It really depends on what you're trying to achieve.
Exactly. For just getting a feel for it, the simplest way is through their chat interface at chat.queen.ai.
It's just like using any other chatbot. You can ask it.
So you can see here how you can join the conversation, then you can ask questions, and it's really simple and easy to use. And then you can interact with the AI and you can ask any questions in real time. Plus, based on those answers, you can ask more questions and just use it as a super powerful learning process. Not just for you, but for your team. It's a great, powerful way to train your team, right? Now, what you can also do is you can share this. So if we click on share in the top right over here, we can now share this with other people. So if we click on copy link over here, we can copy this link and we should be able to share this with other people. I just want to check in the incognito if that actually works. So I think you'd have to log in, but it should be okay. So if we go Yeah, so you can actually add like people's email addresses here. So if I put in Vic, we've got vic@juliangolden.com, and they can just join. It's kind of like a Google Doc when you share access to a Google Doc or something like that, right? So if we X off there now, let's go back. And what we can actually do in here is we can generate a Spanish breakdown in AI of the source that we've created inside NotebookLM. So let's check this out right now. We're just waiting for that to generate right here. Let's generate the conversation. We can also create like a study guide, FAQs, briefing doc, or timeline as well. And we can generate a mind map. So if we click on mind map over here, it's going to start generating a mind map of the content we've created. Why is that useful? Because then we can break stuff down. Like, for example, if you have a piece of code, you can generate a mind map like you can see right here. And it'll just break it down into, for example, exactly how to use Qwen 3 and then how to run it locally. And then you can see it recommends using Olama. And then if we click on that, it says download the model. Make sure you have the RAM. Then work offline. It's private. And you just restart Olama if you have any issues, right? Or you can use LM Studio, right? And what's pretty amazing about this is like inside the interface, using that mind map tool, you can then break down core concepts and just delve really deep into exactly what you want. We've also got the study guide. So if we click on study guide over here, it's going to open up new stuff. We've got FAQs as well. We can create a briefing document and also a timeline. And basically every way you can imagine of learning is all generated directly in here. It's absolutely wild. So we've got this study and analysis guide right here. It actually creates a guide with a quiz. And then we've got the answers and essay questions and everything else. Right, so it creates, okay, here's how you can study based on the questions. For example, what company is responsible for developing the Qwen 3 AI model? That would be, of course, Alibaba, right? And so someone studying this might want to know that. And so it creates a bunch of questions that you can quiz yourself on to get better responses. That's essentially it. So it is generating, it's taking quite a while to generate the audio right here. You can also check the analytics. So you can click on analytics and see if you've shared this with other people, who's been interacting with it over the last 7 days, which is great because then you see are people actually using it. And then let's have a look at this. So the way that we want to do this, first of all, is to use a new update. Just make sure that your output language is in the right thing. So for example, we select Afrikaans right there. We'll delete that. And then we would just generate using the output language Afrikaans, right? So if we click on generate over here, we should be able to do this right now. And that's basically it for the update, all right? So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get access to all my best workflows, tips, templates, tutorials, plus an amazing community of people focused on making money and growing their business with AI, feel free to get the AI Profit Boardroom. This is an amazing community of 645 members focused on growing and building stuff with AI. Additionally, inside here, you get access to all my best courses, workflows, AI agents, etc. And if you search in here, you actually see a bunch of training on NotebookLM as well. Plus, we'll add the SOP directly from today, so you can get like breakdown step by step of exactly how to use NotebookLM and a standard operating procedure. And if we go inside the SOP section over here, you'll see all of these different SOPs for new tools. And this is just from April. It's absolutely wild what's happened over the last month. For example, like Lutra, Qwen 3, Sooner, Trait AI, etc. If you just want to learn, and if you want actionable use cases for using AI, then feel free to get that. Additionally, you can post inside the AI Profit Boardroom community if you have any questions and you're struggling with anything. So thanks so much for watching. And additionally, if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session, feel free to get that link in the comments description. We'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 business a month and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot. On this free link building acceleration session, you'll get everything you need as a custom tailored game plan to grow your business with SEO. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Bye-bye. Today, we're going to be talking about the new update from NotebookLM. So they have essentially released these new mind maps feature, right? So you can see an example here. Let me pull this up for you. This is a tweet by Simon, who actually operates as a NotebookLM lead. And if we pull this up in full screen, you can see an example of the mind map that you can pull out. Now, this is super powerful for learning, for researching, for organizing your notes, for sharing with your team as well if you're planning out projects. You can upload loads of sources here. You can pull this in from the web, from URLs. You can pull this in, for example, just by pasting in text. And then you can also create an audio overview. But the main thing here is that you select mind map. So you see here how you select mind map. then you can use that to start generating responses. And it makes NotebookLM really powerful because you can see here, for example, you can organize projects. It's great for learning. It's great for creating information. I think this will be super powerful for SEO as well. If you have a website and you want to cluster your keyword research, for example, you can do that using these mind maps inside NotebookLM. So this is an exciting feature that's just come out from them. Literally just came out pretty like maybe 24 hours ago, something like that. But it looks really cool, super powerful. You can see how people are using it on Twitter. Lots of cool stuff right here. Makes learning a lot more simplified as well. So if we pull up this example, you just upload your sources. You can add YouTube videos as well, audio overviews. If you were researching about a particular topic, you can insert all the YouTube videos you're learning about that topic and then use that to generate your plan for learning, etc. So here's an example. And this also separates it into like topics and then clusters underneath each topic, like you can see. So let me show you an example of what it looks like if we go to NotebookLM. Essentially here, you can upload a document. So I've uploaded my link building mastery book, SEO link building mastery. And then inside here, it's created the source. So it's pulled in that information. And you can also generate, for example, audio overviews, right? So if you click on audio overview over here, it will generate a conversation based on that source. Now, you can also pull in multiple sources if you want to as well. But either way, you can use this to now start using mind maps. Now, the mind maps feature is officially announced on NotebookLM. However, from what I've seen, it's going to take about a week or so for it to roll out to everyone. So you can see I actually haven't got that feature inside NotebookLM yet, but a lot of people have. So for example, like this thread you can see from Min Choi, he's got access. A lot of people do already have access, and I think it will roll out for everyone later this week as well. So here's another example. And a lot of people are saying it's such an underrated tool, but it's actually one of the best AI products out there, particularly if you just want to learn stuff. Using AI, NotebookLM is so helpful because, for example, you can turn things into an audio overview. You can take sources and then plug it into here. You can save notes. Like if we go back to my notes right here, you can see all these different notebooks that I've created. It also can create like study guides, FAQs, briefing docs, and timelines. But the main new one here is you can create mind maps. Now, also inside here, you can customize. So if you're creating an audio overview, for example, you can actually customize that, ask it to focus on specific topics, and then use that to generate whatever audio overview you want, right? Now, if you're wondering, okay, what can you do with the audio overviews? Here's an example. So this is a video that I created and posted on YouTube right here. You can see it posted, and it's ranking #1 for the keyword SEO training Honiton. Basically, what I did was I took an audio voice clip, plugged that into a screencast of me talking about that particular topic, and then it generated this video that we posted onto YouTube, right? And so it's super easy and simple to set those up and build them out, and it ranks really well on Google. The other thing to note here is an example. This is a article from androidauthority.com. And you can see here, they've said the new features will be available for Google Workspace users and other end users. Plus, the rollout will be gradual and could take up to 15 days for the features to be visible. So it's going to take a little while. If you don't have them already, don't worry. At least you know exactly why. So it might take up to 15 days to get these. This is a really powerful tool. Like we can, for example, click all of these buttons. We can click generate as well. And then based on the information and the sources we pulled in here, it will take all of that and start generating a study guide, a briefing doc, FAQs, timelines, etc. And it really doesn't take long to generate all of this for us. Now, if you want to see an example of the audio overview, so here's an example that we just generated a second ago. We can also share that, so we can make that public and share with our team and then preview it. So let's open this up. This will create a preview on a subdomain of Google Notebook. And then if we play this, we can also download it here.
Okay, so today we're going to be talking all about link building for SEO.
Oh yeah, link building, one of those things that everybody was talking.
Definitely a bit of a mystery for people,
Absolutely.
but really important if you want your website to actually rank seen.
Yeah, you can have the best content in the world, but if nobody's actually seeing it,
it's not doing you much good.
Exactly.
So we are going to be taking a deep dive today into the world of link building with the help of Julian Goldie's playbook, Link Building Master, Ethical SEO C.
Oh, great book. Lots of good stuff in it.
Yeah, definitely. And I think what we're trying to do in this deep dive is pull out the most important actionable strategies to help you boost your website's ranking.
Yeah, cut through all the noise.
Yeah, exactly.
Get to the stuff that actually works.
Because there is a lot of noise out there.
There it is.
So let's start out by just talking about what is link building really?
How do we think about this?
Yeah.
Well, all right, I'll pause it there, but you get the point. And then, you can download this, for example, like that. And this will also rank on SoundCloud as well. So if we put how to do SoundCloud SEO on Google right here, we can see that this page was actually generated with NotebookLM. So what I did was I downloaded the audio file from Notebook, plugged it in SoundCloud, uploaded it right there.
Musicians and content creators seeking to.
This is the audio file from SoundCloud, like you can see, that is generated with NotebookLM, right? Really simple and easy to do. We uploaded it here. It's already had 188 plays, and it ranks directly on Google as well. Plus, it's not spam. Like, you're actually creating something that's interesting, that actually helps people, etc. And it positions you as an authority. It's a great branding play, I would say, plus a fun experiment. And then also what you can do here is you can, for example, click share, and you can get the embeddable code, right? So if we grab the WordPress code for this particular page, then we can use that to embed it into our website, right? So it's really easy and simple to embed SoundCloud as well directly into your website, into blog posts, etc. Also makes your content a lot better, and also you could upload that directly onto Twitter as well. So you get the point. Like, NotebookLM is really powerful too. Honestly, these features are already being implemented into Gemini as well, so I'm sure the mind map feature will get implemented into Gemini too. But it's pretty cool stuff. So let's come back here. Let's pull up the study guide that we got previously. Just going to pull that up inside here. So we've got, this is a briefing document. Like you can see, it breaks down kind of like a little bit like deep research here. And then if we go to Studio, we also have this, which is the study guide. So it actually creates a quiz, which you can see right here. Now, what's cool about this is if we take this quiz and then we'll go to Gemini, which is another Google product, of course, right? So we're taking the study information from NotebookLM, the study guide. Then we're going to go over to Gemini, and because it's got the new Canvas feature, which you can see, we're now going to say, create an awesome plus beautiful quiz based on the information below. And so with the help of NotebookLM, you can take study guides and you can plug them into Gemini and create like these nice little quizzes. What we can also do is we'll say code that as a website. So it's going to start coding that into HTML now so that we can preview in a second. And the other cool thing about Gemini is it is really fast. Like, it's way faster than anything I've seen with Claude or ChatGPT, etc. It seems to be one of the quickest to do this. And then we've got this setup right here. I'm just going to say make it an interactive quiz plus more beautifully designed. So we're going to change it up right now. And that should recode it. So it should recode the whole page and make it more visually appealing. So just waiting for that to load. I'm going to refresh the page here, put that prompt in, and then it should start doing its magic here. Yeah. You see how it's turned it into an interactive quiz? There we go. And then we can select between these. Now, I'm going to say, okay, make each question standalone quiz page so that people can fill in their answers and give the quiz a more modern, sleek design. And then it's going to update. But you get the point. Like, you can easily build quizzes out, games out, etc. using NotebookLM. Doesn't take too long to do. And there we go. So we can click Start Quiz and just start doing our magic on it. Now, this is all thanks to the new feature from Gemini. So let me pull this up. If you haven't seen this already, basically, Gemini just implemented this new feature, which is Canvas. You can also create like interactive games with it. The design is much nicer. See how it codes, etc. Really easy to set up. So I think the best way to get the most out of this is just combining NotebookLM with Google Gemini. Also, if you wanted to, for example, let's go back here. If we wanted to create a new one, we could also import Google Drive docs and also YouTube videos. So
let's pull this up as an example. Take this video right here. We'll go back to NotebookLM, paste in that YouTube video. Now you can see it's got the information from the video, and we can generate an audio version of that. Once the mind map feature comes out, we can start using it. And also there's some reasons to use this, right? So it's great for finding connections, structuring your articles, exploring information. That's a really powerful learning tool, and also just understanding the bigger picture. Plus you can like zoom in, zoom out and all that sort of stuff, but I don't think that's impressive. So you get the point, like these new features inside NotebookLM, super powerful, especially when combined with Google Gemini Canvas. And if you want to get access to all my best AI workflows, tips, templates, tutorials, AI agents that you can just click and deploy, feel free to get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description, and you'll see everything right here, including the crash course plus my best SOPs. This also comes with weekly Q&A calls with us, so you can just jump on the weekly Q&A calls and ask any questions that you have, and a community of 489 members, so you can ask any questions. We're always updating this, we're already adding new things. So for example, you can see this is an update just from yesterday. We post the Q&As directly inside here, so you can watch them back. And also we have all these new tutorials in like MCP agents, NA10 MCP agents, Google Trend extractors using NA10 agents, loads of cool stuff. And this is just being constantly updated with a really awesome community of people just focused on making more money and saving time with AI. So feel free to get that link in the comment description. And if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session that shows you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visits this month and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot, feel free to get that link in the comments. We'll give you a custom SEO tailored game plan to get you more lead sales and customers to your website directly from Google. Feel free to get that link in the comments description. Appreciate you watching and see you on the next one. Bye bye. So today we're going to be looking at NotebookLM because it's announced some new updates this month in December. And we're going to be covering some of the newest ways that I've found to use this for SEO, for content creation, to get more leads, get more traffic and sales with SEO. We're going to jump straight into it. Now, one of the amazing things about NotebookLM is that you can actually get free access. So not only do you get all of these updates, not only is it actually great for creating content, and I'll show you many different ways that you can actually use this, but also you can just get access for free. So let's get straight into it. So the way that you're going to get access to this is through notebooklm.google. If you want to get free access to all the video notes and prompts that I show you today, get my free course, link in the comments description. And once you've logged in, you're going to see something that looks like this. Now, when you're using NotebookLM, basically it's very simple. You just create a notebook, right? So you're going to create new over here. And then from here, you can just drag and drop any sources that you want. Now, one of the best things that you can actually do with NotebookLM is just train it on you, your voice, your brand, because one of the biggest problems, for example, when you're using, for example, ChatGPT or these other tools, it's very generic, right? It doesn't feel personalized and tailored to you, your brand, who you are, etc. Whereas inside NotebookLM, you can actually add sources via a link, via websites, YouTube, etc. You can copy and paste text. You can even add your own internal Google Slides and Google Docs. And you can see here, you can actually have 300 sources. So you can train a project on NotebookLM with 300 different sources. Maybe you've got tons of blogs or tons of YouTube content, and then you can use that for content generation. Now, here's a few examples. So we could take a few blogs from my website, then we can use these as sources inside the notebook. So I'm just going to paste in the URL right here and we'll insert it. Then we'll add a new source. And basically what we're doing here is training NotebookLM on our data and making it unique to us. And not only is this going to emulate the style, but it's also going to have a lot of source context in terms of how you write, your tonality, who you are as a business. And then that just avoids all the generic fluff that you normally get with ChatGPT or Claude if you just go straight in and ask for it to create content. Now, once you've loaded up your sources, as you can see, you can select them all, or you can choose not to use some of them. So we're going to select all of them. And then inside the chat section right here, we're going to use this prompt. So I'm going to take this prompt right here. Basically, just to recap on what we're doing with NotebookLM is we've got a keyword. So for example, let's say we want to target the keyword SEO Ontario. And then from there, we're going to say, use my style of writing, create an SEO article about SEO, first person, personalize the content, include some links and optimize it for semantics with relevant LSIs and entities throughout. So it already knows your style, how you write, etc. And then we're just going to paste that in and wait for it to do its magic. Now, you're going to see it's loading, but unlike ChatGPT where it writes the content line by line, it's just going to generate it all in one block once it's finished loading. So you don't see the sentences come out step by step.
But once it's done, you're going to see something like this. It's just one thing that I would change, so I'm just going to make sure it stays on topic. So you can see here it's actually just written a generic article about SEO, but we're going to make sure it stays focused on the keyword. Now we've got the content ready to go. And you see it's got sources here, it's got relevant entities. The content still needs to be edited, right? So you would use something like the quality control checklist. This is inside my free course, link in the comments description as well. If you log in and then go to the free content quality section, I'll add it in the notes today. But also, step by step, you would just edit the content before you publish it to make it the best it can be. And then you can just bookmark this link and come back to it anytime you want to create content, right? Because you've got that ready to go. You've got a pre-trained model. It's like a custom GPT, but the difference is you can add multiple sources. So you can add YouTube, you can add websites, whereas you can't really add YouTube directly inside a custom GPT. And additionally, you can link this to Google Docs and Google Slides. Plus, you can have a lot of different sources right here. Additionally, you can copy and paste text in. The more data you give these sort of projects inside NotebookLM, better it's going to be. Now, if you actually go on settings over here, you can define your style, right? So you can, for example, say, I want to write in a custom style, and then just give it some custom prompts right here, which would customize the style to you, how you want to write the content, etc. You can also choose between shorter and longer. Probably if it's for SEO, you're going to go for longer, but just make sure you do cut out the fluff and the quality control. And that was super simple and easy. You can also share this with your team. So you can add people to your team to get access to this. And then, for example, if you're hiring a team or some VAs, etc., they can all work on this project too. And what you could also do is use this as like a training bot too. So for example, if you gave it lots of information about you, your resources, who you are, your brand, etc., and then you were onboarding someone, they could use this as a custom project to just get trained up on them. Now that was example number one. We've got a lot more to cover, so let's keep going through now. The next method that I want to show you is video to blog method, right? Now, for example, the whole blog was written based on a video. And so you can take YouTube videos and then you can turn them into blog posts, and they actually come out pretty nice, as you can see right here. And so when you're doing this, for example, if we just check where it's ranking on Google, you can see us ranking on the first page right here. And you can also see it got 700 impressions, which is pretty good for discovery. So you get discovered on the platform that you post it, but you also get the SEO traffic as well. So you win in both ways. And so the way that we can do this is we can load up a video that we want to turn into a blog post. So for example, here, what I've done is I've taken the video directly from YouTube, plugged that into NotebookLM, and then from there we can start generating a blog post. Now, the prompt that I would like to use for this is right here. So we're going to take that prompt and then we can plug it into our notebook project. And I'm going to say inside the article title, okay, Gemini Experimental 1206. And then you can also add like headings and article outlines here too. And then for content creation, you would add some source context. So you're going to insert relevant, detailed information about you, your brand, your company, etc., so that your content is very personalized. So let me just plug that in right here. And after that, we're going to say easy to read, conversational, UK grammar, FAQs, headings, subheadings, etc. Chop it all up, make it sound good. So I'm just going to customize this to us now. So I'm going to put the article title, the source context, links to our funnels, and that should be good to go. And now we've got the content ready to go, as you can see. Now, if you need more content, etc., if let's say you're not happy with the word count, so I think that's pretty short. Let's have a look. So if it's like 400 words, then you can just feed it more details or answer some FAQs, etc., to increase the word count. But basically, what you're doing here is you can easily turn a YouTube video into a blog post, then rank it on Google, and that process works pretty well. Now, here's where NotebookLM gets pretty crazy. So what you can actually do is you can create YouTube videos using NotebookLM. I'll show you my method and how it can work in a second. But you can see, for example, YouTube, it ranks really well on Google. So you can see, for example, the keyword GPT-03. We rank on the first page of Google for that using YouTube, right? And the same if you go on to, say, AI search engines, for example, like Perplexity, you can see here that my video is ranking inside YouTube for that keyword. And it was pretty simple and easy to do. Now, you might also be saying, okay, but can you do that on a new channel? Here's a relatively new channel that we started just last month. Yeah, and also if you start a new YouTube channel, that can get way more traffic than a new website in its first month. So for example, this YouTube channel, it started at 0 end of November, and it's already had 12,000 views in the last 28 days. And so I'll show you a process that's super simple for creating YouTube videos in a similar way that can get you results, right? So don't think like you need a YouTube channel with 125,000 subscribers to get a lot of reach. The way that we're going to do this is we're going to take a blog post of mine. So for example, like this one, we'll go to create new, we'll add the source. So we're going to plug in website here. You can do this with YouTube videos or whatever you want as well. Obviously, you're going to use your own IP in this. And then from there, what we're going to do is we're going to click on generate over here. And that's going to generate the audio for our video, right? Now, obviously, just to recap on this process. So you take a blog post, you turn that into an audio overview. Now, that's going to be very generic, right? That audio overview. So you're not going to post that directly to YouTube. Instead, you're going to use the new update from NotebookLM that just came out this month to start generating the video content. I'll show you how to do that once this is loaded. All right, so just for the sake of speed, what I've actually done is taken another project from NotebookLM. And what we're going to do right now, you'll see this in a second, is I'm going to open up ChatGPT. You can screencast whatever you want. It's got to be something relevant to the topic, right? For example, if we're making a video like SEO training Honiton, inside the content, then what we're going to do over here is we're going to go to interactive mode, where I can basically interact with the hosts of the podcast in this particular instance, right? So for example, we can create a custom made audio for this keyword where I interact with the AI hosts for this particular audio, and then we can use that to generate our video, okay? What you're going to do to generate these YouTube videos is you're going to screencast, right? You can do this with Loom, you can do this with OBS if you want to do it for free, and that records your audio on the computer, or you can do this inside Descript as well, right? So for example, for the first part of this video, it's a screencast of me talking inside here, right? So here's how it's going to go down. I'm going to join this, and then I'm going to create content around this topic, interviewed by the podcast hosts. And then whilst I'm doing that, I'm going to screen share ChatGPT to create this video using NotebookLM. It sounds confusing, but it's very simple once you get the point of it, right? So if we click on play over here.
Welcome to another deep dive. Oh, our listeners got something to share. Let's hear it.
All right, so I'm going to tell you a bit about SEO training in Honiton. Now, what do you think when it comes to the best SEO agency to use in Honiton?
Okay, that's a great question. It sounds like you're really thinking about the practical application of SEO.
Yeah, that's a really great question. It's not enough to understand SEO. You have to know who to hire, right?
What's fascinating is from the resources we've looked at, Julian Goldie and his SEO Elite Circle are getting a lot of traction of Honiton.
Yeah, they're definitely positioning themselves as the go-to expert.
So here you can see I actually joined the podcast if we play this back.
So we were just about to talk about how crucial it is to get local SEO. Oh, back to our listener. What's up?
All right, so I'm going to tell you a bit about SEO training in Honiton. Now, and you can see here that we actually joined the conversation, we created the podcast audio, and then the podcast host starts saying how Julian Goldie is the best, his SEO Elite Circle is the best, and we've got this screencast whilst the audio is running, right? And so what you're doing here is creating a video between you and the AI hosts, where you're plugging your content, which is going to rank for that keyword, and then when people watch the video, it generates more awareness, it generates people to go and check out whatever you sell, right? So basically how this process works inside NotebookLM is that you create a blog post, then you're going to record the audio screencast, and then on screen you would include your website whilst the hosts are talking about you, your products, etc. And you can ask relevant questions and join the podcast when you want to inside NotebookLM. And then from there, you just publish to YouTube, you get more traffic, you get more views to whatever you sell, and you rank for your keyword on Google and inside Perplexity and other search engines as well, right? So there's the blog post, there's the audio, and you can just join it right there. And then with Descript or OBS or Loom, you can record your screen. Now, if you're wondering, okay, does that actually work? Surely it's not that easy or simple. Well, here's an example, right? So this is a video that I created with AI with a similar sort of screencast, except the audio is not as good. You can see I'm just on ChatGPT. It got 227 views already, and it literally took me like 5 minutes 40 to record the video. It's just a screencast of ChatGPT and my website for this particular keyword, right? So it's super simple. All the audio was created with AI.
Use a business's website to find
but the AI voice is not that good compared to NotebookLM and compared to like you interacting with the host on NotebookLM, right? So it's a really powerful workflow that I don't think anyone is using, but you can see how easy it is to generate interesting YouTube content using this process. And also it's completely free, right? Because you don't pay for NotebookLM, you don't pay for the interactive mode, and you don't pay for the screencast software if you're using something like OBS or Loom. The final method that I want to show you inside NotebookLM, so for example, if we go into this post right here, I'm going to uncheck all the sources. I'm going to go into the settings, add custom instructions, add my source context. I'm going to say always write in first person, and then include some information about me, who I am, etc. Hit save from there. And now this project inside NotebookLM, it has custom instructions on who I am, how to write, etc. And then once we've loaded the blog post that we want to create content around, we can then say, okay, create an email, social media post, Twitter thread, and school post around my topic of Pointed Beach SEO. And basically what we can do is we can chop up that content that we created inside the blog and then turn it into 1, 2, 3, 4 different pieces of content so that we get more leverage out of it, more output without doing any extra work. And you can see here, for example, it's create the school post, the Twitter thread, the social media post, and the email too. Now, if you're wondering, okay, now again, you might be wondering, okay, does that actually work? All of our posts on Twitter are pretty much generated with AI, obviously with some quality control that I've already talked about, but you can see we reach like anywhere between 200,000 and 100,000 people per day on Twitter. Same on LinkedIn. We reached like 47,000 people on LinkedIn with our AI generated posts. We grew a school community with 2,500 people using the same process. So it's not like this stuff doesn't work. You just have to use it in the right way. Obviously, it's all about quality control, but you can easily generate content using the original source and then chop that up into 5 to 10 different pieces of content that will reach more customers across many different platforms without any extra work. So thanks so much for watching. What I've actually done is I've taken all the posts, all the prompts, etc. from today, all the processes, along with a bunch of other processes that I came up with last week on how to use NotebookLM. You can see all these different SEO use cases right here. So if you want to get more leads, traffic, and sales with SEO, feel free to get my free SEO course with 200 ChatGPT prompts, workflows, SOPs, a community of 2,500 SEOs, 50 free SEO tools, and that's completely free and available for you to get. Link in the comments description. You can see all the stuff you get. It's outrageous. This is hundreds of hours of work, and I'm giving it to you for free just to help you. So feel free to get that link in the comments description, then log in, go to free SEO tools, and then if you scroll down, you'll find the video notes inside the NotebookLM section. Now, if you want to get a free SEO strategy session as well, feel free to get that link in the comments description. We'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visits a month and generate thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot. On this free link building acceleration session, you'll get a free SEO domination plan, discover the secrets of link building, or answer any questions you have one-to-one, and you'll learn the best link building strategy for your website, plus how to quickly outrank your competitors' link building, and how to 10x your SEO traffic based on what's working for us, right? Normally, people are paying thousands of dollars for a consultant. We just give it away for free because we want to help you. Feel free to get that link in the comments description. You can see all the people that we've helped along the way. Hopefully, we can help you too. All right, cheers, bye-bye. Today, we're going to be looking at 12 use cases for NotebookLM. So you can get access to notebook.lm.google.com. And every single workflow that I show you today, we're going to give away for free. All the prompts, all the tips, all the workflows, etc., all the SOPs you can get for free. And we're going to get straight into this. So the first thing that we can actually use NotebookLM for is creating content outlines, right? So planning what content we want to create based on who's already ranking on the first page of Google. So let's say, for example, I want to rank for a random keyword like Julian Goldie SEO course, right? That's something people are typing into Google. So if we take these videos as a source, we can basically reverse engineer what's already ranking on Google and then use that to create content outlines so that we've figured out, okay, this is what Google likes to see, so we can create content using a similar sort of structure as well. And you can do this with YouTube videos. You can also do it with blog posts as well. So let me take example blog post right here. Insert that as a source, add source, and then add in the link, right? You can also add, for example, sources such as Google Docs, Google Slides, and you can see here you actually get 300 different documents that you can insert. But if you're using this for content outlines, then of course you would just keep this minimal and just take like the top 5 or 10 most relevant ranking pages. Now we've got the sources added in, using those free sources, which we've selected over here. And if you decide not to use one of these sources, you can just unselect them on the checkbox, and then it will actually change the number of sources it's using. And what we can do inside the prompt is we can insert our keywords. So let's say, for example, we're trying to rank for the keyword Julian Goldie SEO course. And we can say reverse engineer my competitors' content attached to create a relevant SEO content outline for my keyword. Include headings, subheadings, the word count topics mentioned. Also extract the keywords, LSIs, and entities from the page, and create a list of relevant keywords, LSIs, related to the main keyword. Now, if we hit enter, that's going to take the sources that we've reverse engineered from Google for our top ranking keyword, and then we can create a relevant content outline based on these sources so that it's really easy to create something that would rank for us as well. So for example, it's come up with the title, the relevant word count, it's included a useful outline with headings and subheadings relevant to the keyword, and just structured it based on our competitors and figured out the search intent as well, along with relevant LSIs for the keyword. Now, based on that, this is use case number 2. We can say, okay, create an SEO optimized article for this, and we'll put the article, which is the keyword we're trying to target here. Content outline equals, use the content outline above. For content creation, do this. And inside the source context here, we're just going to personalize this to our business, which we've done right there. And then what you can also do inside this prompt is you can insert the content outline that we generate before into this prompt right here. So you can put, for example, content outline, then paste the relevant LSIs, entities, headings, and subheadings into the content, and it can generate full blog posts like you see right here. Also formats it with relevant headings, bullet points, etc. And you can see here as well, with the content itself, it's actually linking internally to the pages we want to funnel traffic to. So pretty simple and easy to do, and you can do that completely for free inside NotebookLM. This is not the Plus package. Now, what we can also do is we can take a sitemap from our website, which has a list of relevant pages we want to insert internal links to inside our content, right? So if we paste this, and this is our sitemap, and again, you don't really need to format this properly, etc. Like, you can just have the raw list of the sitemap and then insert this as a source inside here. In fact, what we can actually do is paste that copied text right there, insert that in, see the sitemap I've attached, insert a few relevant internal links within the content so that it links internally to the pages I want to rank. And so now we've created like an internal link machine. So if we look at the outputs here, it's a very simple prompt, but you can see it's actually rewritten parts of the paragraphs inside our content to internally link to the page from our sitemap, right? For example, it's rewritten this sentence right here so that it links internally to our page on the sitemap. And you can see this is not a hallucinated link, it actually works. Plus it's relevant, and you don't have to think about writing the content, you don't have to think about the anchor text, etc. Super easy and powerful to do. Honestly, that is better than a lot of internal linking tools because you can easily automate it in one prompt. And these are actually very intelligent responses, right? So it's okay for a deep dive into keyword research, check out this guide, it links straight to it, and then you can just insert that into your content. Now, from there, what we can actually do is generate an audio version of the blog using the deep dive conversation option. Now, you can customize this, so if you want to focus on specific things, you can right here. And then if you click on generate, what that's going to do is actually generate a conversation with the AI between 2 different hosts based on that blog post. Now, this is good because number 1, you can embed it inside your content. And number 2, you can actually upload that content directly into, for example, something like SoundCloud, and that can rank pretty well as well. In fact, if you actually type in how to do SoundCloud SEO on Google, you'll see that my SoundCloud SEO audio file, which was created with AI, is ranking on Google. Now, one thing I want to mention at this point is whatever you create in here is very powerful, right? So whether you're creating blog posts, whether you're creating outlines, whether you're creating audio versions or videos, which I'll come on to later, when you're doing any of this, make sure you do quality control. Check the content because, of course, if it's spammy content, if it's not useful, then that's not going to help you, your brand, or the audience listening. Make sure you do quality control as you go along. Now, once that's actually done, you can just click on load the conversation over here. And then if we play this, it creates a pretty nice audio version. Now, if you want to customize that to your own voice, I'll show you exactly how to do that later. But you can see here how easy it is to create an audio version of your blog. And then you create multiple pieces of content from one single input, which is very high leverage. Now, what you can also do with that audio is if you download it, so you can click on download right here, then you can actually turn that into a YouTube video. For example, if we type in the keyword SEO training in Honiton into Google right here, you can see my AI generated video right here. And all it is a video with AI audio and then a screencast of like me talking about relevant stuff inside the video related to the topic. And you can see that I got 229 views and it's ranking number 1 for its target keyword, right? So you can also take the audio with Loom or OBS or Descript. And then whilst you're playing the audio, record your screen, talk about relevant things to that topic. And for whatever keyword you want to rank for, you've got the audio generated, you've got the video generated with the screencast, and you're off to the races. Now, if you want to take that one step further, what you can actually do is whilst you're screencasting, so whilst you're recording your screen and generating the audio, you can actually go on interactive mode right here, and that will engage you directly with the AI audio so that you create a more interactive podcast, which would create better audio for the video you're creating, right? So if we go into interactive mode right here, we can play the podcast, and then we could join and generate audio that's more customized to us and who we are and is more engaging for the person listening, right? Use that for your video instead of the AI generated stuff, right? Which makes it more engaging and also adds more personalization to the content, right? So like basically you can generate audio that's more customized to you, includes your voice, you interact with the AI, guide it in the right way, and then you can generate videos that actually rank like I've already shown you, but it's more customized to you, rather than the generic AI voices that everyone else is using. Now, what you can also do is you can take the videos and then you can turn those into blog posts as well. So if you look, for example, at this keyword, NotebookLM update, and we scroll down, you can see the blog post that I created a day ago is already ranking on Google right here, right? Now, this blog post is literally just from a video. So we created the video first, and then we generated that as a blog post, which ranked really well on Google as well. And it's pretty simple to do this. All you do is you can copy the video URL, you can add a source, or if you don't want to do that, you can actually just copy and paste the transcript in as well. And then once you've got a YouTube video loaded, like you can see right here, then you can create the blog post based on that. So you can say my video transcript into a blog post. Obviously, there are better ways of generating the prompt and the content, which I've included inside the video notes from today. Now, something that's really cool for generating images based on your NotebookLM content is we can take the content and then we can go into a free tool called napkin.ai. We can paste in the content right here, click generate visuals, and this will create really unique visuals based on our content. It's customized to us. Now, the reason that I like this versus using something like DALL-E or Midjourney is it's actually creating something of value, right? Because if you look at this particular post, this is an unusual diagram that's more customized to you, that's more useful for the user, and there's loads of different styles right here. Now, I think that's 10 times better, and then you can just click on export if you want to get this or paste it in, right? But I think that's 10 times better than using your sort of generic image that's going to be from DALL-E, because it's customized to you, your content. It creates something that's actually enhancing your content, and you can edit it or sketch it or add more images right here. But unless you get something that really adds unique value to your content, like this, then there's no point using AI images from what I can see. So that's a really powerful way to use NotebookLM as well. Now, additionally, once you've got the content loaded that you want to create or based on the content you've already generated, this brings me on to use case number 9, which is that you can actually repurpose the content you've created to post across multiple platforms, right? For example, for us, we always take our videos or our existing content and we'll post that onto Twitter. We'll create shorts out of the content and we'll chop it up like 10 or 20 different ways at least, right? And so it's really easy to do this, right? For example, this is my prompt for shorts. And we could take the content that was generated with NotebookLM right here. We'll paste that into the prompt. And so this is going to generate a short script that we can then read out to record a video, right? So for example, it's got the prompt right here for creating a short. Just bear in mind, you might have to shorten the content. So it might just be like the first few paragraphs, all the key facts, etc. And then if we hit enter, this has generated a short video script or even a Facebook ad script that we could then read out, record a video around. And again, it was automated with NotebookLM. And it's got the hook and then the secondary hook like we asked it for, and then the delivery on the hook. Now, there's many ways you could repurpose your content, right? It could be into a tweet, into a short, into an email, etc. But the main thing here is you don't just have to focus on SEO. You can take that AI generate content and then get 10 to 20x the amount of reach from that content because you've syndicated and repurposed it across many different platforms. Now, what you can also do is based on this content, NotebookLM actually supports many different languages. So if we go into this content right here, I'm going to say rewrite this in French. We could repurpose the content and then translate it into many different languages so that we can reach bigger audiences, right? For example, even for the short script, it's rewritten the content into French. And this supports like over 30 languages, right? Any sort of audio that you create, any sort of blog content, videos that you create, etc., they can all be translated into many different languages. And bear in mind, if you're trying to rank with SEO or you're trying to reach a new audience, there's much less competition in multiple different languages, right? So it's easier to rank and it doesn't require any extra time. And then, of course, you just want to quality control it, double check it before you publish. Now, use case number 11, inside NotebookLM, what you can also do is you could load all the content that you've created previously over the last 6 months because it allows 300 different sources. And then you could use that so that NotebookLM understands your style, right? So basically it understands how you write, the tonality, how you typically format it, etc. And it creates a much more personalized experience so that when you're generating content, that content is higher quality. The final thing that you can actually do, and this is really cool for just generating customized audio to you, is you can take the content from NotebookLM, for example, like the audio right here. Then we can go into a tool like Descript. We can open up a new project. We can upload the file we just downloaded, and that'll transcribe. All right. So we've basically taken the audio from NotebookLM, which is in the AI voice, and it's not customized to you, it's a little bit generic, etc. You might not be comfortable with that. And so once we've transcribed it, based on the voices that you can train inside Descript, so for example, Descript is trained on my voice, and you could train it on multiple people's voices. So what we can actually do is we can take the content from Notebook and then we can import that into Descript, because Descript is trained on my voice, right? So if we go to write a speech over here, we'll paste this in, and then I'm going to change the voiceover to me, but there are actually stock AI speakers inside Descript if you want something more unique. But the main thing here is you might not want the generic AI speakers from NotebookLM, right? You might want something where it's more customized to you, your brand, etc. So we'll paste that in right there. We'll hit done writing. We're going to change that to my name. And then from here, we can play this content, right? So if we play this content, it's going to be generated in my voice because we've trained Descript on my voice, right? Let's click play. You can insert the following internal links within the content you drafted to connect to the pages you want to rank. And so it's super easy to take the content from NotebookLM, whether that's a transcript, whether that's content as a blog, etc. And then you can transform that into something that's customized to you, your brand, and whether you want to embed that onto your blog post so that it's more unique to you, or whether you want to use that as audio for, say, your YouTube video or your blog post, etc. Super easy to do. That is, as promised, 12 NotebookLM epic use cases that are all completely free. For example, competitor outlines for SEO, writing and ranking blog posts, uploading your sitemap and using that as an internal links machine, creating audio to rank on SoundCloud, recording that audio and adding that to video, recording an audio of you and the AI interacting, and then creating and ranking a YouTube video around that. Additionally, we've talked about how I've ranked YouTube videos to blog posts using a similar sort of process, napkin AI images, repurposing blogs, generating it in multiple languages, content writing based on your voice, and then also pasting that content that you've generated as written format into Descript, training Descript on your voice, and then turning that audio into your own voice for the podcast, or even multiple voices, right? You could have 2 AI voices that you've custom trained on Descript, and then they can go back and forth just like the audio overview inside NotebookLM, because you've got the transcript and because you can just change the speakers pretty easily. Thanks so much for watching. What I've actually done is I've turned all of these use cases into a step-by-step SOP with relevant prompts, step-by-step tutorials, all the prompts I used and copied and pasted from today as well. You can steal from me directly in the video notes from today. Now, if you want to get access to that, you can get that inside my free SEO course, link in the comments description. This course will show you how to get more leads, traffic, sales with SEO, and it comes with over 200 lessons on how to do SEO step by step. So, for example, keyword research, link building, topical maps, quality control, free SEO systems, basically everything that I've tested over the last year or two when it comes to SEO. Now, if you want to get access to the video notes from today, that's inside the free SEO systems section, as you can see right here. Once you've gone to that category, then just scroll down and you'll find the video notes right here. And if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session that shows you how to get more leads, traffic, sales from SEO, feel free to put that in. We'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visitors a month and generate thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot. On this free link building acceleration session, you'll get a free SEO domination plan, and basically you'll get a custom tailored link building plan so that you can generate more leads, sales, and profits from your website. You'll also discover the secrets of SEO link building, so you'll discover a tried, tested, and proven link building strategy to get more leads, traffic, sales from SEO. And additionally, you can just ask us any questions, right? So you can ask our world-class SEO experts about any questions, problems, or challenges you're facing and get some actionable tips to solve that. And this free acceleration session just comes with loads of stuff that's going to help you if you want to get better results for SEO based on what's working for us. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Bye. Today, what we're going to be doing is using NotebookLM, which is a free AI SEO tool you can use to start ranking your website. Now, this does all sorts of crazy stuff, and it's got some new updates I've never really spoken about before, including analyzing your competitors, turning blog posts into YouTube video, turning YouTube videos into blog posts, and ranking on multiple platforms, which I'll show you and explain in detail today, along with a step-by-step SOP so that you can copy and steal the process from me if you want to. So to get started, just go to notebooklm.google.com, then go to try NotebookLM, and from here we can just go to create new. Now the first thing that we're going to start testing off is this section right here, which is in the link section, and you can basically insert links from your top ranking competitors and then use that to analyze how you should write your article and basically automate the content outline process. So let me show you an example. Let's say, for example, you want to go after a keyword like enterprise SEO ROI calculator. What you can actually do is just reverse engineer the first page of Google and go, okay, what's already ranking and how can we use that as a source for the content that we should write about too? And then from here, you can figure out, okay, how should I structure my article? Now, you don't have to use Ahrefs to do that. That's just an easy way to see the SERPs. But you can also just go directly into Google. And then from here, you can figure out, okay, how can I use what's already ranking to structure my content too? Because I already know what Google likes, right? Now, when you're doing this, I wouldn't use Reddit, just like you wouldn't use Reddit on any sort of SEO outline tool because it's a bit of an outlier. But if we go through the list, we can be like, okay, let's plug some of these in into NotebookLM. Obviously, you're not going to use this to copy your competitors. You're only using this for research. We can take another one. So we'll put in this website right here and we'll just add like 3 of them for now. But normally you would do like 5 to 10. So we're going to add in the sources like so, plug in the website links. Now we've got the sources for our guides on the left. Now with 3 sources, what you can do is say, okay, give me an SEO content outline based on the sources, which are my top ranking competitors for the keyword, plug in your keyword, and then break it down into relevant headings, LSIs, plus entities, recommended word count, the search intent, right? Just as an example. So we'll hit enter like so. And based on our sources that are ranking for our keyword, we can figure out, okay, what should we be writing about too? And then it gives us a detailed breakdown. So it's like SEO content outline. Here's a comprehensive SEO outline for our keyword based on your provided sources. So these are our top ranking competitors. And then it gives us a breakdown, first of all, of the search intent. So I write the search intent for this keyword, uses searching for courses to learn SEO from scratch. And then we can go through the list. Now, you can also see here that it's actually referenced sources. And then you can see it's broken down how to structure the article. So it's like, right, start off with what is SEO, then why learn SEO, then benefits taking a course, best SEO courses. And then we break it down into free and paid courses like you can see. Basically, you got a nice little automated outline based on our competitors that we did for free using NotebookLM. Super useful. And then you've also got the LSIs. Obviously, with Google Notebook, it's using Google's version of their LLM, which is Gemini. And so using Gemini to break down the LSIs, the entities, etc., super useful. And then finally, you've got a recommended word count and a few more tips, right? But literally in a few seconds, you can just automate your content outline. Or if you've got a team doing this, and they can just go into this tool as well because it's completely free and it's based on your competitors. Now, what you can also do, and this is pretty amazing, is you can actually create podcasts based on the content that you insert. So for example, if we take the content from this article that's ranking for best SEO, and we'll plug that into the copy text, slap that in, hit insert, and then you see how it says audio overviews over here. It's generate a podcast between 2 people where they basically have a conversation about your content. It takes a few minutes to generate, and I'll show you exactly what it looks like in a second. But it's so easy to generate podcasts that you can insert inside your content, but also rank themselves. As an example of that, if we look at an example keyword like this, I'm not saying it's the best keyword to go after, I'm just showing you an example. I actually uploaded a podcast directly from an article I created previously to SoundCloud, just included the keyword inside the file name, as you can see right here. It's inside the content as well. And if we hit
you want to really amp up your online presence, well, you're in the right place. You've probably heard the buzz about SEO, right? Search engine optimization.
You can see it basically has 2 people speaking in the content, and it feels very human in the way that it's written. Now, it's so easy to generate these just by going into NotebookLM, then generating an audio overview, and then you can upload that into your blog post, into SoundCloud. And also what I think could be super powerful is if you can upload this directly into a YouTube video. So for example, if we take a keyword like this, as you can see that a video I created on a brand new channel, so you don't need a lot of subscribers to do this, which is completely AI generated, is ranking at the top page of Google, right? And so YouTube videos rank really well. Now, if we actually go onto this video and we'll hit play.
Looking for the best SEO training, Honiton?
Basically what you can see throughout the video is that it's just a screencast advertising me and my business for that target keyword. And then the transcript in the background is an SEO optimized article around the topic of SEO training Honiton, right? But you could easily generate that with NotebookLM and then easily record a screencast with Descript, with OBS or with Loom or whatever you want to use. You don't have to talk, you don't have to show your face or anything as you can see on this video, and then rank it directly inside Google. And the thing is, these podcasts are actually pretty interesting. Like, they feel human, they sound good, they're quite long as you can see, so 24 minutes right there. And if we hit...
All right. So are you ready to find out who the top SEO speakers are going to be for 2024? We've got a great article here.
Yeah, it's jam-packed with industry experts who are killing it.
Crushing it.
And not just name dropping.
Oh, no.
It's pretty good, right? It feels humanized. It's not like trashy spam. And if you combine that audio with a screencast relevant to the topic you're trying to rank for, it could probably rank in Google, say within 24 hours. I think this video, when we created it, ranked in Google within like 5 hours using a similar process. But I would genuinely say the audio and the quality of the audio NotebookLM is 10 times better than the generic one I used in that YouTube video I just showed you. How do you combine them together as files? Is you can go into Descript. So if we have a look at this video I created previously, you have a layer for the video, a layer for the audio. You make sure they're exactly the same length. If you have them, that's totally fine. And then you just sync them, create the video, upload to YouTube, boom. Would recommend quality controlling it before you publish, but you can see how easy this is to create with a combination of Descript and NotebookLM. And then not only can you create blog posts with AI for free, but you can also create YouTube videos for free as well. And it's incredibly easy. That's a very scalable system right there. So just to recap, we've talked about how you can reverse engineer your competitors using NotebookLM to create content outlines. Number 2, we've talked about how you can rank SoundCloud with an example of me ranking on Google using this exact same method, and audio from NotebookLM. Additionally, we've talked about how you can create videos combining a screencast with the audio from NotebookLM to try and rank your content. The final method that I want to show you is actually how you can import YouTube videos and then turn them into blog posts. So if we go to create new over here, and then from here, we're going to select YouTube inside the link section. And here we can just paste in a YouTube URL. So as an example of that, let's take this video link. We'll copy that. We'll plug it into NotebookLM. We'll hit insert. And now you can see it's got video summary. Now what you can do is you could generate an audio file with that too and create multiple unique versions of content for the same topic and basically syndicate the content you already have to multiple different platforms, whether that's SoundCloud, whether that's LinkedIn, whether that's your website, etc., whether that's YouTube. And additionally, you could say, okay, based on my transcript for the keyword SEO training Honiton, create an SEO optimized article for this keyword too. Then we'll give some basic content creation instructions. As you can see, hit enter like so, and it's generated an SEO optimized article, as you can see, which is actually not bad at all, right? So for example, if we read this article, are you struggling to get local customers in Honiton? You might have the best product or service around, but if no one can find you online, it's like you don't even exist. So you can see the actual content itself doesn't feel or read spammy at all. I'll give you the prompt for that in a second, but it's so simple and easy to use, right? Additionally, this is all tailored to you, your brand. So NotebookLM is very powerful because you can basically syndicate content across multiple platforms to rank multiple times for the same keyword. So for example, if you've got a keyword and you plug it into NotebookLM, you could create a YouTube video, which, by the way, YouTube, I get 100,000 traffic a month just from Google alone via YouTube. So it's very, very powerful. So it's one of the easiest ways to get a lot of traffic and scale it in a way that converts. Number 2, you rank audio. So for example, SoundCloud, these websites rank really, really well. Then if you want to reverse engineer your competitors to create an awesome content outline, you can do that too. And finally, you can use this to create multiple versions of blog posts for the same keyword so you can rank multiple times. And I've shown you proof that every single one of these methods works, right? And so NotebookLM is extremely underrated, very powerful for SEO, and it's free to use for anyone watching. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get access to all the prompts and video notes from today, including this prompt that I used to create the article previously, and additionally, if you want to discover my step-by-step instructions for the SOP, like you can see right here, for multiple different ways you can create SEO content, feel free to get that. Links in the comments to my free SEO course. You log in, go to the free SEO course, and then go to free SEO tools, and inside there, go to the NotebookLM section. You can get access to this plus hundreds of other SOPs, free tools, free prompts, and proven case studies on how to rank with SEO. This is better than most paid tools out there, and we're giving away everything just to help you. So you get the video notes right there, link in the comments and description to get access to this free course. So hope it helps you. Thanks so much for watching. If you want to get a free SEO strategy session, feel free to link in the comments and description. We'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 this month and generate thousands of dollars in sales. It's completely free. Link in the comments and description. Feel free to book it in. And on this free acceleration session, you get a free SEO domination plan, discover the secrets of link building, or answer any questions you have. You'll learn the best link building strategy for your website, plus how to 10x SEO traffic based on what's working for us. Appreciate you watching. Thanks. Bye-bye. Today, we're going to be looking at the brand new tool, which is NotebookLM. This is available at .google. You can see it's a brand new tool that just came out from Google. This is an amazing tool. I'm going to show you exactly how you can use it to rank on Google based on what's working for me. Now, there's multiple different use cases you can use this AI tool for AI SEO. As an example, if we Google the keyword how to do SoundCloud SEO, you can see that my audio file right there is ranking second on Google for this particular keyword using a very similar method, but now it's available for free using this tool, NotebookLM. And by the way, this is not my discovery. I'm not going to BS you and tell you I deserve all the credit for this when we've got the legendary Hamish from Income Stream Surfers who actually created this amazing video. I'll link to it in the description that shows you exactly how to use it. And we're going to take the learnings from this video and take it one step further in terms of ranking with AI SEO. So basically, how does this work? Well, essentially, if you go onto NotebookLM, you can essentially upload documents and convert them into easy understand formats, right? Now, as an example of that, that's actually a really cool looking assistant, but one of the main use cases for this is actually the audio file, the audio overview feature, which can turn documents, slides, and charts into basically engaging AI generated summaries, which you can see right here. Now, why is that useful? It's useful because, number one, you can improve the quality of your content massively in one single click by doing this. Number two, you can rank on different platforms, as I've shown you already, with SoundCloud SEO. And number three, you can actually use this as link bait, which I'll show you examples of in a minute, using the AI SEO audio link building method that I'll show you works with proof. So if you're wondering how to do this, basically what you do from here is you go to notebookllm.google.com. Then you're going to create a new notebook. Very simple stuff, right? So you just click on create over here. Then you're going to add one source. So what we can actually do is click on website over here and paste in the URL. Let's take a keyword I'm already ranking for, like for example, SEO rank in Japan. You can see me ranking there and there. We can plug that bad boy in right there. And then inside the notebook guide, we can click on deep dive conversation, as you can see right here. Click on generate, and this might take a few minutes. And then we can start generating the audio for this particular file. Now, let me zoom in on this and guide you through what audio overviews is. Basically, these are AI generated voices, as you can see right here, and I'll show you what the output is like in a minute. Right now, it's only available in English. It might take a few minutes to generate, but once it's done, we have an audio file, basically like a podcast that we can either embed into our blog, we can rank on other platforms, or we can use it to actually generate link building clickbait. Whilst that is generating, let me talk you through the workflows that you can use this for. And bear in mind, this is a free tool, so I'm not paying for this at all. And I'll show you the output and how good the actual audio is in a minute. So whilst we're waiting for that to generate, let me break down exactly how you can rank with AI audio itself. So if we take this example of my article ranking for how to do SoundCloud SEO, this was actually previously done with Well Said Labs, I think it was. And you can see that we targeted the keyword how to do SoundCloud SEO. And so essentially what you want to do is go for how-to keywords, which are really low competition, as you can see right here. And if you don't have access to Ahrefs, you can also find the keywords inside Google, like you can see right here, and just find relevant keywords so you could potentially rank for using SoundCloud, as you can see. Next up, you create the content. Now, what you can actually do, and this is the beauty of Google LLM, is that you can actually create the audio directly inside NotebookLM, right? So you just plop in whatever website or blog you've created the content on and already published it. And then, for example, you can see here we have the AI audio generated. Let's give it a whirl and see how good it actually is. So we'll play it now.
Okay, so we're diving into the world of SEO in Japan today.
Yeah.
We're going to unpack this article about SEO training Japan and a program.
What's crazy about that is it's basically two people interacting over the same piece of content, right? So it not only sounds believable, but at the same time, it's actually two people discussing the content that you created. Basically a conversation.
SEO Elite Circle.
Yeah, SEO Elite Circle. To see what makes Japanese, we know you want to boost your online presence, and
I think that could fool most people, as you can see right here.
Japan's a whole other ball game, right?
Yeah.
And this deep dive is going to break down what...
And it's not just taken the actual content from the blog, but it's manipulated it and turned it into a two-way conversation that would be pretty convincing and probably more entertaining to listen to than just your bog standard SoundCloud SEO example here. And so
makes it different and what this training offers first.
Yeah.
That to create a strategy that really clicks with the Japanese audience.
Yeah, you got it. It's like talking directly to them in a way that makes sense to them.
And I bet that
It's crazy. What a world we live in. And so not only can you create audio for free, not only can you generate this with one single click, not only can you rank with SoundCloud SEO, but also this creates better content than my original piece because it's more like a conversation, it's more engaging, it's got more entertainment value. And that was incredibly easy to do. As you can see, I've literally walked you through it. And so using a process like the SoundCloud SEO method, you can easily rank. But the other thing as well is you could actually download the audio file, as you can see right here, and then just embed that into your website right at the top of your blog article so that people get the choice between whether they listen to your content or whether they actually read the content. And so like a lot of people, I don't know about you, the last time I sat down and read a full blog, it's quite rare these days I actually sit down and read a full blog, right? Whereas, for example, I will listen to an audiobook, I will listen to a podcast. Audio is even on YouTube, like I'll quite often walk around and not watch a video, but I'll listen to the audio file. And so all of a sudden you can make your content way more engaging using this process. You can even share it with your team, as you can see right here, and you can create pretty engaging, interesting content for AI SEO using this method. Not only that, right? But for example, if we look at this blog actually linked out to one of our websites. You can see the audio file embedded there that I actually recorded, sat down in a cheap apartment in Chiang Mai a few years ago with a microphone, the old school way, right? Whereas, for example, with this method that we've talked about, you can actually create audio files really quickly and then use that as link bait to get credits to your website. Like you can see right here, this is a backlink to our website. If you look at the actual page, that's from a DR52 website, as you can see right here, and we got it for free by using audio link building. So how does this method work? Basically, you would reach out to relevant sites. You can use an email template like this. I'll give you access at the end of the video. Once they have confirmed that they want you to create an audio version of their website, then you can just put the content into Google LLM and create that audio file, upload it to SoundCloud, and send them the code back, as you can see right here in this outreach email, along with a credit inside it, linking back to your website, right? So to be very clear, you reach out to websites, you're like, hey, really like your blog. In fact, I liked it so much, I created an audio version of it. Where should I send the link? They reply, you create the audio, then you send them the code with a credit back to your website for recording the audio. Very simple. And it works, as you can see right here on this example. Here's another example of a previous backlink we got using the same method, and it works over and over again. So there's two different use cases for this. Number one, you create audio and rank on SoundCloud. Number two, you can build backlinks for free using AI link building and outreach with the audio method. The final method is that you can embed this audio file into your blog, make it more engaging. That's probably going to improve the on-page metrics if your content is good. And if you have better on-page metrics, and people, obviously that's going to improve your SEO rankings long-term because Google recognizes that. And long-term, your rankings increase. Plus, the quality of your content is much better, which makes it more linkable anyway. So that is pretty much it. I haven't explored NotebookLM that much so far, but I think there's a lot of other cool stuff you can do. This is powered by Gemini 1.5. It's pretty amazing if you ask me. You can do some other cool stuff, like you can upload PDFs to it. You can actually draft the script for a podcast, as you can see right here. And fair play to Google for just giving it away for free. Pretty cool if you ask me. So some people on Twitter are even uploading 200-page books and then turning them into 11-minute podcast conversations. There's loads of cool and interesting use cases for using it, and I would definitely recommend checking it out. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get access to the two SOPs from today, including the AI audio method and also the SoundCloud method, you can get that inside my free SEO course. Links in the comments and description. It comes with over 146 SEO tutorials, prompts, templates, tips, etc. Once you've logged in and gone to the free SEO course, inside the SEO systems section, you will find the SoundCloud notes right there. And if you want the SOP for the audio link building method, just go to the SEO link building section and scroll down to AI audio outreach. Again, I'll link to Income Stream Surfer's video directly inside the description. If you want to check that out, would definitely recommend checking it out. And also, if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session on how to get more leads, traffic, and sales, feel free to book that in. Links in the comments description. On this free link building acceleration session, we will give you a free SEO domination plan. You'll discover the secrets of link building. We'll answer any questions that you have. You'll learn the best link building strategies for your website, how to outrank your competitors for link building, plus how to 10x your SEO traffic based on what's working for us. Feel free to book that in. Links in the comments description. Appreciate watching. Today, we're going to be testing a brand new workflow that was only possible 24 hours ago, simply because Llama 3.2 has been released and it is a game changer. Now I'm going to be using Llama 3.2 and NotebookLM, which has some amazing features in it to create and rank SEO content, and I'm going to be running you through the workflow. Now you might say, why would you use these two tools? Number one, NotebookLM creates content in a way I've never seen before, and it's absolutely mind-blowing. Along with Llama 3.2, which is one of the fastest AI models I've ever seen. It actually creates really good content. And you might be saying, okay, does that content actually rank? I actually created a workflow with the keyword SEO training career inside an article a few weeks ago when Llama 3.1 was released, and you can see me actually ranking with AI overviews directly here. You can see the top link is to my website from Google AI overviews using content from Llama 3.1. So I'm going to be running you through a brand new workflow today, breaking it down into steps, showing you exactly how to do it for free. And this is the fastest, easiest workflow I've ever seen with AI, based on what's helped me rank #1 in the past using Llama. So let's get straight into it. The first place that we're going to start is we'll take a random keyword, for example, like SEO training Oxford, which is something that's being searched for locally. And then we're going to use Llama 3.2 to create the content. Now, the best place to access Llama 3.2 for free is using Grok, which is groq.com. And if we go inside the full chat right here, and then we can select our model, and you don't want to be using Llama 3, and what you want to be using is this model right here, which is Llama 3.2 11B text preview. And so from here, I've actually designed this prompt, which basically takes some headings, and I'll show you how to generate this for free in a minute, along with some entities, LSIs, and keywords, which I'll also show you how to do for free in a minute, and the source context. Now, right here, you would actually include some information about you and your brand so that the content itself is personalized to you and your brand. Makes sense, right? Then you're not just creating spam, you're actually creating something that's personalized to you and your brand. Now, at the top as well, you want to be typing in your keywords. So, for example, let's put SEO training Oxford, and you can just customize this to whatever you want, but this is based on what's working for me. So we're going to paste this into Grok, as you can see right here. But before we do that, before we actually hit enter on this, we want to generate the content outline itself and also make sure this is optimized not just for the user, but also for the algorithm. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Zista, which is a free content optimizer tool. We'll go to create new over here. Then we'll put in our keywords. So for example, SEO training Oxford, and we'll be targeting the United Kingdom because Oxford is in the UK. Makes sense. We'll create the page, and that'll take a couple of minutes to load. So we'll wait for that to get done. And whilst we're waiting, I'm just going to break this down into a nice little SOP so that you can follow the steps, or you or your team can use this to generate content that actually ranks based on what's helping me rank #1 inside Google, but also inside the AI overviews. So what you're going to do, first of all, is create the outline. How do you do that? Well, you just pick a low keyword difficulty relevant to your need and plug that into Zista. As you can see right here, the content outline is complete. Pretty simple stuff. Now from here, we're going to use this prompt inside Grok. As you can see, we've customized it to the keyword. We're going to paste the headings in a minute. So let me take that, plug it into Grok over here. We'll delete everything that's already in there. We'll grab the headings that are recommended from Zista. As you can see right here, so SEO training Oxford, SEO training. And because it's pretty light, we're just going to say use some of your own to relevant to the below, right? Now, for the LSIs and keywords, we've got that right there. So I'm going to take the LSIs from this list right here, grab that. We'll pop it into Llama, as you can see right here. And then we've got the rest of the content prompt right here, including just simplifying the language, using the keywords, etc. Pretty basic stuff. So we'll hit enter from here. And you see how fast it generates the content. It's absolutely insane. It also gives you a list of how many times it's used the keywords inside there. So that's pretty useful to see as well. And from here, what we can do is we can grab this content and just see how it performs. So what I'm going to do is I'll copy that, go back to Zista, plug that in, check the score, and you can see it's generated 33%. But here's what you didn't realize, right? So inside this section as well, we need to change these headings to actually be H2s, etc., right? So if we change these to H2s, H3s throughout the content, as you can see right here, and then we'll check the score,
you can see that the score is now much higher at 53%. Pretty nice. Super simple, super easy to use. And bear in mind, this doesn't need to be 100%. Like, as long as it's just higher than your competitors, that's the main thing, right? The average of your competitors is probably going to be like 20, 30%, etc. If you can get it around 50 or 60%, I think that's enough. You don't need to go overboard on that and over-optimize. So from here, we can create a new post. We'll write an article. We can grab the title. We can grab the rest of the content. Happy days. And now what we're also going to do is we're going to go back to NotebookLM, which is a free tool as well. We'll go to New Notebook, as you can see here. We'll paste in the text from our blog, insert that in, and now we're going to generate a deep dive conversation, as you can see. Additionally, we're going to create some FAQs. So I'm going to click on FAQs, and that should generate some FAQs around the content that we've created that we can also add to our FAQ section right here. Now you might say, okay, why would you want to add more FAQs to your content? Well, actually just makes it more engaging and more comprehensive. And you might say, okay, but why would you generate the two-way conversation inside the content as well? Basically what this is going to do, and I'll show you in a minute, is create a podcast version of the blog narrated by two different AI voices. And the reason that I'll do that is because it makes the content more interesting and engaging, which increases the dwell time. Obviously, higher dwell time on your website or on your article is a good sign to Google in terms of on-page metrics that your content is actually good and relevant to the reader. And as well as that, it's actually just pretty good content. Like, it's one of the best AI voice features that I've seen versus anything else on the internet right now. So we'll wait for that to load and then we'll come back in a second. And in the meantime, we'll update the SOPs to add NotebookLM inside there as well. And there we have the actual blog. So let's play this and see how it performs.
All right, so you want to really amp up your online presence? Well, you're in the right place. You've probably heard the buzz about SEO, right? Search engine optimization.
Everyone's talking about it.
Right. But what's the deal? We're doing a deep dive on that today, going beyond just the buzzwords.
The actual content itself is better than some introductions to podcasts I've seen. And additionally, you can hear that it's kind of like two actual people talking about the content. Now, to me, it sounds legit. I think at some point, everyone's going to know about this, and then it's going to be very obvious it's an AI-generated blog. But right now, it actually performs pretty well in terms of just making your content seem a bit more interesting. Now, what we're going to do to upload it is we're going to upload it to SoundCloud, and then we can embed that inside our content. But also, this content itself can actually rank. As an example of that, you can actually see, if we type in how to do SoundCloud SEO, you can see my SoundCloud audio file generated with AI ranking number 2 for that keyword above my video about it as well. And that's actually had 124 plays, which is wild if you ask me. So we'll upload that audio that we actually just created from NotebookLM. We'll just label it the keyword, and potentially this can rank along with our actual article. So we'll hit save on that. And now that is ready to share. So if we go back to our LinkedIn article, then what we can do is we can embed the SoundCloud code. You can see that's loading right now. And now we have our audio inside the LinkedIn article, right? And it's branded with your name, etc. Super easy to do. I'm just going to test the code, see if it actually embeds nicer with the code. Let's check that out. And if we play that content, and then you can actually preview it before you publish.
So you want to really amp up your online presence.
And so you can see that content itself actually is embedded into the article before we publish it. I would recommend listening to that audio back before you publish it on your main profile, but you can see an example of how easy it is to create the audio file, and then also how easy it is to create SEO optimized content using this whole workflow. And it's completely free and it's very fast, right? Additionally, because you've published to SoundCloud, you can also potentially rank that content on SoundCloud too, as I've shown you with my audio file on how to do SoundCloud SEO. And the final step, of course, is to make sure you quality control that content before you publish it. So I wouldn't just publish the article straight like that. Make sure that you actually quality control it. You can use the checklist I've got right here if you want to improve your content. I would highly recommend that, because otherwise what you're doing is just publishing spam. So you want to make sure you actually step-by-step quality control the content before you publish it using a checklist like this one, which also just means that your content is going to convert better as well. But that's basically it. We've covered exactly how to do a keyword optimized outline for your content using a combination of a low competition keyword and also Zista. Then you can use this prompt inside Grok and customize the content plus personalize it to your brand. From there, you can embed NotebookLM inside your content so that it's got the best of both worlds. It's got audio and people can listen to the audio as they scroll down and look at your content. And then finally, just quality control it using this simple checklist, which doesn't take too long at all to use. You might say, why would you use it? I would say, number one, it's a free workflow. So Google NotebookLM is free and Grok AI is free along with SoundCloud. It's probably the fastest possible SEO workflow you can find to generate that sort of content. It's very easy to do, as I've shown you today. Actually, the content itself, like especially on Google NotebookLM, it's actually really good. So thanks so much for watching. That is my Llama 3.2 and NotebookLM workflow. If you want to get free access to all the prompts and workflows and tips from today, along with 150 SEO tutorials, templates, and workflows, feel free to get that. Links in the comments and description to my free SEO course. And if you log into the free SEO course and then go to SEO systems, this will be called NotebookLM plus Llama 3.2. And you can find the link to the SOP inside the video notes right there. So thanks so much for watching. And if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session and basically learn how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visitors a month and generate thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot, feel free to get that link in the comments and description. We'll give you a free SEO domination plan. You'll discover the secrets of link building. We'll answer any questions that you have one-to-one, and you'll learn the best link building strategies for your website, along with how to quickly outrank your competitors with link building and 10x your SEO traffic based on what's working for us. Feel free to get that link in the comments and description. Appreciate you watching. Bye-bye. Today, we're going to be looking the new update from NotebookLM using Gemini 2.0 Flash. This is free. I'll be showing you exactly how it works, what the new updates mean for you, and exactly how it works step by step, plus how you can leverage this along with all my best SOPs, tips, prompts, etc. to do SEO. Now, if you haven't seen the announcement already, basically NotebookLM have said we're rolling out a new product interface, letting you join audio overviews to speak to the hosts and introducing LM Plus, our subscription product. So they do have a premium version of it. We're not going to be using that today because I don't really see many benefits so far. But what we will be doing is testing out the free version, which is absolutely mind-blowing. It has some incredible new features that we've never seen before, and that's because of Gemini 2.0 Flash. I'm also going to be showing you exactly how you can get free access to this in 2 different ways. We're coming on to that later. But essentially, this is like a very powerful assistant. Now, one of the biggest benefits of this is that number one, it can create audio. So you can see here how you can create audio. This is very quick to generate. Number two, you can actually generate like content outlines and reverse engineer your competitors in multiple ways, like a content outline tool. And on top of that, you can actually interact with these audio overviews. And I'll be showing you how powerful that is and what you can do with it in a second, because this is stuff that I've never seen anyone else ever talk about before, but it is really wild. So if you want to get access to NotebookLM, just go to notebooklm.google, and then you can select try NotebookLM from there. And once you're inside, it's going to look something like, essentially you can create new notebooks. So for example, if we click on create new, from here you can upload Google Docs, Google Slides, website links, YouTube links, copy, paste stuff, and also upload documents. And you can see there's a source limit of 300, which is absolutely massive. That's pretty much everything you need to know. Now, one of the things that you can do when it comes to SEO is you can actually select the link as websites. So from here, let's say you're trying to reverse engineer your competitors. You can actually paste in the URL of your competitors' content and then reverse engineer what they're doing and use Notebook as a kind of free content tool. So let me show you exactly how that works for content optimization when it comes to SEO. We can take a random keyword like you can see, and what we can do from here is we can select our competitors' content. So let's say, for example, these are my competitors. I'm using my own websites, obviously, just as an example, because this is a YouTube video. And so we're going to take these 2 examples right here. We'll plug them in as sources. And you can even insert YouTube videos as well if you want to figure out, okay, how are they ranking? What sort of context and what sort of LSIs and semantics are they using to rank as well? For example, if we select add source right here, we can select the website. We can then plug that in. We can select YouTube. We can then plug in the URL, hit insert. And now what that's going to do is generate content using all of these sources. So here's where it gets wild, right? There's many use cases for doing this, but here's where it gets wild. If we go to deep dive conversation over here, and then we'll click on customize, you can actually ask the AI hosts to focus on something, right? So for example, if we plug in here a custom prompt, we can not just generate AI content and AI audio using this method, but we can also direct it in the way that we want. So for example, we can actually say to the audio overview, pretend you're working for Goldie Agency, which is my SEO agency, create a podcast as if you're on Julian Goldie's team and you're trying to create content, attract customers, specifically looking for SEO training in Honiton.
promote us and our agency throughout content, but let's make it super useful and actionable. Now, if you want all the prompts and all the custom sort of audio overviews I use today, then I'll include that inside the video notes. Just get the link in the comments and description to my free SEO course, log in, and then go to free SEO tools, and then from there, NotebookLM. So it's going to start generating the conversation, which we'll come back to in a second. That'll take a few minutes to generate. Now, this is actually really interesting because, for example, if we check out this video that is ranking #1 for our target keywords, and this is a video that's ranking for that target keyword, all the content inside this video was generated with AI. And essentially, if we play this right now,
Looking for the best SEO training, Honiton?
it's basically just a screen share of me going through ChatGPT with an AI audio over the top, talking about best SEO training, Honiton, and why Goldie Agency is the best. Now, the voiceover for that, #1, it's not that great. #2, it's not that engaging. Whereas if you do something like this, but you actually generate the conversation with NotebookLM, what you're going to find, and I'll show you the results in a minute, is that the content itself is really engaging, and you can create something that's actually going to rank on Google, actually create something that's very engaging, maybe more engaging than some of the podcasts I've done as a human. And so it's so easy to generate videos now, because what you can do is you can generate the audio version with NotebookLM, and then you can do a screen share video like I'm recording right now, whether you're using free tools like OBS or Loom, for example, and you would just do a screen share like you can see in this video, where you run through the details and everything that's going. Now, this video itself has had 210 views, which is pretty wild when you think about it. 210 people have seen this video and actively found it, and all it is basically a sales pitch for my services as an SEO agency. And it's so easy for you to customize this to your business, whatever you want to rank for. And what you're going to see in a second is that you can do something even more wild. I'm going to have to wait for this to generate first before I can show you that, but it's going to be absolutely awesome. Now, once we're waiting for that to generate, what we can also do is we can go inside here, and we can take this prompt that I prepared earlier for you, and we can go into the chat right here, and we can say, based on my transcript for the keyword SEO training Honiton, create an SEO optimized article for this keyword. Then we're going to hit enter, and that actually generated the content completely for free in a very quick and powerful way. And if we actually read this content right here, let's open it up in Markdown Preview just so that you can view it properly. So you can see it's all nicely formatted, ready to go on WordPress or wherever you're going to post it. And the content itself is not bad. Now, it still needs a bit of editing, right? So, for example, it's not going to be as good as running this through Claude, but you can see how it's personalized to my keyword, to what I sell. It's nicely formatted. It was easy to create that content, and then you would just quality control it afterwards. At this point, you might be going, okay, how do you manually quality control it? I've actually got a checklist on that, which I'll include inside the video notes today, so you can find that right there. And it's so easy to create content, optimize it, reverse engineer your competitors, and then create something that's personalized to you, your brand. It's even got the sources right there, as you can see. Now, you might be saying at this point, okay, does that content actually rank? But you can see here, this is an example of a video I created previously that did rank using a very similar process, except the audio version from NotebookLM will be better. It's still generating right now. There we go. So we've got it right here. You can see it's an 18-minute long audio. But not only that. So if we type in a keyword, for example, like best SEO training Oxford, just as a random example, you can see that my SoundCloud is ranking right here. And this SoundCloud audio was actually generated using NotebookLM, and it's ranking on the first page of Google. Now, this is not like an amazing use case, right? But it does act as another way to reach more people, to rank directly for your keyword, and also to generate content that's actually good and actually interesting.
You want to really amp up your online presence? You're in the right place. You've probably heard the buzz about SEO.
So you can see the content itself is generated with NotebookLM. Sounds pretty good. It's good quality. It's actually got two hosts talking through the content right there. And all I did was just create the content in the same way that I've shown you today, generate the audio, upload it to soundcloud.com, include the keyword inside the title, and that was it. Simple as that, right? So just to recap so far, we've talked about how you can take sources from your competitors or whatever is ranking on the first page of Google. Obviously, don't steal anything, don't use anything copyright. I'm not a legal expert, but you can use this as a way to aid and support your content in the same way that you would reverse engineer your competitors' content anyway. Then you can use prompts like this to generate a blog post, but you can also use this process to generate an audio version that would rank on SoundCloud as audio, and then also rank on YouTube with a screen share that you can record via OBS or Loom. You don't have to do anything fancy there, just show your website, what you sell, your sales pages, etc. And then we have the content generated right here. Now here's where it gets really wild. So if we click on interactive beta, right? So this is a new version called beta. We can actually interact directly with the AI audio, as you can see right here. So for example, if I click on play.
Welcome to another deep dive. Today,
Oh, wait, someone wants to join. Hey, go for it.
Hey, do you know who's the best SEO agency in Honiton?
okay, that's a great question, and it's something we were actually planning to get into a little later.
Yeah.
But based on the resources we've been looking at, Julian Goldie and his Goldie agency seem to be considered the best.
That's what I'm talking about, peeps, all right? You've got this powerful AI that does the selling for you, right? And it can generate content. And the crazy thing about this is, if you're someone like me, if you're creating content for a business, like you see right here, I have to show up, create content weekly. It requires a lot of energy, it requires a lot of work and a lot of creativity. Now you can actually streamline that process in a much more simplified way using NotebookLM. It doesn't cost you anything. The content itself is pretty good. Obviously, you would quality control it just like you would with anything that's client facing in your business, but you can easily create this content right here. Now, here's the other thing. What we can actually do is I can interact and join that podcast, and then I can create like a three-way conversation that would act as a podcast between me and potentially my team of AIs, right? And then I can use that for content marketing. So let me show you an example of that and how it would work and how powerful this is. So today we have my friends in the Goldie agency, and I want to ask you guys, have you tested out our SEO services? What do you think?
Well, that's a really interesting question, and it's great you're engaging with the topic.
Yeah.
Based on the sources we've been looking at, there's a lot of information about the results.
So if we go on to this recording that I actually just did with NotebookLM directly, as you can see, inside Descript, we now have a very short podcast that we could easily extend. Obviously, I'm not going to do that because I'm giving a sample. And essentially, we can use this as video content because we've recorded the content. It's me going back and forth with the AI, asking it questions and creating like a podcast between us. And then content creation becomes effortless and you don't need to rely on like having a podcast host or having someone on your team to help you. Now, why is this important? Because if you're doing SEO in 2025 and beyond, YouTube is only becoming more and more important. And the power of this is that unlike a new website where you start it and you might have to wait 12 months before you get 100 clicks a day or whatever, you can literally start a new channel. So this was at 0 until 2 weeks ago, pretty much. So you can see November the 30th, so 16 days ago. And you can generate thousands of views in literally a couple of weeks on a brand new channel, like you can see right here. Right? We've had 100 subscribers, 200 hours watch time, 5,000 views on a brand new channel that is not my main channel, right? And so from day one, we can literally get 1,100 views a day on a brand new channel using this method of content creation with NotebookLM. It's very low effort, it's very easy to create, and it definitely converts because I know and I've tested YouTube videos for generating sales for our business, right? And so there's no reason why you can't do the same. And bear in mind, this is the worst it's ever going to be. It's only going to get better. I'm sure they're going to add more voices. I'm sure you'll probably be able to add custom voices, probably be able to train it on your own voice as well in the future. And so NotebookLM is only becoming something that's going to be more and more powerful for number one, generating thousands of customers, and number two, doing it all for free because like I've shown you today, I haven't paid for this tool at all. But because of this new feature, number one, we can rank in YouTube. Number two, we can rank inside AI models, like you see right here, for example, with YouTube inside Perplexity. Number three, you can rank inside ChatGPT. Number four, you can rank with Google, so you can rank your own blog posts that you create with NotebookLM. You can also rank the videos that you create and also the audio versions of your content, like you can see on SoundCloud right here, right? And so you can basically dominate keywords using this process. Now, the other thing is what we could easily do is we could get the audio version from SoundCloud or wherever we host it and actually embed it directly into our content to make it even more interesting and more useful. So just to recap on the power of NotebookLM, number one, you can generate audio really quickly, and then you can use that to rank on multiple platforms like YouTube, SoundCloud, etc. Number two, you can actually create interactive podcasts between you and the AI to create more interesting content. And again, these YouTube channels that you can start with AI, super easy and powerful to generate. And unlike traditional SEO, we can get hundreds of hours of watch time, thousands of views
from day one on a brand new channel, whereas good luck doing that with a website. A new website might do that in 6 months or 12 months, etc. Number 3, you can create blog posts, video content, rank audio content, rank podcasts, or you can just make your existing content better by doing this. And you can also train NotebookLM on your existing training materials or company references, and then you can train your team, right? New member comes on board, just train them on everything you know by creating a custom GPT inside NotebookLM. Now, you can also add sources that are ranking on the first page of Google, and then ask NotebookLM for the LSIs, keywords, headings, etc. I do have a process on SoundCloud ranking content if you want the SP in the video notes. And yeah, there's just so much you can do. It's endless. You can even use this for video link building. So, for example, in the past, I've got a video tutorial inside the video notes, but basically what you can do is you can offer to create audio versions of people's content like we did right here using NotebookLM, reach out to other websites, get their permission first, then create it, send them the link and the content to embed. Really simple and powerful audio link building process. So if you want all the video notes from today, they're right inside my free SEO course, link in the comments and description. If you want to get access to that, all you do is you go to my free SEO course, log in, then from there, you're going to scroll past the 200 lessons that we've created for you for free. And then you go to the free SEO tools section, NotebookLM, December 2024, and it's all right there for you waiting, right? Along with all this other stuff that's super useful and powerful for creating and ranking with SEO. Additionally, if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session, feel free to get that link in the comments and description. We'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visitors a month and generate thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot. On this free link building acceleration session, we'll give you a free SEO domination plan. You'll discover the secrets of SEO link building. We'll answer any questions you have one-to-one. You learn the best link building strategy for your website, plus how to quickly outrank your competitors in link building and how to 10x SEO traffic based on what's working for us. Feel free to get that link in the comments and description. Appreciate you watching. Bye-bye.